Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Met Cat Alien. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shou didn't know what to make of the humans, but they did pique his interest. Na and Denki returned from their capture regaling grandiose stories of being locked with a death world. Zero was the only reliable source of information that Shou trusted, but even then the Senki didn't do much to stop the frankly ridiculous gossip being spread. It was Bakugo's reaction that surprised him the most. Izuku was apparently the name of the death worlder they'd met, and from his body language Shou could tell that Bakugo of all dragons saw him as step above himself. Shou had been proving time and time again that he was the superior dragon in the class, and yet Bakugo still hadn't acknowledged his dems. At least Iga knew his place. The humans seemed unfazed at his posturing when they met, but that was more likely out of ignorance than anything else. Azawa scolded him for it afterwards, but Shou paid no mind. There was a potential rivalry to be had after all. It didn't look like much. It had no protective scales, and the only fur it had was at the top of its head. From its general demeanor it seemed skittish too, but then why was Bakugo so eager to submit? Why had he warned the class that Izuku was off limits, as if declaring that the new king of the class was approaching and required everyone's respect? It all started to make sense when All Might arrived. All Might, the #1 hero, now teaching at UA. It was highly suspicious. Everyone had been starstruck when he'd arrived for his first heroics class. The battle simulation would have been more exciting if Bakugo weren't still on his required rest PRD. There was no one else in class that was worth Shou's attention. Shou was nothing if not observant. He knew that most would call his ideas conspiracy theories if he ever voiced them, but even hidden by his hero costume Shou was certain that All Might was the same race as Izuku. Sure, there were many species out there that walked bipedally with 2 arms and no tail, but the mystery surrounding the #1 hero was too great to ignore. The two had to be related somehow, but Izuku was nothing like All Might. After observing the boy for a while, he proved himself to be weak. Kirishima arrived shortly after, and then there was another one to keep an eye out for. Kirishima was obviously more fit than Izuku. Without fur or scales to get in the way, it was strong to miss the muscles in the human's biceps. Izuku never wore clothing that revealed more than just his hands and face, but Kirishima seemed more comfortable in clothes that revealed his limbs. Was it a cultural difference? Shou kept his theories to himself and continued to observe. On the day of the test, Shou finally decided that the humans were stupid. There was no way that their bags would be approved. They were over twice the size of the largest bag in class, and that belonged to Mizo, the muscled 4-armed Togoya and definite leader in physical strength of 1. Shou could win a fight against Mizo, but in a fight where he couldn't use his ice or fire he would lose, as sour as that thought made him. The humans didn't even seem to care that Netta had called them out for their packing decisions. The lug was the weakest link in the class, and yet they had no retaliation for the rude interruption to their conversation, even if it was solid advice. Bakugo still went over to comfort Izuku, which was one of the strangest things Shou believed he would ever see. Bakugo didn't do nice. He was a future dragon hero through and through, someone who would rise above the rest and make a name for himself in society through sheer force of will. Why the gentleness? After lining up on the track, Shou only regarded Bakugo as competition. Bakugo noticed the slight against the other two and huffed indignantly before their mutual competition started. Shou wasn't surprised when he and Bakugo left the two humans in their dust. Good riddance. Today would be the day that he would find out for sure that the talk of Death Worlders was all hot air and fairy tales. He and Bakugo were neck and neck. Even after they slowed down, they lasted a respectable distance. They weren't Entias after all. And then the Death Worlders passed them. And then the Death Worlders overlapped them. How were they still going? They didn't even look winded, and yet they were casually jogging with their massive mountain bags. Shou would have assumed that they were lighter than they looked if he hadn't heard the impact they'd made on their desks earlier on in class. He saw Azawa and Zashi struggle to hand the bags over for their endurance test. What was going on? The humans finished a full lap ahead of them and Shou was still too busy trying to keep ahead of Bakugo to prove his superiority in some way to watch them as they went to the benches. There was no way he was going to get last place in a race of 4. In the end it was considered a tie, but it still felt like a loss. And then the Death Worlders walked back to the track getting into the running stances that they'd bypassed for their physical test. Why were they back on the track? Aizawa motioned for the start of a race and then they were off. They were so fast, and yet they were smack-talking each other. Was that laughter? How were they acting so carefree and not focusing on their sprinting? And then what surprised Shou even more was that Izuku pulled ahead. Kirishima obviously had the more defined strength, but Izuku was holding his own. Both humans laughed and lightly roughhoused with each other after their unnecessary display of power, but Shou re-evaluated his stance on Death Worlders. Maybe Bakugo was onto something. Wow, it's so big. The sheer size of some of the rooms at UA would never cease to amaze Izuku. It wasn't quite as big as the area he and Kiri had used for their entrance exam, but the gym was still fairly large, roughly the size of a small stadium. Izuku wasn't sure what the Earth Station was like since he hadn't had the chance to explore it, but he doubted it was as grand as this. The gym track measured at 1 kilometer exactly. There were 4 lanes, so the class would be split into groups for this exercise. Averages had been taken using the scores measured during the beginning of the year, so everyone that would be paired together would be expected to finish at roughly the same times to help things run smoothly, but this data was roughly estimated and Izuku and Kirishima weren't fully added into the system accurately yet due to insufficient data. Mr. Aizawa volunteered to go first to demonstrate this exercise. Because our class has 21 students, there will be 1 student expected to go alone, and as a proud member of the NTIA's race I can finish this test quickly and efficiently. Yeah, sure, just grab your bag and start at the inner line. Aizawa almost seemed to expect Ida's offer to volunteer, and Ida didn't seem to take Aizawa's dismissive response to heart as he picked up his bag. It wasn't the smallest bag, but it still wasn't very large. Izuku still watched mesmerized as Ida's thrusters powered up, shooting him forward with heavy bursts of air. Even though the class was only required to walk, Ida always stressed the importance of completing work in a timely manner, and it seemed that this task was no different. Oi, just because you're new here doesn't mean you get to break the rules? Izuku looked down at Neta, who seemed to be glaring at him for some reason. Ah, what do you mean? Your bag. There's no way you packed all that just now. And you really think you're so arrogant that when the teachers see you struggle that they'll let you keep everything you packed? It isn't like whatever school you were at before. They'll just make you take things out until you can walk the full kilometer without stopping. You should take some things out now while you have the chance. Izuku looked briefly to Kirishima, who shrugged, also not understanding, and then back at the lug. There weren't any rules about packing beforehand, so Kiri and I started making our bags ahead of time. You don't have to worry about us, we'll be fine. Neta scoffed, walking away from the two. Don't say I didn't warn you. Neta was quick to scuttle off when Bakugo suddenly appeared, sitting at the bench next to Izuku on the side opposite to Kirishima. Don't listen to him, I know you can carry all that. I've seen your strength firsthand. They wouldn't have paired you two up with me and Shou otherwise. Izuku looked up at the roster and it was true. Currently Mashiai, Mizo, Koka, and Tashiai were walking the track. They were going at a decent pace and each were chatting lightly as they went. Mizo and Mashiai had fairly decent-sized bags, but they also had more muscle density than most of their other classmates. One by one, each of the groups went, most walking rather than following Ida's fast-paced example. Koji, Sato, Momo, and Denki were a fairly average group, none standing out too much during their exercise. Tsu, True, Siro, and Iga followed, and they took their exercise at a light jog, finishing faster than everyone else aside from Ida himself. Neta was in the second-to-last group along with Mna, Okoro, and Tako. Their group was by far the slowest. Neta in particular had a pitifully small bag, but everyone in their group was winded by the end of their walk. Izuku was a bit worried for them, but Bakugo got his attention before leaving to grab his bag. Shou and I are probably going to run this, so if you want to prove that stupid lug wrong you should try to keep up. He trotted off before Izuku could reply, but Kiri bumped his shoulder with a mischievous smile on his face. Hey, Izu, dragons are pretty strong, but most species don't have the stamina that humans do. They're going to shoot ahead and tire themselves out by their second laps. Just jog and you'll be fine. Izuku was planning on doing so anyways. If Bakugo and Showa were planning on running, then it would only make sense to not walk the track either, but sprinting for a kilometer also didn't sound particularly fun, especially while wearing a bag. Kiri's bag was even bigger than Izuku's, but the boy insisted that he would take everything that he needed for the 4 days of camping. Izuku was a bit more practical and planned on making anything he might need using the tools he brought, but his tent and sleeping bag were a must, and they took up quite a bit of space on his back. It was no wonder that so many students saw their bags as huge. Kiri had 2 tents, but his were smaller than Izuku's, and the boy insisted that a framed cot was more comfortable than a sleeping bag. After grabbing their bags, Izuku took the lane next to Kiri, and both dragons got into sprinting poses before Azawa called the start of their test. Kiri wasn't kidding, the dragons started off pretty strong, each trying to get ahead of the other. Izuku was enjoying being able to stretch his legs again after so long. They weren't allowed to run in the halls, so most of the running he did was playing with Eri in Azawa's dorm. Just like with his physical entrance exam, Izuku could feel that the galactic gravity measurement didn't weigh him down as much as back on Earth, making his bag feel even lighter than it could have been. Hey, so what was up with that lug? Oh, Netta. I'm not sure, we've barely really met. He hasn't spoken to me since we made introductions, and our introductions were pretty similar to yours. Kiri grimaced, going on a tirade about how some species had stuck-up personalities, and even if it wasn't their fault, it was still annoying to deal with sometimes. Izuku barely noticed when he and Kiri passed the now panting dragons and overlapped them, finishing earlier than the two by over a full lap. Hey, Izu, wanna race when they finish? What? I mean, it is nice having access to a track, but we're doing a class right now. Hey, Mr. Azawa. Can Izuku and I use the track to run a lap before we leave? It's been a while since we've had a chance to exercise. If you make it quick, then that should be fine. Yours was the last group to finish, and we have some time left over. Kiri pumped his fist, and Izuku smiled. A friendly race did sound nice. Bakugo and Showa returned panting, setting their bags down with the rest, but Izuku only sent them a small wave before heading back to his lane. Kiri was stronger, but Izuku knew he would be the faster one. It would come down to stamina in the end, and he couldn't wait to really use the station's gravity to his benefit. Showa didn't know what to make of the humans, but they did pique his interest. Na and Denki returned from their capture, regaling grandiose stories of being locked with a death world. Zero was the only reliable source of information that Showa trusted, but even then the Senki didn't do much to stop the frankly ridiculous gossip being spread. It was Bakugo's reaction that surprised him the most. Izuku was apparently the name of the death worlder they'd met, and from his body language Showa could tell that Bakugo of all dragons saw him as step above himself. Showa had been proving time and time again that he was the superior dragon in the class, and yet Bakugo still hadn't acknowledged his demps. At least Iga knew his place. The human seemed unfazed at his posturing when they met, but that was more likely out of ignorance than anything else. Azawa scolded him for it afterwards, but Showa paid no mind. There was a potential rivalry to be had after all. It didn't look like much. It had no protective scales, and the only fur it had was at the top of its head. From its general demeanor it seemed skittish too, but then why was Bakugo so eager to submit? Why had he warned the class that Izuku was off limits, as if declaring that the new king of the class was approaching and required everyone's respect? It all started to make sense when All Might arrived. All Might, the #1 hero, now teaching at UA. It was highly suspicious. Everyone had been starstruck when he'd arrived for his first heroics class. The battle simulation would have been more exciting if Bakugo weren't still on his required rest PRD. There was no one else in class that was worth Showa's attention. Showa was nothing if not observant. He knew that most would call his ideas conspiracy theories if he ever voiced them, but even hidden by his hero costume, Showa was certain that All Might was the same race as Izuku. Sure, there were many species out there that walked bipedally with 2 arms and no tail, but the mystery surrounding the #1 hero was too great to ignore. The two had to be related somehow, but Izuku was nothing like All Might. After observing the boy for a while, he proved himself to be weak. Kirishima arrived shortly after, and then there was another one to keep an eye out for. Kirishima was obviously more fit than Izuku. Without fur or scales to get in the way, it was strong to miss the muscles in the human's biceps. Izuku never wore clothing that revealed more than just his hands and face, but Kirishima seemed more comfortable in clothes that revealed his limbs. Was it a cultural difference? Shou kept his theories to himself and continued to observe. On the day of the test, Shou finally decided that the humans were stupid. There was no way that their bags would be approved. They were over twice the size of the largest bag in class, and that belonged to Mizo, the muscled four-armed Togoya and definite leader in physical strength of one. Shou could win a fight against Mizo, but in a fight where he couldn't use his ice or fire he would lose, as sour as that thought made him. The humans didn't even seem to care that Netta had called them out for their packing decisions. The lug was the weakest link in the class, and yet they had no retaliation for the rude interruption to their conversation, even if it was solid advice. Bakugo still went over to comfort Izuku, which was one of the strangest things Shou believed he would ever see. Bakugo didn't do nice. He was a future Dragot hero through and through, someone who would rise above the rest and make a name for himself in society through sheer force of will. Why the gentleness? After lining up on the track, Shou only regarded Bakugo as competition. Bakugo noticed the slight against the other two and huffed indignantly before their mutual competition started. Shou wasn't surprised when he and Bakugo left the two humans in their dust. Good riddance. Today would be the day that he would find out for sure that the talk of Deathworlders was all hot air and fairy tales. He and Bakugo were neck and neck. Even after they slowed down, they lasted a respectable distance. They weren't Entiyas after all. And then the Deathworlders passed them. And then the Deathworlders overlapped them. How were they still going? They didn't even look winded, and yet they were casually jogging with their massive mountain bags. Shou would have assumed that they were lighter than they looked if he hadn't heard the impact they'd made on their desks earlier on in class. He saw Aizawa and Zashi struggle to hand the bags over for their endurance test. What was going on? The humans finished a full lap ahead of them, and Shou was still too busy trying to keep ahead of Bakugo to prove his superiority in some way to watch them as they went to the benches. There was no way he was going to get last place in a race of 4. In the end it was considered a tie, but it still felt like a loss. And then the Deathworlders walked back to the track, getting into the running stances that they'd bypassed for their physical test. Why were they back on the track? Aizawa motioned for the start of a race, and then they were off. They were so fast, and yet they were smack-talking each other. Was that laughter? How were they acting so carefree and not focusing on their sprinting? And then what surprised Shou even more was that Izuku pulled ahead. Kirishima obviously had the more defined strength, but Izuku was holding his own. Both humans laughed and lightly roughhoused with each other after their unnecessary display of power, but Shou re-evaluated his stance on Deathworlders. Maybe Bakugo was onto something. Alright, we don't have an even amount of students for this exercise, so one group will have an extra student. Raise a limb now if you would not like to participate in this activity with either Kirishima or Izuku. We have already confirmed that they will not be upset by your decision, and they respect that they are unknown variables in this exercise. A surprising number of hands went up, but almost half the class were still willing to attend their midterm with either of the new humans. Aizawa took stock of the raised hands and made notes. Of course, everyone who had been stuck with Izuku before would have no troubles working with another human, but Aizawa still had to keep this fair for everyone. Okay, Bakugo, Mna, Siro, and Denki will be paired up with Kirishima for this exercise. I will supervise this group due to my experience with humans. Ochako, Shou, Tsu, and Ida will be paired with Izuku. You will be supervised by Present Mike due to his experience with humans. Tashiai, True, Koda, Mizo, and Momo will be supervised by Ectoplasm. Takyami, Rakido, Mashiai, Koka, Netta, and Iga will be our group of 6 and under Midnight's supervision. Remember that we teachers will only be there to observe and assist in emergency situations. Nothing on Mstafu should be able to injure you in a high capacity, as this is an entry-level survival test. You will be given a final syllabus to study tonight. Expect to leave only with your hero costumes and the bags you have packed, both of which will remain in our possession until it is time to suit up and head to Mstafu. Any and all electronic devices on your person will be confiscated, and any attempts at sneaking them to the planet will result in a loss of points. Are there any questions? Aizawa waited a few moments before continuing his lecture as normal. At first Aizawa had been glad that the two humans could share a space in his class, but it seemed as if Kirishima continuously attempts to distract Izuku from his lessons. Aizawa had almost called him out on their first infraction, but they had been relatively quiet, and after taking a look at the scribbles in their notebook it looked like they were still making survival plans. Their notes were more on par with Class 2, or even dare he say it Class 3 survival notes, but he wouldn't let on just how impressed he was. Notes were different than actions after all, and they would be graded on their performance more than their knowledge. Aizawa had no idea how much preparation these two students would actually need given their aptitude for survival already, but he doubted they still needed to pass notes even now on the final solar CYCL before the assignment began. It was almost as if the two hadn't been planning for this since they'd learned about it. At least Izuku was more subtle with his note passing. Everyone else in Class 1A had been given a rundown of the weather, flora, and fauna of Mstafu at the beginning of the term. All U8 students were briefed on Mstafu in case an emergency evacuation was needed, but not only were these two really supposed to be a grade below this class, they were being moved right into the curriculum. Rather than the several lunar rotations their peers had to mentally prepare, they were given a crash course on what to expect on the planet's surface mere solar rotations before being sent down. Aizawa still didn't know what Nizu had been thinking in allowing them to participate in their class fully, but apparently the two had been doing excellently in their makeup courses with him during the allotted math and science blocks. It still astounded Aizawa that the two were already beyond the Class 3 students in those subjects, but after the description Toyo gave for their current spacecraft technology it made sense in an almost twisted kind of way. As long as Kirishima didn't make a habit of being a distraction in his class, Aizawa wouldn't draw attention to them. With how Izuku's focus seemed honed in on Aizawa, the OIX was sure that anything Kirishima missed would be recapped for him at a later time. Izuku's aptitude for common after such a short time still impressed Aizawa, and he was proud at how far his new student had already come. It was a shame that Aizawa would only be able to watch Kirishima, but he was more comfortable with leaving his husband with a human they both knew the full temperament of. Likewise, he didn't trust Kirishima with any students that hadn't been in contact with another of his species before, so his decision to bind himself and the students that had been with Izuku when they'd met had been an easy one to make. He hoped that Zashi and the others would be okay during their stay on Mstafu. Aizawa was so engrossed in his thinking that he almost missed when True approached him after class. "Mr. Aizawa, I had my hand raised during class, but I think my camouflage was on at the time. Would I be able to SWCH groups to join either Izuku or Kirishima? I'm sorry if I made you feel unseen, True. I noticed your hand, but I can only allow 4 other students to accompany Izuku and Kirishima for this exercise. This is as much a trial run for their cooperation with other species as it is a survival test, so we need diverse groups to accompany them. I placed Sue in Izuku's group because someone with her leadership skills will be needed to help rein in Ida and Okoo while also providing a buffer for Shou's uncooperative demeanor. I want all of my students to succeed, and if I had allowed you to join them, then I feel that as a teacher your and your classmates' chances of passing would be lowered. With Sue already being in Izuku's group, we don't want to have 2 individuals suited for water-related tasks in one place. Kirishima's group, on the other hand, doesn't have an obvious solution to water, so your services will be better utilized elsewhere while they work to overcome this obstacle. I promise to pair you up with them in the future, but for this exercise we decided that it would be unfair to give a group both a human and an extra student this time around. Is there anything else I can help you with?" True seemed sad but accepted the decision with grace. Watching her go, Aizawa wondered if leaving his group without an easy solution to water-related tasks was such a good idea after all. Well, if worse came to worse he would help them. No matter the fact that he himself hated dealing with water. They would be fine. Izuku couldn't help but stare out the window as Zashi piloted their assigned ship. He was strapped in one of the seats with a great view of everything from the windshield, and the view of the planet getting closer was mesmerizing. The ocean was blue, if with a little green tint, and they were heading to what looked like an archipelago rather than one of the other larger purple navy continents that spanned the planet's surface. The ships piloted by the other teachers flanked them, also heading for their test locations. All of a sudden the ships seemed to lurch. Was that them hitting the ozone layer? Izuku knew a lot about space, but he didn't have the experience yet to be sure. Looking around, it seemed as if that shake wasn't normal, at least not to the other students in his class. Observing the other ships around them, they also seemed to be shaking and swaying oddly. Oh no, I'm losing control, little listeners. Izuku could see that Zashi was purposefully moving the steering mechanism. If the other ships around them weren't also doing the exact same thing, then the fact that Zashi couldn't seem to act to save his life would have tipped Izuku off. It seemed that his classmates didn't get the memo, each screaming as they crash-landed on one of the many islands in the archipelago. The landing was a bit rocky, but nothing too serious. Still, everyone unbuckled as soon as they touched ground and ran for their lives to escape what would have been a smoldering wreck if they'd actually crashed. Izuku could only sigh. This was going to be a long trip, wasn't it? He and Zashi were the only ones on the ship as Izuku gathered his bag, the yellow bird man smiling in a way that Izuku had learned to interpret through his many visits to the dorm as amusement. Was that really necessary? I had a feeling that you would have figured it out. It's good practice for them. Survival 101 is to get as far away from your ship as you can if you crash land on a planet with a stable enough atmosphere. You never know when an explosion might happen after all, especially in an oxygen-rich environment. You won't lose any points this time because you knew it was a ruse, but as a teacher I would advise you to at least play along next time. Thanks for not spoiling the lesson. No problem. I figured it was planned because all the other ships started to do the same thing before they split off. Very observant. Let's get a move on, you need to help set up camp after all. Izuku nodded, stepping out of the ship with Zashi to see his classmates all huddling around a tree in the distance, staring at the ship with open fear. The ship is fine, guys, it was part of the exercise. Izuku called out to the others and they all visibly relaxed. Ida stepped forward, chopping one of his arms in their direction. What, may I ask, was the purpose of frightening us? It is unbecoming of UA staff to prank students so cruelly. Zashi was quick to defuse. It's protocol, little listener. We need to see how you react in a crash situation, and we need you to feel what it would be like to find yourself stranded. The more you feel it, the less you'll freeze in fear when it actually happens. I see, I apologize for my outburst. No worries, little listener. You guys set up camp, I'll be over here if you need anything. If I'm asleep or in the ship, just hit the external alarm function, I'll be right out. And true to his word, Zashi went back inside the ship only to grab a collapsible pole perch, sitting atop it and observing. Izuku got right to work, taking out his tent and assembling it. Okuro approached him first, curiosity getting the better of her. Izuku, what is that? This. Oh, it's called a tent. It's a transportable earth shelter. It's not very helpful to keep dangerous predators out, but it's enough to keep dry when it rains and act as a kind of security measure for items when scavengers are around. It's lightweight but hydrophobic and has good ventilation because of these windows. The nets over the windows help to keep out insects. Would you like to help me set up? I made sure to order a tent that would be big enough for everyone to sleep in. Really? That's so kind of you. How do I help? Izuku was very grateful for Kirishima's late-night cram sessions. He still felt like his common was too formal at times, more textbook than daily conversation worthy, but it definitely got the job done and everyone in his group was very accommodating and less likely to use slang with him. Na especially could be strong to follow at times, but she was in Kiri's group thankfully. Both boys had really emphasized words that would likely come up like shelter and equipment components, and Izuku was so pleased that he could keep up, if a little delayed while his brain translated. These poles are flexible and connect to each other at joints. Like this. Yeah, perfect. If you connect all the little parts, I'll start feeding the poles into their places. Tsu also approached a few minutes later, offering to help when she knew what the tent was. Ida walked over when it was fully set up. What is this? We should be gathering resources for a shelter, not building luxuries. Okuro fluttered over to him reprimandingly. This is shelter, Ida. Ida looked from the tent to Okuro and back again. This isn't how the UA curriculum taught us to build shelters. We had an entire unit dedicated to the subject. Surprisingly, it was Tsu who stepped forward next. It also says to use your resources wisely. We were allowed to bring anything we could carry, and Izuku decided to bring a human shelter. Practicality is the most stressed survival lesson after all. Now we have more energy to gather food and do other tasks, right? I suppose so. The wind seemed to be knocked out of Ida's sails, but Izuku was quick to try and help. We still have to organize everything to fit inside. You're very organized, Ida. Would you like to help with that? The four-eyed alien perked up considerably, following Izuku's lead. Of course. Where should I start? Zashi knew that as soon as Izuku's brows scrunched that he'd figured out what was really going on. The listener had been over at his dorm many times to play with Eri, and now Zashi had experience with seeing him in a classroom setting too. As a prey species, Zashi tended to be very observant when it came to the social tells of the predator species he spent time with. He probably wouldn't have been as comfortable with Kirishima on his team since the boy was still new to UA, but Zashi loved his husband for realizing this and giving him the student he knew more personally. Oh no, I'm losing control, little listeners. While normally this was one of Zashi's favorite assignments, Izuku's unbroken attention on Zashi's talons at the steering rod and the other ships flanking them despite the distracting screaming of his classmates was unsettling. Even teachers usually had to undergo training so the screams of their students wouldn't distract them and cause an actual crash. It was a fine balance to land the ship safely and yet roughly enough to simulate a minor crash. But Zashi was an excellent pilot and everyone aside from Izuku followed the protocol for leaving the ship if it might explode soon. He would only dock them a little for leaving their survival bags behind. Was that really necessary? Zashi ignored the exhalation of breath that he'd learned was called a sigh and smiled at the young human while they both gathered their things. I had a feeling that you would have figured it out. It's good practice for them. Survival 101 is to get as far away from your ship as you can if you crash land on a planet with a stable enough atmosphere. You never know when an explosion might happen after all, especially in an oxygen-rich environment. You won't lose any points this time because you knew it was a ruse, but as a teacher I would advise you to at least play along next time. Thanks for not spoiling the lesson. Izuku smiled strangely and Zashi interpreted it to be amused despite his earlier exasperation. No problem. I figured it was planned because all the other ships started to do the same thing before they split off. Very observant. Let's get a move on, you need to help set up camp after all. Izuku bobbed his head in a nod and as they exited Zashi could see his other students hiding behind a tree. More docked points were necessary it would seem. That tree was too flimsy to provide good cover and they weren't nearly far enough away if a real explosion occurred. The ship is fine, guys, it was part of the exercise. Izuku's common had really improved by leaps and bounds since his arrival at UA, and Zashi was proud of his progress. Ida of course was offended as soon as the relief at the situation wore off. What may I ask was the purpose of frightening us? It is unbecoming of UA staff to prank students so cruelly. It's protocol, little listener. We need to see how you react in a crash situation, and we need you to feel what it would be like to find yourself stranded. The more you feel it, the less you'll freeze in fear when it actually happens. Zashi very much valued his friendship with Tensei because it just saved him a lecture he knew he would have gotten had the older Ida brother not given him advice on how to calm down the younger NTS. I see, I apologize for my outburst. No worries, little listener. You guys set up camp, I'll be over here if you need anything. If I'm asleep or in the ship, just hit the external alarm function, I'll be right out. Zashi would forever be grateful for the invention of the portable perch. He could stand for hours, but he really didn't want to. Zashi thought that he would almost fall asleep with how boring camp setup usually was, but whatever Izuku was fiddling with was very distracting. It seemed like Zashi wasn't the only one to think so as Okuro approached Izuku to ask him about it. Tsu also abandoned her search for shelter materials to approach the two when Okuro started to help. Ida finally decided to break them up when over half the group was focusing on a task not in the top 5 survival instructions, but surprisingly backed off after a short conversation. Showa was the only one still gathering branches for shelter, well away from the others, by the time the large human contraption was constructed. What was that? They'd set it up far enough from the ship that Zashi couldn't eavesdrop unless Ida was yelling, and even then he only got small parts of their conversations. Was that a door? Had the human really carried a portable shelter to Mustafa? Zashi now wondered what other portable items could exist. Shelters were one thing that everyone knew couldn't be carried because they were far too bulky, but this one seemed lightweight somehow. It blew with the wind, but was anchored in place. Interesting. Ida seemed to be given the task of organizing their belongings inside the pop-up shelter while the rest started to talk, probably discussing their next roles in setting up. Okuro of course began to use her wings to carry her to treetops to pick the approved fruit, but Shou would need protein to survive this exercise. Shou abandoned his sticks as soon as he saw what Izuku's shelter was, heading off to dig a hole in the woods for waste disposal instead. Zashi was tempted to mark the others down for lack of communication, but Shou was known for sticking to himself and everyone was still getting to know one another, so he held off for now. Surprisingly, Izuku and Tsu went over to the stick pile as soon as it was abandoned and started picking through the branches. Were they organizing the sticks? Why were they separating the larger pieces from some of the more wispy strands? Zashi was still as confused as Izuku took the thinner sticks to the edge of the water, sticking them into the mud. What kind of pattern was the human making and why? Zashi hoped that he would find out soon. He was starting to get very interested in human survival. Thanks for the help, guys, and thanks for organizing everything, Ida. It will be my pleasure. Good luck in gathering resources. Izuku led Okuro and Tsu out of the tent to decide what else they needed to do. Fire would be nice, but Izuku would worry about that closer to evening. It looked like Shou had been gathering sticks, so that would be great for that. But while Izuku was distracted with his tent, the Dragon had gone and cut down all of the low-hanging branches from the nearby trees. Shou was taller than Bakko, and even with the lower gravity Izuku doubted that he would be able to jump to the nearest branch and climb them anymore, which was a bummer because he'd hoped to play hide and seek with everyone after they finished setting up camp and the canopies looked perfect for hiding. Moving on from his dilemma, Izuku began to collect stones and river mud to help keep the flames of their eventual fire contained. There was still plenty of daylight left, so they wouldn't have to actually light it until later, thankfully. Mustafa had a day-night CYCL that was similar enough to the galactic measurements that Izuku knew there were still at least a few hours left in the day. I can go gather some no-goes, but we still have to get some fish for Tsu and Shou. Okuro was quick to offer help since she had the best chance of gathering the native fruit, and Izuku agreed. I can help with that, right, Tsu? You go start on getting the fruit, we'll gather the fish. Okuro left quickly, but Tsu seemed a little concerned. How are you going to help? You don't seem very adapted to water environments, Izuku. Izuku didn't take offense. Tsu tended to be very blunt. I can swim, but I don't want to have to resort to that if I don't have to. What do you mean? I wouldn't be able to catch any fish or even see well in the water. The problem is that as soon as we enter the water, the fish will all swim away. I remember Azawa saying that there are tiny fish that aren't worth eating. Do you know what they eat? I think they eat the leaves of the no-go trees. That made a lot of sense. Mustafa didn't have any natural predators, but it also lacked insects and other similar species for biological degradation. Everything was highly adapted to live on the planet, and the waste disposal system was left to the plants themselves. It seemed that space was filled with weird and fantastical mushrooms because that's what grew on Mustafa's surface. No-go trees produced fruit, but they were still a hybrid of plant and fungus, the trunks bringing nutrients to their squishy leaves and the fruit dropping to feed the moss-like mushroom ground cover and any animals that happened by. Anything that lived on the planet fed the mushrooms when they passed and lived by eating the mushrooms or no-go fruit in a closed seal. Toyo had a field day when he learned about Mustafa, and Nizu was happy enough to give the man a book on all their research for him to keep. Despite there being no predators, Izuku kept his attention sharp. There was one creature that posed a threat, and the fact that there were so many no-go trees around suggested that some lived on this island. Gao were pig-like creatures that ate no-go fruit, but they were also the only way for no-go trees to reproduce. Only the nutrient-rich soil fed by a fallen Gao could sustain a no-go seed to maturity. The more trees there were, the more likely there was a population of Gao around, and both worked together to create the vast forests on some of Mustafa's continents. Luckily there wasn't a forest on this island, and UA had most likely relocated or temporarily captured the Gao population for this exercise. Considering that both Tsu and Okuro had fragile bone structures, Izuku hoped that they would stay away for the exercise. Aizawa warned that Gao were territorial with their chosen trees and very stubborn when facing opponents. The current protocol was to climb the nearest tree and then wait for it to fall asleep before sneaking away. They weren't very large, maybe about the size of a pit bull, but they had enough muscle to ram their heads into no-go trees and knock down ripe fruit to eat. They didn't have any tusks and their teeth were only adapted to eating soft fruit, but those headbutts could be dangerous to most species and were the reason that Mustafa wasn't labeled as the safest category of planet. Aizawa stressed that they would break bones if given the opportunity. Izuku really hoped that one wouldn't appear because he was now bound to the ground unless he could run deeper into the copse of trees fast enough to find one with low enough branches before his knees were rammed. Shaking himself away from hypotheticals, Izuku shifted his focus back to his fishing tasks. After looking at the pile of branches that Shou had gathered, Izuku called Tsu over to help him find the right branches to use for his trap. When he was a child, Izuku and the other neighborhood kids would catch minnows in a W trap at the local creek. As long as the fish weren't too small to fit through the gaps, then Izuku might just be able to catch some to use as bait for the larger prey he knew were hiding in the deeper waters. Tsu was happy to help, fascinated by the idea of catching fish with traps instead of manually hunting them. Izuku was glad that he'd ordered a small fishing kit for this trip and that as long as an item didn't use electricity that he was allowed to use anything he brought with him. These assignments would get harder and harder with each passing year. When they eventually became Class 3 students, they would have to survive an entire galactic month with only a UN emergency bag. By comparison, this trip would be a breeze. He and Tsu had a lovely conversation about the fish and bugs on their home planets as they set up the W trap. Izuku wondered if her whole planet was tropical for their bugs to be so big, but it would also make sense for it to be more humid as both Tsu and True had to moisturize regularly during class. The universe was such an interesting place. Humans were strange and Shou still wasn't sure how he felt about them. Gon was the shy creature that hid behind a door when meeting new sentients. Izuku seemed to be in his element, even if the tasks he was doing were strange. Shou had been offended when he'd found out that his strong work was for naught. He had been gathering the best branches he could find in order to build the greatest structure he was sure his class would make. But then that lump of strange fabric Izuku had brought turned out to be some kind of instant shelter. Shou was sure to hide his disdain, even as the others in his group started to flock to the human and start taking his orders rather than asking Shou for instruction. The Draget had given everyone reason to stay away from him, but it still hurt that they didn't defer to the obvious leader of their group. Instead he did his part, abandoning his first task to start another on their list of things to do. Shou couldn't help but be a little curious when Izuku started to organize the sticks he'd gathered. He was smart enough to realize that whatever the human was doing wasn't some kind of game, not after the shelter was made, so why were he and Tsu placing sticks in the mud near the bank of their island? Shou kept a small portion of his attention on them and was even more confused when they asked Okuro to get them some no-go leaves, placing them in the water near the sticks. They then abandoned their project for seemingly no reason. It had seemed so important before. Were they just giving up? Was it some kind of human ritual for good luck to leave nature offerings? Regardless, the two began to find nearby rocks and bring them back to Shou's stick pile. Not one to be left out, Shou finished digging his sanitation hole and wordlessly began to gather the largest rocks he could find, showing off his muscle by gathering rocks that no one else in the group aside from Izuku himself could carry. Shou even doubted that present Mike could lift what he could, and that helped with the sting that he knew Izuku was still physically stronger than him. Izuku let them know when they'd gathered enough rocks and began to shape them into a rough circle, scraping away the natural fungus layer to reveal the rocky mycelium-filled earth underneath. After stacking some sticks into a pile, Izuku retrieved some kind of device from his bag and present Mike screeched as soon as a small flame appeared with the press of a button. "Hold it." Izuku flinched back at the loud call and present Mike walked over to them, looking down at Izuku. "What is that? How did you manage to sneak that into the exercise?" "This." It's a lighter, it doesn't use electricity. Showa was skeptical at that. How could one create fire without a spark? It seemed that present Mike also wasn't convinced, and so Izuku started to explain how it worked. The small chamber held fuel, and friction caused a spark to ignite it. What a strange device, but also dangerous. What if the spark traveled inside and ignited the interior fuel? Izuku spent quite a while explaining how it was safe using his still limited vocabulary. Showa here is half fire Draget, he can help with the fire. It may not be electrical technology, but I'm still on the fence about allowing it for this exercise. Showa bristled a bit. Present Mike knew that Showa refused to use his fire. Is that why they'd paired him up in this group? Showa had only raised his hand to help him scope out his potential rivals. Looking around, he realized that he was this group's fire starter. I will not use my fire unless absolutely necessary. Present Mike looked down at him with poorly concealed exasperation, but huffed and started walking back to his perch. I am not to interfere with your assignment, so do as you wish. Please do not use your lighter or else you will lose points, Izuku. Izuku dug through his bag frantically and ran over to present Mike holding a small box afterwards. If I can't use a lighter, can I use this? Feel free to inspect it. Their teacher did, turning it this way and that, inspecting the interior and exterior of the small flimsy box. I don't see why you can't use this, whatever it is. Thank you. It's called a matchbox. It also uses friction, and all the fuel we need is on the end of the little sticks. What was it with humans and their strange items? Izuku's shelter looked flimsy, but maybe there's more than meets the eye with these devices. With just a swipe of his hand, Izuku was holding another tiny flame, and present Mike could say nothing because he himself had approved of the item. It was almost like magic. There didn't seem to be anything special about the tiny box. It was obviously made of flimsy materials, and yet one of the most powerful forces of nature was literally at the tip of Izuku's fingers. How hadn't humans entered the space frontier sooner if their rudimentary technology could already do what so many others took generations to invent? Showa just managed to keep the shock off his face as he watched Izuku nurture a small fire to life. So the rocks were a kind of pit for containment. How strange. The wonder wore off quickly when there was a loud, deep screech from the treeline. Shutbeldi ran cold as the wild call froze him in his tracks. There, on the other side of the clearing they'd used for their camp, was a Gao. The thing scraped one of its hooves on the ground before charging. Showa was halfway up the nearest tree, using his claws to climb before he'd even realized that he'd fled. His only consolation was that as soon as he got to a sturdy branch, he could see that everyone else had followed his example. Everyone except for Izuku for some reason. Why was the human still on the ground? What was he doing? Izuku hoped that he'd been able to explain lighters well enough to Zashi. His heart had started to P&D when he'd been called out by the teacher. Thankfully his matches were approved and he started to create their fire using wood shavings from the spear he decided to carve. Izuku had a pre-approved knife for the exercise, but he wanted something with a bit more range, and one of the branches that Showa had gathered seemed perfect for a simple spear. The wood of the no-go trees was a bit softer than wood on Earth, so it was easy enough to carve, but it was still almost as sturdy as young tree branches, so it should be able to withstand some level of force if used head-on. Carving helped with the fact that he was getting a little bored while waiting for their little fish trap to work. The best thing you can do to attract minnows is avoid the trap. Shadows are a great way to scare off anything in the nearby waters. Whittling small wood shavings into the fire also helped keep the flame going relatively strongly, even if the fire wasn't the largest thing in the world. Izuku planned on gathering more sticks soon, but getting the fire started would be a great first step in having it ready for freshly caught fish. On that note, once Izuku finished carving his spear, he began to lightly whittle some other good sticks to make an A-frame for cooking later. Showa had really gathered quite a few good branches while he and the others were setting up the tent and gathering fruit. He was still bummed that all of the easy-to-reach branches were gone, but he had to admit that they were good quality at least. As he was whittling away, a harsh shriek sounded from the trees opposite to their camp. Looking up, Izuku saw exactly what he wanted to avoid, a Gao. The pigs were a strange marbled blue and purple, very similar to the fungus that made up the leaves of no-go trees, but they had a mane of bright yellow-orange hair that ran from the top of their heads to the base of their lizard-like tails. From the length of this one's mane, it was a male, the more aggressive gender of the species, unfortunately. Izuku didn't have much time to really dwell on what it looked like because after it gave its battle cry, the alien swine charged straight for the group as a whole. Everyone, of course, made their way into the trees, each of his classmates using their abilities to do so. Tsu used her powerful legs to jump while Shou used his claws to climb. Both present Mike and Okoo were able to fly into the trees, and even Ito was able to use his thrusters to help propel himself upwards. That left Izuku as the sole individual still on ground level, and after the Gao shook itself out of his stupor from headbutting the nearest tree, it focused on the only thing still left in its sight. Hiding in the tent would only open up the opportunity for the Gao to damage the poles or rip the fabric with its hooves, but the thing was fast, definitely faster than Izuku was on its four legs. It rushed again, and Izuku was able to jump over it as it ran straight for his shins, buying him a few more seconds to stumble forward and gain some distance. The lower gravity was a helpful tool that Izuku was thankful for, even if he had to get used to landing from the slightly higher jumps, but he couldn't just play hopscotch with the hog all day. Zashi also had some choice words to squawk when he registered that Izuku was still on the ground. "What are you doing? Come up here where it's safe." Izuku didn't have the chance to answer before he was getting charged again, but after a loud clang sounded, Izuku realized that the boar had rammed right into the side of the ship. Luckily, it seemed as if the outer hull was undamaged, but watching as the Gao swayed slightly, more stunned than before, gave Izuku an idea. The no-go trees were softer than the metal of the ship, so if Izuku could angle things just right, he might be able to use the ship to his advantage. Izuku quickly used what little time he still had to grab his completed spear from the ground, the grip he still had on his knife unwavering. Gao could only look forward. Their spines were similar in structure to earth pigs, and they didn't have the capability of looking upwards, which was why they tended to eventually lose interest if one hid in the trees long enough. Gao could, however, bow their heads downwards, and they did so when charging to aim the hardest parts of their skulls at no-go trees or rivals. Their eyes faced the ground when they charged, so they tended to aim before charging in a straight line. Izuku yelled to get the Gao's attention, standing in front of the nearest tree to buy himself enough stun time to aim himself. "Hey, over here!" The Gao shook itself out of its latest stun, and Izuku took his chance to hop around like a rodeo clown while his class hissed at him to stop being stupid. He really hoped that this would work. Izuku jumped over the Gao as it rushed for him, sprinting towards the ship. The stun from the no-go tree didn't last long, but Izuku had the frantic calls of his classmates to warn him when the Gao eventually aimed his way once again. As soon as he knew it was aiming for him, Izuku turned around and hopped over the beast once more. It was squealing out in anger, trying to challenge Izuku as if he were a rival male. The gong of the Gao's head against the metal of the ship rang out in the clearing once more, giving Izuku hope. Looking back, Izuku confirmed that he had enough time to brace himself for what he was about to do, crouching in front of his chosen tree and setting up his spike. "Over here, you stupid pig!" The Gao snorted, shaking away any lingering stun before lowering its head. Izuku braced the back of his spear against the trunk of the no-go tree and aimed the tip lower than the Gao's chin. His classmates yelled at him from the treetops when they saw that he wasn't preparing to jump over it again, but the agonized screech of the Gao as it impaled itself with its own momentum drowned out their frantic calls. Wasting no time, Izuku stepped over the back of the Gao, slashing his knife across the front of its throat. Its orange BLD was hot on Izuku's skin as the beast gurgled out its last breaths, slumping forward and stilling after several final muscle spasms. Silence befell the campsite, and all Izuku could hear was his labored breathing and the hammering of his heartbeat. He'd just taken a life. He was going to be sick. Izuku was a murderer. Sure, he wasn't a vegetarian by any means, but actually holding the knife that took a life was so much more graphic than picking up a wrapped ambiguous steak from the store. Izuku and Kiri had spent hours looking up videos on how to hunt and field dress animals, but he never thought he'd actually have to use those skills. Kiri was the one to find the Earth frequency and access their home planet's internet, but nothing could have prepared Izuku for this moment. Kiri said that they should be prepared for any situation, that their research would only be used in hypothetical situations where they might have to actually survive on Mstafu, But that's all they were supposed to be, hypotheticals. Kiri had been excited at the prospect of eating space bacon, and even Toyo was jealous that they might have the chance, but Izuku wanted no part in that kind of adventure. It seemed as if their teacher didn't realize this though. What were you thinking? You could have gotten hurt down there. Izuku hardly registered that everyone had already left the trees and Zashi was now very upset, but he was very quickly getting overwhelmed and was still reeling at the fact that he'd killed something. Remembering that fact caused him to finally rush to the side and heave up his breakfast, several of his classmates gasping at the sight for some reason. Izuku coughed a few times after he finished and tried to defend himself, shaking as he addressed Zashi. I can't climb the trees here anymore. All the branches I could reach were cut down. Zashi seemed to almost startle at that revelation. If I tried to hide in the tent it would have just charged through, ruining our supplies, and the ship's doors are too slow to open. I didn't have anywhere to go. You should have let someone know right away. If you can't climb trees then we could have had safety measures put in place. Are you injured? Izuku was still riding out his adrenaline rush and grew angry at the accusation of incompetence. I couldn't tell you that I couldn't climb while it was attacking me. I can climb, it's just that the lowest branches were cut away earlier to set up camp. I didn't want to kill it, I swear, but I had no choice. To Izuku's horror, tears started to form in his eyes. Zashi relaxed slightly, toning his voice down considerably. Okay, you're okay. Do you think that I'm mad that you killed it? I'm not, I was just worried about your safety. Now you were just sick, were you injured at all? Izuku wrapped his arms around himself and glared at the ground. I'm fine, the words were said quickly as Izuku tried to keep his emotions under wraps. He knew that if he spoke again that he would break into pitiful sobs that would leave him embarrassed for the remainder of the trip. Zashi seemed to pick up on the fact that Izuku wanted to be left alone for the moment, backing up several steps and using that stupid placating tone again. Okay, if you get hurt or feel sick, please, let me know. I'm here to help, okay? You were very brave down there, little listener. I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you. Izuku didn't respond, still trying to keep a hold of himself. He was angry, not sad. Zashi didn't seem to understand that, leaving him to head back to his perch. Please, in the future let us know if you need help with anything. You don't have to do things on your own. I would never dock points for having to step in for emergencies. Izuku couldn't help but feel like Zashi's words were there just to mollify him. He wiped his tears before they could fully fall and got to work in dragging the Gao to a place he could clean it up without affecting their camp. He hoped that the others would give him some time and space to calm down before they checked up on him. Once he believed he was far enough away from camp, he allowed silent tears to fall, hiccuping a few times as he worked on taking deep breaths again. Sometimes he hated that he and his mom were such easy criers. Once he knew he could hold his knife steady, he steeled himself to start working on the Gao. It would be disrespectful not to use it when they were already approved for consumption, but after turning the carcass Izuku realized that he was going to get very squeamish very quickly. Actually dealing with processing an animal was vastly different from watching someone else do it on YouTube as it would turn out. Zashi had done this exercise with many classes now, but hearing a Gao cry would always bring him back to his first time on Mstafu as a Class 1 student. He had frozen in fear and barely managed to climb his tree before it focused on him as the last target within its reach. He was lucky that Shikimo was in his group and could teleport the darn thing away, but it had still been terrifying at the time. It was tradition for UH to set a young male Gao loose on students during their first day of camp setup, and while it had been a bit traumatizing, Zashi had to admit that it was a great learning experience. Zashi was happy to see that none of his students seemed to freeze like he almost had, and even Shou climbed a tree like he was supposed to, but after a brief head count he realized that Izuku was still on the ground. As soon as there was only one target to focus on, the Gao was after him, forcing the boy to dodge frequently. What are you doing? Come up here where it's safe. Izuku ignored his warning, continuing to dodge rather than climb. What was he doing? Did he think this was a game? Did humans get sick kicks out of dangerous situations? When the Gao stunned itself on the ship, Zashi almost went down to try and take it down himself, but Izuku seemed to have a plan now, grabbing his blade and the pointed stick he'd been using to carve shavings into the fire earlier. Izuku was unfortunately too alien for Zashi to know exactly how he was feeling in this dire situation. At first the human seemed frantic, but then he'd started taunting the Gao. Izuku was using his native language and Zashi had no idea what the boy was yelling at the creature. Did he not know that it couldn't understand him? Were his words ritualistic for hunts? Izuku was almost barking words at the Gao, and had Zashi not known that Izuku was civilized, this is exactly how he imagined a Death Worlder to act. Before Zashi could commit to helping out, Izuku had ended the beast. It was clever, bracing the sharp stick against a no-go tree to use the Gao's forward momentum against itself, and then the speed at which Izuku dispatched after it was alarming. Had Izuku just wanted to show off his hunting skills? Why hadn't he followed protocol? Hizashi couldn't quell the puff in his feathers as he approached the young Death Worlder. What were you thinking? You could have gotten hurt down there. Izuku's look was more vacant than he'd ever seen it in class, and Zashi started to rethink his stance on the situation. To Zashi's horror, Izuku lurched away, bracing himself against a nearby tree and vomiting. The other students were rightfully terrified since most had only ever heard of the action, knowing it was something that some species only did in dire situations regarding serious injury or ingesting toxins. Zashi still didn't know enough about human anatomy to determine whether or not the exercise should end right then and there, but Azawa had mentioned that Izuku had been violently sick while trapped with them due to a toxin in their rations and was fine just a few blocks later. Izuku addressed him as soon as he'd finished retching, a quiver in his voice as he started to defend himself. I can't climb the trees here anymore. All the branches I could reach were cut down. He couldn't climb the no-go trees. Why hadn't he said anything? If I tried to hide in the tent, it would have just charged through, ruining our supplies, and the ship's doors are too slow to open. I didn't have anywhere to go. What a dangerous situation, no wonder he was so stressed. You should have let someone know right away. If you can't climb trees, then we could have had safety measures put in place. Are you injured? This only seemed to agitate the human for some reason. I couldn't tell you that I couldn't climb while it was attacking me. I can climb, it's just that the lowest branches were cut away earlier to set up camp. I didn't want to kill it, I swear, but I had no choice. And then the boy started to cry. Zashi quickly relaxed himself to smooth out his feathers. Izuku had been scared, and Zashi hadn't been there to help him in his time of need. He was a terrible teacher. He made sure to soften his voice to console the child before him, because even now Zashi still sometimes forgot that Izuku was slightly younger than the rest of his class. Okay, you're okay. Do you think that I'm mad that you killed it? I'm not, I was just worried about your safety. Now you were just sick, were you injured at all? Izuku wrapped his arms around himself, a common self-soothing action, and avoided contact by staring at the ground. Zashi felt like a villain. His student, a child, had been in danger, and not only had he not helped, he'd scared the boy by yelling at him right after. I'm fine. The words were quick and quiet, an obvious attempt at leaving the situation be. Zashi wouldn't hound the boy for now. It was obvious that Izuku needed some time to decompress. Zashi used his best hero voice, the soft one he reserved for victims in stressful situations, before slowly removing himself from Izuku's space. Okay. If you get hurt or feel sick, please, let me know. I'm here to help, okay? You were very brave down there, little listener. I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you. Izuku didn't respond, still holding himself tight and looking smaller than he usually did. Please, in the future let us know if you need help with anything. You don't have to do things on your own. I would never dock points for having to step in for emergencies. Zashi stared from his portable perch as Izuku unfolded his arms and dragged the Gao away from camp. It still astounded Zashi how sturdy humans were as he watched the boy heave the creature away without any signs of trouble. Everyone else climbed down from the no-go trees at their own pace, shaken from the event but unharmed. Zashi would continue to beat himself up for almost allowing an injury to occur when he could have prevented it. Izuku didn't leave the Gao once it was away from camp like Zashi thought he would. Instead, he started to work at it with the same sharp weapon he'd used to dispatch it. Was this some kind of ritual of respect for a life taken? As soon as Izuku set some parts aside, Zashi knew that Izuku was going to attempt to eat the Gao. Did he know what he was doing? One could get very sick if they ate the wrong organ or didn't kill enough bacteria. Zashi was done antagonizing Izuku for now and just watched as the boy worked. His slices were calculated, and to Zashi's relief most of the digestive tract and other organs were pulled out and placed off to the side, obviously set for inedibles. After a few minutes Oko and Su approached him, despite the horrifying amount of Gao BLD now coating his arms. After a brief conversation the two began to collect even more sticks and branches from the nearby area. Shou wordlessly followed their example, adding to the growing pile of wood near their camp while Ida flitted about checking their supplies. It took almost 2 blocks but Izuku seemed to finish his work, using the hide of his kill to drag over everything he deemed edible. Zashi didn't blame him for leaving the head behind. Despite all the meat found on the face, Zashi wouldn't want to watch it cook either. Izuku was very precise as he set up a frame made of sturdy branches and draped several large pieces, namely the limbs and ribs, over the fire. There was still an entire pile of cubed scraps left over, and Izuku rummaged through his ridiculously large bag to pull out some kind of metal container. It would never cease to amaze Zashi just how prepared humans seemed to be in any situation as he watched Izuku pour some water into the container before adding the meat cubes and other nearby food scraps to the mix. Zashi was glad that he had real rations on the ship, because as fresh as everything was, Zashi couldn't imagine that Gao, no-go fruit, and Mustafa mushroom soup would taste exemplary. As soon as Izuku got over the first few cuts, he knew he could do this. He followed his mental instructions one by one to keep the meat as clean as possible and removed anything that could ruin it. His next priority was detaching the head, if only so he didn't have to keep looking it in the eyes. The sections between the Gao's vertebrae were surprisingly soft, so it was easy enough for Izuku to slide his knife in between them and separate everything nicely. After it had been bled and skinned, it was like any meat you could find at a market. Sure, Izuku hadn't ever worked with anything so big before, but he remembered his mom's cooking and used what he could recall to make everything presentable. Oko and Su thankfully gave him some time to himself before approaching, and he had calmed down from his earlier fit by the time they walked over. He would have to apologize to Zashi for yelling later. "Izuku, are you okay?" "Yeah, that was a pretty scary encounter." Izuku smiled at the girls for their worry. "I'm okay now, but it was pretty stressful. It would be a waste not to use this meat. I know that you only eat fruit, right Oko? If I'm remembering correctly, then everyone else was on the list for being able to eat Gao, right?" Su piped up to correct the assumption. "I can eat Gao, but I prefer fish. Shou will probably enjoy your efforts, but Ida may also just stick to fruit. You'll have to ask him later." Izuku nodded, getting back to work on carving the meat. "Would you two be able to get more wood for the fire? These will need to cook thoroughly before they can be eaten." Okuo chirped in reply, posing affirmatively. "Of course. We actually came over here to see if you needed any help. Call us if you need anything else, okay?" "Thanks, I appreciate it." Izuku was grateful that the planet was covered in a layer of fungus because it kept his work nice and clean. He would still have to wash up properly in the ocean, which was very mild-tempered and made up of fresh water, but he didn't have to worry too much about dirt getting on everything. The fire was still active when he returned, but he threw on a few more branches to give it some heat as he set up an A-frame heat and leaned the larger Gao pieces against it to start the cooking process. He'd kept the legs intact for the most part, but they would still probably have to cook all night to be fully safe to eat at the thicker portions with how small the fire was. Izuku was most looking forward to making a stew. From everything he'd watched with Kiri, cooking meat directly over a fire was only good for larger cuts of meat, and unless you wanted dry jerky it was better to boil some water and make a soup or stew instead. He was glad that he'd packed a set of pots. Sure, he thought he'd be using them to safely boil water, but this was the next best thing. After scooping some water from the ocean, away from his fish trap of course, Izuku set it next to the fire, waiting for it to boil before adding his meat and some of the surrounding fungus. As much as he wanted to, Izuku couldn't add too much. He'd read that the fungus was filled with vitamins and nutrients, but it had too much sodium for sentience aside from those like humans that ate a lot on a regular basis to process. Gaos just happened to get their sodium from the fungus as well. After tossing in a few of the spine vertebrae, Izuku left the pot to cook. He gained some strange looks, but no one questioned him for throwing bones into the stew. Izuku took this chance to stretch and finally clean himself after everything was over the fire, but his job still wasn't done. "Hey, Tsu, would you be able to catch some of the small fish in our trap?" Tsu walked over to follow Izuku. "Yes, I can use my camouflage to catch them quickly." "Okay, I'll show you how to catch fish the human way then. We'll only use as many small fish as necessary for now, but since we've started cooking it would be a good idea to catch some food for you. I'll show Ida how to fish too if he doesn't want any of the gao." Izuku was surprised at how successful their little stick trap was. There had to be nearly 20 little fish swimming around and munching on the no-go leaves. Izuku stopped before his shadow could spook them into a frenzy. Getting out his fishing line and hooks, Tsu got to work in grabbing 2 tiny fish. She winced when Izuku hooked the corner of one's mouth, but he threw the line out before she could react further, and not 10 seconds later he had a bite. The frantic swimming of the bait must have been really enticing to the larger fish in the deeper waters, and Izuku was able to pull in a decent-sized trout-like catch with ease. Tsu was amazed. "Is it always that quick?" Izuku chuckled. "I wish. On Earth, fish have evolved to be a bit more cautious. It may be because we've been using the same techniques for so long, but it's more likely due to the many other predators they have lying around in wait. The small fish may have things to worry about, which is why they stay close to shore, but as far as these guys are concerned, they're the biggest threat around. It seems like they're hardwired to take advantage of any opportunity they see, which is great for us. I'll go stick this on the fire. Feel free to use anything here to keep fishing. I'll ask Ida what he plans to eat when I get back to camp." Tsu was quick to follow Izuku's example, hooking the other bait fish and tossing it into the deeper waters while Izuku made his way to the others. He was glad that his items were helping out so much. The stew was delicious. Izuku added some more of the ever-abundant fungus to his bowl specifically because it needed just a bit more sodium in his opinion, but the marrow from the bones had added a nice richness to the meal. Shou and Ida were enjoying it right beside him as Okuro enjoyed her fruit and Tsu munched on her fish. Zashi was by the ship eating a proper instant meal, but Izuku was still enjoying the camping experience with everyone else. Thankfully Shou ate quite a bit and the stew was nearly finished by the time it started getting dark. Izuku took the initiative to put the leftovers in another container before rinsing out the pot and filling it with water to set it to boil for the morning. If the planet had better grass and soil, he would have considered making a DIY filtering system, but as it was, the ocean was crystal clear and had no signs of pollution. Izuku made sure to turn the gao legs and ribs every now and again so they cooked evenly, but he still didn't think they would be completely done until at least the morning. Some of the thinner parts might actually become jerky at this rate, but Izuku would take it. Mustafa had plentiful food if one knew how to hunt and gather it. Izuku could see why you used it as a training ground. "It is almost time for bed, so we must decide the watch order before we settle down for the night." Ida could really use some more lessons on stealth if he was still yelling at this hour, but he also had a point. "I'll take either first or last watch. Humans sometimes have a strong time falling asleep, and waking up in the middle of a sleep seal can be harmful to younger members since our brains are still developing." Not truly a lie, but Izuku just really didn't want to get woken up in the middle of the night. Trying to fall asleep on an alien planet was bound to be annoying enough without the interruption. "Very well. Does anyone volunteer to take the first or last watch?" Shou huffed and made a brief gesture with his arm. "I'll take first watch." And with that Izuku prepared himself for an early morning. Not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe the sunrise on this planet was worth waking up for. Ida, Tsu, and Okuro quickly filled in the gaps for the rest of the night. Each watch would be 4 blocks, but that roughly translated to about 2 Earth hours, and so with the 5 of them each taking a turn, everyone theoretically would get about 8 human hours of sleep. With that settled, Izuku started getting his sleeping bag ready for bed. The abundant fungus made the bottom of the tent softer, but it was just the slightest bit lumpy too. After it was discovered that Izuku was fairly heavy, he took the initiative to act as a kind of base for the cuddle pile. Having walls around everyone really seemed to take the edge off of sleeping on a foreign planet. Shou sat away from everyone else, staring out of the netted windows and into the darkness. Mustafa had no large moons, probably why the ocean currents were so mild, but it did have 3 smaller moons and several satellites that orbited the planet and shone light down on everything. Izuku had to admit that the stars were breathtaking, even if his favorite constellations looked a little bit different from this corner of the universe. Everyone was asleep before Izuku could even think of trying to get some rest. His mind was too busy replaying everything that had happened on their first day and dissecting every decision he'd made. You really should rest if what you said about human brains is true. Izuku fought strong not to flinch and wake everyone that was laying on top of him, looking bewilderedly over to Shou, who'd just spoken to him unprompted for the first time. Despite his surprise at a full sentence escaping the normally stoic Dadzawa, Izuku made sure to keep his voice low as he responded. I'm not tired. My home planet has an unstable axis, so our solar cycles and lunar cycles change in length constantly, but our solar cycles are still usually longer than the 16 blocks universally used. The lunar cycles are about the same give or take, but trying to sleep in a new strange place isn't helping. You've been studying at UAIN for a while now. Are you still not used to the galactic schedule? Not really, but I'm trying. Kiri's lived in space longer than me and tried to give me tips, but it's strong. The station back home has a gradual system where they slowly integrate the galactic schedule for new students, but I didn't get that. I didn't even know how long the solar and lunar cycles were until someone told me. I felt like I was going crazy when on that ship with Dadzawa and the others. Shou was quiet for a bit after that, but just before Izuku could backtrack over crossing some invisible line, Shou asked Izuku something in the most hesitant tone he'd ever heard from the Dadzawa. What was it like? I've heard the stories from others, but what was it like for you? With a start, Izuku realized that he hadn't really talked to anyone about his experience. Everyone who was there already knew, and Kirishima was told everything by Toyo and didn't want to pry any more by asking Izuku directly. His mother didn't even know because he changed the topic every time she asked, trying to spare her feelings. He'd probably need therapy soon, but telling someone was the first step in processing everything, and Shou was as neutral a party as Izuku was likely to find. So he started talking. He told Shou about being tricked by the other kids, and then about getting captured. He went on about how everyone was scared of him at first and he was scared too until Eri reached out to him. He talked about the rations smelling like something poison control would put a label on, and how Na's fruit was the only thing he could stomach until they figured out why he wasn't eating. He hadn't even realized that he'd fallen asleep while talking until Ida was shaking him awake for his watch. Maybe Dragons just seemed standoffish. Shou was a great listener. The morning air was so fresh. Izuku removed himself from his sleeping bag as carefully as he could after Tsu woke him up, thankful that it was a slippery enough fabric that he didn't dislodge anyone too much as he did so. He didn't want to spend an hour just unzipping the tent door, so he did it quickly to metaphorically rip off the band-aid and prayed that the noise wouldn't wake anyone up. It didn't, thankfully, and then Izuku was left standing out in the crisp, moist air of early morning Mustafu. He doubted that even Zashi was up at this hour. It was still dark, but it was just on the cusp of the sky transitioning from inky black to the kind of deep royal blue only found in its purest form before the sun crept in and muddled the sky with bright pinks and oranges. Izuku's fondest memories were of early mornings since his father used to time his video calls while both Inko and Izuku were home before work and school started for the day. The air smelled different from Earth, more pungent because of the fungus, but the dew was the same. The fire was on its last legs from the night before, but it gave Izuku a chance to remove the lidded pot settled nearby without having to use his gloves before tossing a few more branches in to feed the flames once more. The water was definitely ready for drinking and only a little had evaporated away as steam escaped the lightly placed lid. Ida did a good job of organizing everyone's belongings so Izuku was easily able to fill up all of the water containers before setting more water to boil for later on in the day. If the rest of their trip went smoothly, then Izuku would be glad for the break. UAIN was a great place to learn, but school was still school. Izuku could definitely see himself surviving on Mustafu for longer than 4 solar rotations and would probably be the only one aside from Kirishima actually excited to return for their mandated yearly camping trip. The Gao ribs were definitely done now and all Izuku had to worry about were the legs now. Just as he'd thought, the thinner portions had gotten a bit too dry to be considered anything but jerky, but he'd rather they be overcooked than under. They also made great handles to turn the meat regularly now to finish cooking the insides thoroughly. Izuku wasn't afraid to crank up the fire a bit more due to the morning dampness. The sunrise on Mstafu was decidedly different than on Earth. For one, it was far more violet than anything he'd ever seen back home, but the clouds were also different, more stagnant in alignment and wispy as well. It was still appealing to watch, and Izuku used the time to stretch in case he and the others did anything strenuous later on in the day. His 4-block watch went by in a flash with how he kept himself busy, and all Izuku had to do was wake Ida up before the 4-eyed student was on the move, yelling at everyone to get ready for the day. It was Ida's frantic yelling and chopping arm motions that cemented Izuku's stance on taking the last night watch for the rest of this trip. Tsu was the first one out of the tent, if only to escape her classmates' obnoxious tendencies, before looking at the equipment pile. "Izuku, did you fill our water containers?" Yeah. "The water was done boiling from last night and I wanted to get started on the next batch. Sorry for touching your things without asking." Ida suddenly appeared out of thin air as if summoned. "It was very noble of you to take the initiative. Thank you for your contributions, Izuku." "It was nothing really. I just wanted to make sure that we stayed hydrated." Tsu picked up her water bottle, inspecting it for some reason. Had Izuku broken it somehow? How did you fill it without getting the outside wet? Did you wipe it down after dipping it in the pot? "Oh no, I used to help my mom cook all the time back home, so I'm pretty good at pouring things. I just picked up the pot and tipped it over enough to fill everything directly." This seemed to unsettle everyone for some reason, but thankfully no one commented on the action. Was it the fact that Izuku could aim well? Kirishima had mentioned that only humans had the ability to throw things strong and fast enough for sports like baseball to exist, and Izuku did remember Tsu struggling to throw her fishing lines as far as he had when showing her the day before. Yeah, eerie coordination, that had to be it. Zashi didn't take too long to emerge from the ship after everyone was awake, and he took statements on everyone's evening watches. He sent a brief nod to Izuku when everyone mentioned that he'd started getting camp ready before waking everyone up, and Izuku could feel a little heat on his cheeks at the praise. He wasn't trying to be considerate to earn more points, he just didn't want to wait around doing nothing for 2 hours. Still, it was nice starting the day so calmly. Izuku hoped that Kirishima was doing well with his group. Izuku was thankful that Shou actually seemed to enjoy the strong outer layers of cooked gal meat. He was already imagining ways to make jerky with Jalen's seasoning upon his return to UA, in the hopes that Bakugo might enjoy it. Kiri had taken the time to explain some of the Draget mannerisms Bakugo tended to display while around Izuku. Izuku had been woefully oblivious and had no idea that Bakugo already considered them such close friends. He would not make the same mistake of assuming another Draget's standoffish behavior would mean that a friendship couldn't thrive again. Shou had an entire front gao leg to himself for breakfast, while Izuku enjoyed some of the stew leftovers and a bit of rib meat. It was a bit dry, but with some barbecue sauce and proper grilling, Izuku found that he might not mind it so much. Okuro and Ida were able to have some no-go fruit saved from the day prior, but Tsu surprised Izuku by also trying some of the leftover stew rather than catching a fresh fish for the morning meal. "This is actually really good. I'm sorry I didn't try some yesterday." "No problem. I know that trying new foods can be intimidating. I made sure not to add too much of the fungus because I know it has a little too much sodium for you and Shou." "That was very thoughtful of you. I'll be sure not to hesitate the next time you offer something." Izuku laughed it off, and it seemed like that was all the opening that was needed for Okuro and Ida to join in. It of course traveled to the topic of homeworlds, and Izuku couldn't get enough. Tsu had already regaled tales of her tropical home planet, but Izuku barely knew anything about the Purdy and Entia's planets. Apparently Entia's had large-scale cities and everything was organized in efficient ways. From how he described things, Izuku couldn't help but equate it to an ant hill or termite mound, not that he was trying to be speciesist or anything. Okuro's home planet was described as much more carefree by comparison. Purdy oftentimes gathered in flocks of similar colors. It wasn't that they shunned others, it was just how they tended to group up. Lighter-colored Purdy, as a generalization, loved living in the sun, partying in their treetop architecture. Darker-colored Purdy like Tako tended to prefer the night life. Many were still party animals, but Tako at least was more of an introvert if Izuku had to describe him. This explained the upbeat personalities of Okuro and Nijii. Purdy were highly social and often preened each other, and Izuku would be sure to offer to groom Okuro in the future after doing some more research into the matter. Showa was closed off again, but Izuku shrugged it off as the Draget being reserved rather than rude. After breakfast, though, it was back to work. Camp was now set up, and so today was surveying day. After sufficient food and shelter have been secured, so long as the surrounding environment isn't hazardous, it's considered a good idea to check the immediate area for other resources that can be used. So long as one didn't get lost and only left for short periods, getting to know the general area should be safe. Showa surprised Izuku by taking the lead on this one. Ida, Okuro, you both follow the shore that way. Izuku and I will walk around the other way. Tsu, you stay here to watch camp. Izuku was only a little confused about the groupings, but Showa was surprisingly quick to quell any doubts. Ida and Okuro should be able to run or hide from any threats that appear. Izuku and I can work together to fight off any attacks. We'll either meet in the middle or head back once it reaches Mitsuiseal. We'll send out search parties if a group doesn't return by the beginning of the lunar CYCL. Okay, that made sense. Izuku grabbed his knife just to be sure and emptied out all non-essentials from his bag to have it just in case. Everyone looked at him strangely for bringing a bag, but no one commented on it thankfully. The islands weren't that big as far as Izuku could tell, and his bag was light so he'd barely feel it. Showa didn't speak until they were already far enough away from camp that Izuku couldn't see it past the trees anymore. Why did you fill our water containers this morning? Oh well, I wanted to get started on another batch. It wasn't too much trouble to fill them up. I just thought it would be a nice thing to do. Showa seemed to toss the response around before asking another question. Do you often do things to be nice? I try to. Things would be really great if everyone helped without being asked. I guess it's just something I picked up from my parents. Your parents? Tell me about them. A strange way of asking, but Izuku jumped at the chance to start a real conversation. Showa, as usual, was a great listener, obviously absorbing all the information Izuku was tossing his way. He seemed more interested in Izuku's father, but that made sense as his mother never went on grand adventures like he had. Izuku was suddenly very glad that Yagi had shown him all those videos. There were plenty of stories to tell. With every story Izuku told, it was more and more apparent that he was All Might's secret child. The fact that All Might was a Death Worlder was already a closely guarded secret, so it would make sense that they kept his family far removed from attention as well. Izuku had no idea that he was giving himself away so blatantly, but how could he have known? He and the others who had been captured had missed out on All Might's first few lessons in heroics, so they weren't there when everyone had asked the man for stories. Changing the placements of the actions from rescuer to victim wouldn't hide the fact that Izuku was telling some of the exact same stories that All Might had. Showa would only be a little bit bitter about losing to All Might's son. Izuku thought he was being so noble, not calling him out by name for accidentally sabotaging his escape efforts. The pang of regret still hurt when he thought about it. Izuku was obviously a terrible liar, so the frantic actions he had taken must have been genuine. Showa should not have fled in fear at the sound of a wild animal, and he should not have stayed in the trees while someone else needed help. Showa will say that his respect for Izuku rose marginally when he defended himself against Present Mike. It was obvious that the teacher had misread the signs, and Showa will never admit to anyone that seeing Izuku raise his voice sent chills down his spine, and not in the same way that his ice usually did. To remove himself from the situation after being so emotional was necessary, but that didn't detract from the fact that Showa knew from experience how difficult it was to do. The urge to fight to defend one's honor was a near unbreakable chain, but Izuku had the will to walk away, and for that at least he had Showa's respect. The island was fairly small and Showa noticed no threats by the time they made contact with Okuro and Ida again. There were no new resources to be found, but the archipelago was still stocked full of forageables, so there was nothing to complain about there. Izuku continued telling stories about his parents after they'd met up with the others, but conversation drifted back to Earth and his mother. Perhaps Izuku had been trying to tell Showa his secret without directly telling him. It was an intergalactic secret after all. Izuku seemed to be full of surprises. Perhaps the meek exterior was secretly hiding his true heroic nature underneath. Kirishima was the more obvious hero student in Shouo's eyes, but that could also be a ruse. Why else would another human have been brought to UA without cause after all? Of course it was to act as a distraction to hide the true would-be celebrity in their midst. Shouo wished that he could hide from his family line like that. The meekness wasn't all false, Shouo could tell that much, but how much was the boy playing it up? He had obviously been trained for these things, probably to take over as the new symbol of peace once his father retired. He was skillful when processing the Gao, showing that he'd done this before, and his ability to catch fish even in a foreign environment near instantly showed more of his skill set. Tsu was adapted for the water and she couldn't hunt that quickly. They were probably extremely worried when he'd been kidnapped. Who had figured out All Might's secrets? Who had the guts to use that information to try and use his son for ransom? Fools, the lot of them. Izuku hadn't even needed to be rescued. He'd rallied Shouo's teacher and classmates to escape themselves within the lunar rotation of his capture. Humans, even young ones, were not to be trifled with. They were also very kind despite their strength, and it was strong to wrap his head around. The Gao, by all accounts, was Izuku's kill, and yet he'd offered to share it with everyone. He even did the work to prepare it himself, taking time and energy he could have used for other personal tasks. And he didn't cut corners. Even without adding his required Jalen powder, the stew was delicious. The boy had many accomplishments under his belt, but he was still very humble about everything. Shouo gave him the perfect opportunity to tell his grand tale of escape while everyone else slept, but all the boy could talk about was how nice and helpful everyone had been during his time of need. He spoke as if he was helpless, and there was a sincere and genuine inflection to his voice that had Shouo convinced that he truly believed what he was saying. Shouo could see what Bakko saw in him now. He had seen the raw strength and determination that was hidden under the soft, friendly surface, and yet, the kindness wasn't a ruse either. He barely registered that some of his actions were off-putting to the others, as if whatever training he'd obviously gone through made this exercise insignificant by comparison. What sentient, Deathworlder or otherwise, shrugged off a task as arduous as lifting a heavy object and then using precise calculations to aim where the contents of a large container should go manually without support gear. As the son of a top hero, Shouo could relate to seeing training tasks as irrelevant when compared to his home experiences, but Izuku's ignorance was almost unbelievable. As he watched Izuku interact with the others while they prepared for the Mitsuiseal meal, smiling and laughing with ease, Shouo vowed that he wouldn't lose. Izuku was chosen by the current number 1 to take over the mantle, but Shouo had a mission to complete. He would reach the top without using his father's power, just to spite the man. His mother's ability was all Shouo would need to make it there, but taking notes on his competition couldn't hurt either. So, you said humans take survival trips for fun? Izuku laughed as Okuro chirped in surprise. Well, we don't always consider camping survival, but some do. I thought that camping might have been popular in space too since everyone seemed so excited for the midterm. I guess that makes sense. Maybe it's not so stranger after all, but we're hero students. What's fun about camping for civilians? Izuku lit up, excited to get into things. There's a lot. Many people live in cities, so they don't get to experience nature very often. Lots of places offer a safe environment for people to stay, which is why camping isn't always meant for survival. Many treats are reserved for camping, or at least associated with the act of camping, and there are lots of activities for younger and older people to enjoy. What kind of activities? Well, one is telling stories around a campfire. Izuku paused as he took in the situation and realized that they were indeed currently eating dinner seated around the campfire. Okuro hopped around in her seat, excited at the prospect. That sounds exciting. What kind of stories? Well, mostly scary stories. It's tradition to tell them after it gets dark, but we don't have to, of course. This isn't human camping after all. A collective shudder ran through the group. Whilst living in the dorms, Kiri had thought to bond with everyone by watching a movie. As it turns out, Jurassic Park was quite terrifying to most of his classmates, not that Izuku had realized it at the time. I'd like to hear one. Shouo was as blunt as ever, but Izuku had a plan. He didn't want to scare his new friends after all, and he wasn't great at telling stories in the first place. He still wanted to be sure that everyone else would be okay though. Well, I'm not great at telling stories. I don't mind waiting until after everyone who isn't interested heads to bed first. Ida gathered everyone's attention by chopping his arms and yelling out, "Nonsense. If it is a human tradition, who are we to deny such an activity? It would be culturally insensitive, so please proceed." Izuku laughed nervously at the exclamation and still turned to the girls to be completely sure they were okay. He could see a little bit of unease in their expressions, but soon nodded at him and Okuro gave a tentative thumbs up, things they had both picked up from Kiri as he explained human gestures to their dorm mates. "Okay, if you're sure." Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself. There is an old story called The Cow's Head Back Home, but not everyone knows the tale. The story itself is supposedly cursed, and all written records of it have been torn apart or destroyed. It's said that only fragments still remain. The story is said to be so terrifying that anyone who hears it is doomed to die within the next several days. Rumor has it that there was a teacher who found a few of the story fragments, and while traveling on a field trip decided to use the unfinished knowledge to make up his own scary story to entertain the kids. To this day, he can't remember what he'd said. He started to tell the tale and got a few sentences in, but then he has no memory aside from waking up in their crashed transport vehicle. The students and driver were all in a catatonic state, some foaming at the mouth. He says the last thing he remembers before falling victim to the story was hearing his students beg him to stop, but he couldn't, as if in a trance. Some of the victims were coherent enough to give vague statements, but they all fell victim to the story a few days later. The teacher never told another scary story again and reportedly got rid of the cursed fragments he'd found. I only know the beginning of the story, but it starts with a village plagued by famine. Izuku couldn't continue as Okuro screamed, flapping her wings to leave the circle around the campfire. This was all that was needed to spur Ida to activate his thrusters and for Tsu to hop away herself, everyone but Shou leaving the premises before Izuku could continue. Shou would look up hazed except for his unusually wide eyes and suspicious lack of breathing. What surprised Izuku the most was the panting squawk of present Mike calling over from his observation perch. "Please do not recite cursed stories during UH-sanctioned activities or on UA property." Izuku could feel his face heat up as he realized that he'd actually scared everyone. "Yes sir, sorry sir. It won't happen again." Everyone tentatively returned to finish their meals and all Izuku could think to do was try and laugh off the situation and change the subject. Weather is generally a safe topic, right? As it turns out, Earth weather is also mildly disturbing to most species. Izuku was surprised to find that so many planets had very mild or fixed climates. Earth was considered a death world for a reason apparently, and there were so many natural phenomena that seemed to terrify the others. Even the unstable axis and natural beauties like the aurora borealis were touched upon. You mean to say that your local solar body emits waves that clash against your planet's atmosphere, causing a reaction so volatile that you can see it from the surface? Well, yes, but it's really quite appealing. We have faith in our magnetic field, so really there's no real danger. It happens all around our planet, but you can only see it at the poles when it's dark. I can look up pictures for you when we return to UA if you'd like. Izuku should have expected the negative response after the disaster that was storytelling earlier. He's mentioned that his home planet's axis is unstable. Just thought I'd mention. Izuku turned to look at Shou with a betrayed expression, but the Draget seemed unfazed. "You never elaborated. I figured that now was an appropriate time to ask." "Well, yes. Our planet's axis is unstable, so it rocks back and forth as we rotate. This causes our weather to shift. It really depends on where you live, but most places get several seasons varying in temperature depending on how much sunlight is able to reach the surface. It also makes our days shorter or longer based on the tilted angle." "How does it affect the weather?" Okuro seemed almost apprehensive, but was still curious enough to ask. "Well, where I live in the warmer months we get more storms, and in the colder months some places get snow." Shou perked up. "Earth gets snow?" Izuku nodded. "In a lot of places actually." Shou seemed as excited as a usually neutral Draget can be, actually invested in the topic now rather than just keeping tabs. Most other planets don't get snow, or when they do no other sentients live near it. My home planet has a locked orbit, so half is always cold and covered in ice. Really? That's so fascinating. What's the other half like? Shoho scoffed. It's very dry. Most of the water on the solar side is buried deep underground. A huge import is ice from the lunar side. We have a moon that's also locked in orbit that provides light to the lunar side and pulls the evaporated water from the solar side's agriculture back to fall as snow during the Jalen season. Izuku was near vibrating with excited energy. I love snow. It doesn't fall in my area normally, but we often travel to visit places where it does happen. Do you have fun with snow? Humans will sometimes build forts and sculpt it into different shapes. Young dragons will sometimes create shapes, but we have homes, so there's no reason to build forts. How else do humans play in snow? For us it's just a constant environment, but I can imagine that the limited time frame would make it a novelty. You're right, we have entire holidays centered around the time that snow usually falls. Well, we have snowball fights. Everyone collectively blue-screened at the comment. What? Snowball fights. Kids love them. We pick up some snow, form it into a ball, and then we throw it at someone. The snow breaks apart on impact, so it's all in good fun. Oh, right, that would sound pretty bad, wouldn't it? Ida suddenly stood and chopped his arm before Izuku could further explain himself. All right, I believe it is late enough that we should all try to sleep. Shall we rework the watch schedule, or is everyone okay with how we were organized previously? I would like the final watch again if possible. No one else had any issues with their last watch schedule, and so it was unanimously decided that they would use the same order for the remainder of their trip. Just like before, everyone but Izuku was able to fall asleep quickly. What shapes do humans usually create with snow? The question was innocent enough, but Izuku was grateful for the sentence starter. He began describing what snowmen were like before moving on to snow angels and ice sculptures. Really, anything could be used as a model, but before he knew it he was drifting off. Shoho was really nice to distract Izuku enough to fall asleep. He was a good teammate. It was day 3 and they were now officially halfway through their exercise. Izuku once again enjoyed the purple sunrise before getting ready for the day. He had breakfast prepared for everyone by the time they had to wake up, as an apology for scaring them with the cow head story. They still had no-go fruit available from previous pickings, but after Ida and Tsu also started eating the cow meat, it disappeared surprisingly quickly. It wasn't strong for Izuku to catch a few fresh fish and set them up to roast though, and he even stuffed his with some of the nearby fungus for more flavor. He refilled everyone's water containers before waking Ida up, and just like clockwork the Entias got everyone else up. The smell of food helped alleviate any grouchiness that came with Ida yelling so early in the morning. You cooked early single meals for everyone. Well, cooked is a strong word since the no-go fruit are just there, but it wasn't difficult to get things started. That is very admirable of you. As to be expected of our resident survival expert. Ida was accentuating his loud declarations with his usual chopping arm motions, and Izuku felt his face warm. Expert? I'm not an expert. You don't have to be modest, you've been doing very well, Izuku. Tsu was blunt as always, but that didn't stop the tea kettle noise that escaped Izuku at the praise. I'm going to start gathering rocks. Izuku had already finished his breakfast thankfully and didn't have to stay around the fire to continue the conversation. It was just breakfast, it wasn't that big of a deal. Today was signal setup day. The goal everyone needed to complete was gathering resources that could be used to help act as a visual guide for rescue operations should the SOS signals not be operational on their crashed ship. Izuku decided that his goal would be to collect large rocks to spell out a message on the shoreline, away from any trees that would obscure the view. They would build a smoky fire on their last day, the day of rescue. Unsurprisingly, Shoho finished his food quickly to join him. He was the only other member that was strong enough to help lift large heavy rocks to carry back to camp. They worked in silence, but it was a comfortable silence. Shoho was nice. Izuku was glad that they were becoming friends. The others finished their food as well, and they began to gather more branches. A lot more branches. They would be making quite a large signal fire on their last day. They finally had enough rocks for a decent message by the time lunchtime rolled around and Izuku had taken to working in the shade once the sun was up and the morning chill had been chased away. Picking up rocks was tiring after a while and it was relatively warm on Stafu, so the shade was refreshing. Izuku raised his arms in a nice deep stretch when he knew he was done, groaning in satisfaction as his back popped loudly, stepping out of the shade and starting to walk back towards camp. Shou sucked in a quick breath and rushed over, blowing into his hands to create a pile of crunchy ice. Take this? He then deposited the ice into Izuku's hands, running off towards camp. What was that about? Izuku was confused, but that was also really cool. He knew in theory that ice dragons could spit a chemical that froze when in contact with common atmospheric gases, but to see it work in person was amazing. He had really great control too, knowing just how to eject his reserve to create the size and texture he desired. Shou was so cool. Izuku didn't plan on waiting around, so he continued to make his way towards camp, cradling his quickly melting gift. Everyone, including Zashi, rushed back towards him for some reason. Was there danger? They seemed pretty frantic. Shou was leading the way and hissed in his direction as they approached. Sit down, why are you still standing? What? Zashi overtook Shou, gently guiding Izuku to sit on the ground. What was going on? Shou said you hurt your back, how are you feeling? I'm fine, I promise. I just popped it, I'm not hurt. Zashi leveled Izuku with an unimpressed stare. I understand that pride may get in the way of feeling weak, but it's okay to receive help should you need it. You can't fool me, the sweat is giving you away. Please, I just want to help, let me know where you're hurt so we can get you proper treatment. In theory, that made sense, but there was just one problem. I know that this isn't common for most other species, but humans sweat when we get hot. You're overheating. Izuku flinched at the squawk and Zashi at least looked sheepish after. No, I'm fine. I was just working in the heat. I'm hot, not overheating. The sweat is to help keep me cool, it's not dangerous for my species. Izuku then turned to Shou. That pop you heard was normal for most humans. When we stretch, air that's trapped in our joints sometimes causes cracking sounds. To demonstrate, Izuku purposefully cracked his knuckles, wiggling his fingers right after to show he still had full mobility. See, I'm unharmed. There were various looks of shock and slight disgust from the group, but Zashi still insisted. Okay, I'll believe you for now, but we're still going to run you through the ship's health scanner to find any injuries. If you're lying, you're getting pulled from the activity. Izuku held in a groan as he stood, following Zashi back to the ship. He wished that simple human mannerisms didn't freak everyone out so easily. Just as expected, the health scanner showed no signs of injuries aside from some tender muscles due to physical activity and maybe a minor scrape or two. Zashi finished his fussing once the readings were confirmed and Izuku stepped back out with him. I apologize for my reaction, but I'm glad you're okay. Please, don't hesitate to come to me if you need anything. Thanks. I'm not upset, you're just doing your duty as a teacher. Izuku decided that he was done with the conversation after that, jogging back to the others. I'm okay, see. Perfectly fine. Okuo trilled as she flew over to meet him. That's great. When your finger digits cracked, I was so worried. It sounds just like when my species' bones break. Yeah, maybe that wasn't Izuku's brightest idea, but providing an example was the best he could come up with at the time. You're still secreting liquid, is it too hot? It was a little bit warmer than it had been, but it was more the humidity that had shifted than the heat. Still, it did sound nice to cool off a bit. Izuku smiled as an idea came to him. I'm not too hot, but thanks for the concern. I think I know the perfect way to cool down. There were certainly enough tiny fish in the idle W trap to catch enough protein for the rest of their stay, so Izuku grabbed a few thin sticks and closed off the opening. He tossed in a few no-go leaves as an apology for startling the tiny fish in the trap, backing off once he was sure there would be no escapees. He was only a little self-conscious as he removed the green jumpsuit he'd chosen for his hero outfit, but he wanted dry clothes to change into when he was done. At least he had the foresight to wear shorts underneath. He'd once watched Na's acid dissolve a part of her test paper after she accidentally got startled when Azawa called time. He then made contingency plans for if his suit didn't fare well against her natural defense mechanism. Making sure to walk away from his usual fishing area, Izuku tested the water with his toes. Not freezing thankfully, but it would take a few minutes of getting used to. Well, no use in taking half an hour just wading in. The best way to get used to the water is to jump in and regret your decision afterwards. After hopping around a little to psych himself up, Izuku ran towards one of the deeper areas, diving just like his mom taught him when he was little. Cold. Well, Izuku was definitely not hot anymore, but it was really refreshing. The water was so clear, and opening his eyes, he could see the fish around him all darting towards deeper waters. Another splash joined him and Izuku turned to see Tsu. He smiled at her before swimming up to the surface. A wide grin spread across his face as he waved back at the others still on shore. The water's great. He hoped he was reassuring before he dove back down, meeting eyes with Tsu. She observed him for a bit before nodding and then used her webbed fingers to push an invisible wave at him. Izuku laughed at the feeling, cupping his hand and sending one right back. They both swam up after, Izuku taking in a deep breath upon his breach. You weren't lying, humans don't seem adapted to the water, but you look very comfortable in your range of movements. Thanks. Not all humans can swim though, so don't make that assumption. Some of us are naturals, but most of us have to learn. Tsu nodded. There are some species that can't swim due to the nature of their bodies, but as Hero Course students we'll all have to do water training at some point. I'm glad that you'll have no trouble. It's nice to have another species on hand that can help out in an emergency. Tsu was always practical, but then Izuku grew concerned. Do you know if the others can swim? Tsu shook her head. Shou will never be able to swim. Dragons don't have a thick enough fat layer for buoyancy and their muscles are very dense so they sink easily. Entiyas and Purdy usually have no reason to learn how to swim, but they can if taught, though it will be difficult to learn. Izuku nodded with a serious expression. I'll help in any way I can. Tsu seemed to appreciate the gesture. After swimming and floating around for a bit, Izuku decided that he wanted to air dry before the sun set so he wouldn't put on his jumpsuit with wet shorts. Ida and the others were hovering nearby as he and Tsu emerged from the water, Ida already chopping two of his arms. Please give us more warning before performing dangerous activities. Dangerous? We were unaware of your abilities in the water and the manner in which you jumped was concerning. Oh, humans call that a dive. Don't worry, as long as the water is deep it's a great method of entering the water for us. If we jump in without streamlining ourselves we tend to splash water everywhere. Still, more warning will help alleviate the stress felt by your teammates. Izuku was already getting used to Ida's usual mannerisms and offered the blue boy a smile. Sorry about that. I'll be sure to communicate better in the future. Ida paused at the statement, clearly more used to the others arguing back a bit more. That is all I ask. Thankfully, Izuku was spared a lecture and used his time trying to catch a few fish for dinner. As refreshing as swimming had been, it was nice to put his clothes back on, and everyone had a great time during dinner as well now that there were no scary stories to tell. If only everyone could eat s'mores then Izuku would have brought some. Tomorrow they would be rescued and Izuku couldn't wait to ask all the others about their experiences when they got back. Tsu wasn't sure what to expect when Azawa asked whether or not the class was willing to work with the Deathworlders, but Tsu knew that she didn't mind either way. There was a surprising number of students that didn't feel the same, but as far as Tsu was concerned it was their loss. This was especially clear after Izuku and Kiri carried their heavy bags around the gym track. Tsu wasn't too worried. Izuku was strong, but he was also kind. When they crash-landed on Mstafu, Tsu was quick to evacuate the ship. She was pretty sure that her camouflage reflex was active due to how quickly her heart was racing, something she prided in having better control over, but it didn't really matter in a life or death situation. She was only a little embarrassed at learning that it was a ruse afterwards, but aside from Izuku she wasn't alone on that front. Immediately Izuku was focused on tasks aside from the ones taught in class. Tsu thought it a little odd given how studious the boy was, but to each their own. What do you think he's doing? Tsu paused in her task, turning to her teammate. I'm not sure, Okuo, but I'm sure it's important. I'll go ask if he needs help then. And with that, the pink purdy was off. Once Okuo was involved, Ida decided that whatever Izuku was doing was a distraction. Tsu also walked over out of curiosity. An earth shelter. Well, that saved them work, right? Ida eventually backed off and Tsu decided that helping Izuku would be both beneficial and a helpful learning experience. Once the tent was set up, Okuo was sent off to gather food and Tsu was happy to help create the human stick trap for catching small fish. Humans were fascinating and it didn't stop there. The technology that Izuku had at his disposal was effective despite its simplicity. Who knew that small sticks could create fire? Observing Izuku's techniques went on the back burner once the Gao arrived. Tsu hopped into the nearest tree, camouflage active and instincts locking her muscles in place. She could only stare in mute horror as everything played out, and only after everything had ended and emotions calmed back down could she relax enough to leave the tree. Okuo looked troubled. He was so scared and we didn't help. Okuo was distraught and Tsu agreed, upset that her survival instincts prevented her from moving. She would have to do better in the future. Let's go see if he needs anything. He'll turn us away if he wants solitude. This perked Okuo up and as it turned out Izuku gave them the simple task of gathering sticks for the fire. Tsu was happy that he seemed to be in a better emotional state by the time they approached him. You know, doing this exercise with Izuku is different than I imagined. He does really well in class and he's so good at doing the survival tasks, but he still seems nervous about everything. Tsu agreed, but Okuo was missing something. I think he's nervous because he's comparing himself to other Deathworlders. We think he's doing great, but they have different standards on his home planet. Well, we should be sure to tell him how great he is when he helps out a lot. Maybe if he hears it enough he'll learn how amazing he is. Tsu appreciated Okuo's enthusiasm. Later on, Tsu tried to remember to tone down her visceral reaction when Izuku stabbed sharp metal into one of the tiny bait fish directly, instead complimenting his technique and technology. His joy after was worth squashing her own feelings on the matter. Izuku did so many little things, seemingly without thinking. It was quite fascinating to see, honestly. Humans were definitely a true pack-oriented species, an uncommon phenomenon in the sentient universe. Coexisting was common, but to so readily include others in the prep for one's own survival was rare. Shou attempted to establish a hierarchy by eating most of Izuku's Gao kill, but Izuku seemed genuinely happy that the Dragid enjoyed the shared spoil. Tsu, it's your turn for watch. Thanks, have a good sleep. Tsu, yes. What is it, Oko? How do you feel about Izuku? Tsu thought about the question. Humans were a strange species. Their stories were terrifying and they excelled in environments they obviously weren't adapted for, but despite their bone-cracking terrifying strength-widening exterior, all of the humans Tsu had met so far were kind and cooperative. I'm glad that he's in our class. He's going to make a great hero. Okuro trilled happily, making sure to keep her tone quiet so the others didn't wake up. Humans were going to take the galactic frontier by storm, and Tsu was happy to be a part of that early wave. The smoky fire was built, all rocks had been placed in an SOS pattern away from the trees, and Izuku was bored out of his mind. Today was their final day on the island, and just like a real rescue they had no idea if they would be rescued soon or if UA would make them wait until the end of the solar cycle. There was nothing else to do and Izuku was getting antsy. Do you guys want to play a game? Izuku jumped as Zashi squawked from his folding perch. Sorry about that, you surprised me. Keep it non-physical, Izuku, your classmates are tired from the exercise. Izuku looked around and saw that Zashi had a point. Okuo looked downright exhausted, Ida put up a good front but was obviously a little disheveled, and while Tsu and Shou were holding up the best they too seemed pretty out for the count. How strange. Izuku hadn't thought the trip was that strenuous. Would you guys like to learn how to play tic-tac-toe? Okuo responded despite being the most likely member of their group to sleep for a week once they returned to UA. What's that? It always amazed Izuku just how interested aliens became whenever human activities were brought up because even Zashi was listening intently now. It was a good thing that tic-tac-toe was an easy enough game to explain. Izuku picked up one of the sticks they had lying around, drawing a graph into the dirt. It's a simple puzzle where you try to draw 3 shapes in a row. You play with 2 individuals and take turns trying to draw your symbols and block the other player from Drawing theirs. We call this shape an X and this one an O. I'll demonstrate here. If I'm X, then I will draw an X here. Now it's my opponent's turn and they draw an O there. If we take turns like this, then if O makes a mistake, I can put an X here and win. Zashi bobbed his head in quick approval, returning to his general observation. The others were captivated and learned very quickly. Izuku was a dirty cheat though and maliciously used the three-corner trick every time he was allowed to take his turn first. The girls quickly caught on that they couldn't win and started playing amongst themselves off to the side. The other two boys made it their mission to beat him before rescue arrived. It is not statistically possible for you to win so often, there are only so many places to draw your human symbols. Izuku laughed at Ida's outburst. It's a game from my home planet, of course I have an advantage. This is a game popular with children, I've been playing it for a long time. True skill can defeat experience if given the right circumstances. I refuse to stop playing until I can win. Shoa's Dilvoi was so solemn that it was comical and Izuku indulged him long after Ida admitted defeat and joined the girls in their game. It was nice, peaceful even. It was also a great way to pass the time because not long after there was the telltale gust that came from a ship passing nearby. Seeing the rescue craft felt great and Izuku eagerly joined the others in yelling and waving his arms to gain the pilot's attention. Of course their large message and the thick line of black smoke billowing from their wet mushroom fire helped too. Nizu himself was piloting the ship and another staff member Izuku didn't recognize followed him out once they landed. Hello, students, I hope your trip went well. Recovery Girl is here to heal any injuries you may have sustained before we return to Yuye. Please step up to get scanned one at a time so we can assess your physical health. If you have any mental health concerns, please let us know or visit my office anonymously should you require counseling. Quick and to the point, Izuku liked that. Izuku was fine so he let the others go first. Showa was even more standoffish than usual and Izuku felt a bit bad. Maybe he should have let the Draget win, if only once. Recovery Girl was so cool though. She was an Oruti just like Momo, except that she was shorter and had pink foliage sprouting from the top of her head and running down the length of her body. Where Momo had long willowy branches, Recovery Girl's were more rigid, and the only true protrusion she had was a bump at the very back of her head. Izuku once again distracted himself by wondering just how Oruti bodies functioned. Toyo had shown him the very basic biology for the plant species, but it wasn't translated for humans very well yet and Izuku insisted on trying to learn the terms on his own despite the scientific wording. His thoughts halted however when he really watched her in action. For Okuro and Tsu, all she did was give them gummies suited for their species' consumption to replenish energy. Ida had bumped his exoskeleton slightly while climbing the tree to escape the Gao on their first day. It was deemed a minor injury and Ida didn't even have pain receptors in that outer armor shell, but it was still a part of his body and it was still an injury. Before Izuku's very eyes, Recovery Girl placed her branches upon the slightly dented exoskeleton and it reformed. It was like magic. One moment it was caved in, the next it wiggled like the strong surface was made of RBB, and then fixed. Izuku would never get tired of just how cool aliens were sometimes. Showa was given some gummies once Ito was all fixed up and then it was Izuku's turn. As soon as he stepped up to the scanner in Nizu's ship the thing beeped with a red indicator. Everyone but Nizu and Recovery Girl jolted in surprise at the loud shrill sound of the health scanner, Zashi especially. Is he okay? Did he get injured? His poor teacher was frantic at the discovery, but Izuku really felt fine. Recovery Girl tapped her cane loudly and got everyone's attention. Calm down. I forgot to set the scanner back to review human vitals. Give me one moment. Recovery Girl fiddled with the settings, grumbling to herself as she worked, and the displays changed. Izuku couldn't understand everything, but he had caught a few things like BLD contusions and tears in dermis before the settings were updated. Those were probably the few scrapes and bruises he'd picked up while running around. After resetting the machine the results came back normal. You're fine, dearie. Here, take some gummies. Izuku smiled at the small handful of candy she gave him, only half hearing her grumblings about Principal Nizu messing with some machinery as he walked away. Thank you. After eating only unseasoned wild foraged food for the last few days the gummies were amazing. Izuku was distracted enough by the sweets that he didn't notice the looks of horror on everyone else's faces as he walked back towards camp. After shoving the mouthful down, Izuku used the rest of the drinking water in his pot to put out the campfire. It wasn't until he started removing the stick trap from the water and shifting debris around that someone commented, "We have already been rescued, there is no need to resume camp activities." Ida chopped his arms quickly as he yelled over in Izuku's general direction. Izuku looked back at the group of students confused. "We have to be sure that we're not leaving behind hazards though. We can't just leave a burning fire, it could damage the ecosystem. I don't need the little fish anymore either, so it's only right that we set them free. You should never leave things behind and always try to make sure that whatever you disturb won't impact the environment. These sticks here will break down faster if we spread them out, but if we leave them in this pile it could take a while. The soil needs the nutrients more than this pile needs to exist, and it's not strong to do." Before Ida could respond, Nizu began clapping, startling everyone around him. Apologies. That was a human gesture I believe conveys my thoughts on the subject better than any words could. That was a very good assessment, young man, and you are one of the few that has now passed my extra credit test during their first year. Izuku is correct. As future heroes, it is our duty to not leave a negative impact. Whether that be physically, mentally, environmentally, or in any other capacity, we should strive to make sure that we leave the universe in a better way than we found it. Well, hop to it then. Nizu chittered quietly in a way that Izuku imagined was laughter as everyone scrambled from their places on the ship to rejoin the campground. Once everything was packed up, it was finally time to get in the rescue ship and head to Izashi docked their escape pod within the designated ship port, and Izuku stared out the window as they took off. Camping had been fun and he couldn't wait to come back next year now that he knew what to expect. "Alright, I have spent my time observing and will have official grades with information packets on your assessments later, but I can say with confidence that all of you have passed this year's exam." Cheers rang out throughout the ship at Zashi's announcement. "It's time for this year's student vote for MVP. Remember that though you are allowed to vote for yourself, you should deeply consider who impacted your trip the most in a positive light. Please write your votes on these slips and we'll tally once everyone has finished." Izuku knew that this was coming, but it was still such a strong decision. Okao was the only one who could reach and pick the no-go fruit for her and Ida to eat, but Su had really helped out with fishing and watching over camp while they surveyed the island. Ida was always trying to keep them focused and on task, even if he was blunt about it, but then there was Shou. Shou hadn't really boasted about his abilities like Izuku was told might happen. Kiri had given Izuku a rundown of generalized Dragit behaviors after Izuku confided that he thought Bakugo disliked him, but Shou wasn't like Bakugo. Shou was quiet, always did things to help out around camp, and even helped Izuku fall asleep by offering conversation while everyone else rested. He always dropped what he was doing to help out and was really fast to get everyone when he thought Izuku was hurt. It wasn't strong to write Shou's name on his slip and place it in the box after all that. Alright. The supervising teachers will also be assigning an MVP based on all actions taken during the exam, but this year's student-voted MVP is Izuku. Izuku jumped in surprise as everyone cheered him on. "Izuku, you received 4 out of the 5 votes, the final one going to Shou." Shou meanwhile did a quick double take at that information. "Are you guys sure? You all helped so much around camp. I feel like I didn't really do all that much. I voted for Shou because we worked together the most during the trip, but it was still a strong choice to make." "Wait, you voted for Shou?" Okaro seemed flabbergasted, and the rest were in similar states. "I mean, everyone helped out a lot. We all worked together, so if I could have voted for everyone I would have. Do you all really think I did enough to get MVP?" "Most certainly. Your preparedness and work ethic drove us forward in our quest for survival. You went above and beyond to ensure we as a group stayed housed, fed, and properly hydrated." "Ida's right, Izuku. You taught us a lot. I never knew that one could hunt for fish without being in the water, and now I can teach my younger siblings when I visit home." Izuku looked from one face to another, each one expressing how proud they were of him. He finally turned to the face he believed wouldn't exaggerate. Shou huffed. "You were more useful during the trip, and you were the one that everyone turned to for direct orders. You were the superior leader this time, but I won't lose to you again. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he realized that this was really happening. Everyone was so nice in space, and Izuku couldn't wait to hear about everyone else's trips too. Getting back felt nicer than Izuku thought it would. Kiri even fist bumped him for also getting MVP on his trip, but after everything Izuku could admit that he just wanted to get some rest. The fatigue had finally caught up with him after the excitement of their rescue. He promised his red-haired friend that he would recount his experiences after getting a good night's sleep. As soon as Nizu finished his congratulatory speech to the other MVP students, Izuku heard the voice of someone he knew had missed him dearly. Izuku. Izuku caught Eri with ease, laughing at her eagerness. He barely had a moment to finish laughing before she jumped back to the ground, half dragging him towards an amused Toyo. You're safe now, Izuku, everything's going to be better. Toyo said that Yagi's cooking food now, so when we get to the dorm, you can have as much as you want. Food sounded nice, but he still hadn't greeted her yet. Hello, Eri. It's nice to see you again. Toyo was waiting for them at the entrance to the main hallway. Welcome back, kid. Anything exciting happened during your trip? Izuku scoffed, his sarcasm coming back now that he didn't have to watch his words around his alien companions. Well, I now know what Gao tastes like. Toyo laughed, but before he could comment, Eri began to drag Izuku down the hall, eager to spend time with him again. We have to go get Yagi's food, you can talk later, okay? It was easy to fall to the whims of the child, and again, the thought of a nice warm meal was very appealing. So, what was it like? Izuku sighed. Like poorly flavored dry pork. I didn't have any seasonings and I'm pretty sure I burned the ribs over the fire. Well, did you skin it? What? It's pork. The only reason I can think of for why it turned out dry was if you skinned it. Whatever fat you left on probably rendered and dripped away into the fire if you did. Izuku could feel his face heat up as he realized Toyo was right. He and Kiri had mostly watched deer videos because they were easier to find for dressing out in the field, but it made sense after remembering how his mom usually bought pork from the good quality butcher, and they always came with the skin on depending on the cut. Toyo laughed at his misery. Seeing the famous astronaut Yagi Toshinori cooking in a pink apron will forever be one of the most surreal things Izuku has ever witnessed. The food smelled good though, so Izuku wasted no time in sitting at the table and grabbing a plate. It was nice. Toyo said that Kiri messaged him and insisted on staying at the student dorms for dinner, but with fewer people dinner was mild and peaceful. I fixed your nest. There had been a lull in the conversation and Eri took that moment to speak up. You did what? Your nest. I visited and fixed it while you were gone. It should be extra cozy when you get back tonight. Izuku racked his brain for what she could be talking about, but Toyo's chuckle caught his attention. Your room. She visited your room and, tidied it up for your return. Izuku's room was already tidy, but Eri probably worked really strong to make it special for his return. He was only a little worried, but there was kindness in the gesture and Izuku was happy that Eri still thought of him that much while he was away. Thank you, Eri, that was very kind of you. Not long after, Azawa arrived to take Eri back to his dorm. Eri seemed sad to leave, but Izuku assured her that he would visit her tomorrow. Finally, Izuku was able to excuse himself. He could hear the siren call of his bed. He only had enough energy to wave to the few students that were still in the common room before reaching his door. It could be worse. His bookshelf had been reorganized by color, several of the books upside down or dangerously close to falling off the shelf, a few of his trinkets had been shifted and organized in rows by size, and his blankets were in a large circular pile on his bed. Frankly, a human toddler would probably have done worse, and Izuku could see the process Eri was aiming for in her work. Heading to the bathroom, he was suddenly very glad that UH had already ordered the safer equivalents to human hygiene products. All of his tubes and bottles were lined up on the floor near the edge of the shower, again organized by height, and all of the caps were open or missing. Hopefully Eri had only wanted to smell the products and not eat them. While the products mimicked earth goods in smell, texture, and design, they thankfully were free of any substances that could cause harm to other species. He'd had bulk items delivered for convenience, but one of his new deodorant packs was opened for some reason and one of his unopened sticks was missing. He wondered if Eri might have taken it, but he had several more. So it wasn't that big of a deal. As much as he wanted to head to bed, he knew that he was still filthy from the trip. A very quick shower was in order. The warm water felt amazing on his skin, so he guessed the shower hadn't been a terrible idea, but his bed was the real hero after all was said and done. He would fix his room in the morning, but he wouldn't change everything. Eri had worked HRD on it after all. Welcome back, Redacted. How was your trip? The boy huffed and collapsed on Yagi's couch. It was a piece of cake. It took forever for everyone to leave though, you couldn't have kicked them out sooner. Yagi chuckled. You didn't have to visit me right after your return, you know. I'll still be here tomorrow and every day after for the foreseeable future. That earned a pout from Yagi's companion. Yeah, but I hardly ever get to see you. Yuang has been great, and I've made a lot of friends here, but I miss you, Dad. I know you visited when you could before, but it feels like I never have the chance to actually hang out now that you live here. There's always someone around that I have to avoid. Why do they get to flaunt their Death World status while I hide away? Yagi smiled sadly, patting his boy on the shoulder. You know it's more dangerous for you. After your last molt you're finally old enough to pass for AUH student. Just a few more full rotations and you'll be a fully fledged hero. Then, after everyone knows you're reliable, you can prove that your species doesn't define you. I'll be with you every step of the way, okay? But what about after? You're getting old for your species, Yagi. What'll I do when you're gone? Well, I'll let you decide when the time comes. If you truly want, I can be your last caretaker. Otherwise, we can work together to find someone for you to bond with. Rome wasn't built in a day, I know. There was a stretch of silence before Yagi joined, redacted, on the couch and wrapped an arm around his torso. You're thinking too strong, my boy. The future will always be racing towards us, but we have to take the time to appreciate the present while it's here. There are 1,000,001 things that can happen, but there's no need to worry about that unnecessarily. Right here, right now, we have a little pocket of peace. I'm sitting in my living room, holding my son, and he's about to tell me all about his trip, yeah. Redacted, snorted and shrugged Yagi's arm away, but sighed and relented. The Gao was pitifully underwhelming. Yagi's boisterous laugh put a smile on Redacted's face. No, really. You remember that planet where you had to pick Lycan? The creature there put up way more of a fight. Yagi was still laughing, but he still responded, happy at the lighter tone. That's hardly a fair comparison. You were the only one not scared of their buried pods at the time. The boy rolled his eyes at that. Yeah, but even you could take one of those things out. Well, we didn't know that at the time. It's no wonder we were so scared. The HPSC really needs to update their threat scales. The threat scales are fine for most sentients, we're just built different, yeah. So what else happened? Well, I didn't have to hide. It was nice to stretch out my legs for once. Mom's form was great for surveying the island, and everything reminded me of when we used to visit all those planets together and just explore. Yagi's smile turned fond. Yeah, those were the days. You've been doing very well, Redacted. I'm proud of you and I just know you're going to take the universe by storm. If Redacted's species were wired to happy cry, he absolutely would have. Thanks, Dad. That means a lot. No need for that. Now I know you're anxious to spend time with me, but have patience. I'm not going anywhere and there are others who also need me. I'll always make time for my number one. I hear that the sports festival will be coming up soon, so I want you to focus on your studies and be the best version of yourself that you can be before then. I look forward to seeing you compete. I know you'll do great. Did you want to sleep here tonight? After a moment of deliberation, Redacted shook his head. My friends are all waiting for me back at the dorms. Like you said, you're not going anywhere. I'll see you in Foundational Heroics, right? Yagi nodded. Rest well, son. I will. Nita was not impressed by the Deathworlders. Even for a mammalian species they were hideous, too much exposed skin and an excess of fur in their manes. If they had been a more cold-blooded species they would still have no scales or other decorative markings and their skin looked terribly dry and sickly. Disgusting. Maybe the females of their species looked different, but every human Nita had met so far had been male, so his interest was better focused elsewhere. He'd been nervous at first, his classmates' grand stories of escape inspiring apprehension at the mention of a new alpha male rival, but Izuku was oh so very meek when he'd finally met everyone. At first he looked like an easy target, but as soon as Nita knew that Izuku was male, he was just another classmate not worth Nita's time. He almost couldn't believe it. This was a Death Worlder. This was a member of the species famed for defeating and overwhelming the strays. Nita heard that Izuku had personally taken out guards, but he didn't buy it. He made himself small, trying to hide from prying eyes. He was acting like prey, and it was frankly pathetic. Kirishima was more boisterous and outgoing, but he was still a male and Nita had no thoughts or opinions aside from hoping that he stayed out of his way. Eventually, the human scent became more familiar and Nita was able to discern the male hormones more easily. Good, no use in asking whether or not the next human he met was male or female, he would just know. Nita was annoyed when it came time for the start of the midterm. They cheated. There was no way they packed their bags that quickly, they were enormous. He tried getting an extension, but he was the one who got chewed out, and the cheaters got off scot-free. It didn't matter that the rules didn't say anything about not packing early, he couldn't have been the only one who started packing on time like the instructions implied. And then they tried to cheat the system. There was absolutely no way that they would be able to carry their stupid oversized bags through the preliminary test. What? Did they think that just because they were new that they would get a free pass if they were pathetic enough? That the teachers would go easy on them and let them take in more than what was allowed? They probably also had electronics stashed away too. But then they didn't have trouble. He laughed at first, Bakko and Shou having left the two humans in their dust, but they never once changed pace. They finished a full lap early, keeping up a pace that Nita would struggle with even without his bag. But they were weak, right? It was supposed to be a fluke, but then they returned to the track and Nita saw for the first time what humans were really capable of. Lying. Izuku had been lying. He'd been faking his meek demeanor. Was it to better fit in? To hide just how strong he was so others would underestimate him? Whatever the case, lying was unheroic. It didn't matter that they were surprisingly strong. It didn't? Rivals. They were rivals. This feeling had to be anger at underestimating the competition. Yes, the other girls seemed to like Izuku and Kiri, they were stealing away what could be his. Nita didn't have much time to dwell on it, he had to focus on his test and he made sure that he wouldn't be on either of the humans' teams. He'd almost forgotten about everything by the time everyone returned. He didn't mean to see, but when he went back to ask more about his grade after their trip, he saw Izuku with a little deathfly sprite. He couldn't read his expression, but the girls seemed happy and eager to be with him. So they were good with young. That was admirable. An admittedly positive trait from the brutes. But he wasn't there for that. He was told he might have failed the midterm, and he was going to demand answers. Thankfully Izuku wasn't around and Kiri had retired to bed by the time he returned to the common room, but everyone was still talking about the humans. He would have let it be and scoffed at the subject, but even he was curious about their exploits. Though he refused to actually take the exam with them, listening to any weaknesses wouldn't hurt. They could swim. There was no way, they had no obvious adaptations for the water. That was terrifying, but the fact that the groups swore their humans were both able to swim meant that they weren't lying. And good hunters as well. With mere simple tools they were able to catch the local fish with ease. So they were good providers then. They just became more and more appealing with every statement. For the other females, of course. They were attractive to the other females. It's not like Nita would change his gender just because a few alpha males showed some promise as grade A sires. He was too macho for that. Yes, he was only curious about the competition, nothing more. He would not shift for the likes of a Death Worlder. Okay class, welcome back. I'm sure you all had very eventful midterms and learned a lot about survival and your own limitations, but time doesn't stop moving just because you're tired. Your course load will be light for the next few solar rotations, but afterwards we will be preparing for the next unit in your studies. The room went dark as Aizawa turned off the lights and turned on a holographic projector. This is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. It is a building in a classified location of Mstafu that houses many segmented areas that mimic hostile weather phenomenon seen on other planets or dangerous situations that can occur during rescues. The image of the building cut away and the lights turned back on before Aizawa leveled everyone with a glare as chatter almost started to pick up. Normally we would travel to the nearby housing directly after midterms end, recuperating there before beginning the rescue course. However, due to unique circumstances we instead return to UA. Once preparations are complete we will travel back to the on-site Mustafa housing and you will have one solar CYCL to unpack and get settled before we begin the simulations. This is not a vacation and we will spend our lightened course load going over the many different zones that exist within the USJ training facility. As we review the rescue unit, please keep in mind how you as an individual will deal with these situations as you will be tested on them in the very near future. After several moments of pause with Aizawa keeping a stern eye on everyone, he relaxed and sighed, a habit he'd picked up from Toyo. Please take this seriously as there is a very real chance you may get hurt otherwise. Take this time to self-study and skim the contents of Chapter 73 in your communications pads. Do not use other apps, you will be reprimanded if the system catches you slacking. And with that, Aizawa crawled into his large yellow sleeping bag and the class finally erupted into controlled chatter. Kiri immediately gathered Izuku's attention, which wasn't strong since they still shared a desk. That sounds really close to the Universal Studio in Japan, don't you think? Izuku laughed. Yeah, but it sounds more like one of the natural disaster simulation buildings. Have you ever visited one? Oh yeah. I used to go sometimes before I moved to the stations with my moms. After that I didn't have much time since I only returned to Earth for space summer camps, but I still remember some from when I was little. You missed out, some of the activities are only available for older teens and adults, since they're dangerous for kids. What are you two talking about? Okuo was a lot more open about asking questions now that she'd spent some time working with Izuku, but Kiri was happy to answer. Oh, we have buildings similar to the USJ back on Earth, though they're kinda specific to our homeland mass. She perked up and others also got interested. Really? What do they simulate? Oh, local Earth weather. What to do in earthquakes, hurricanes, and even fires. Izuku was eager to jump in since he'd been the one to go with his mom. It was always good to know your limitations. When I was a kid my favorite one was the earthquake simulator, but after I got older I learned to appreciate my strength. My mom is short so she doesn't have a lot of leverage. I worked really strong to be able to open the flood door for us if we ever got trapped by a wall of water. Before anyone could comment, the classroom door opened. Miro, the Galtrix upperclassman that had greeted Izuku on his first day at UB, peeked in tentatively, brightening when he saw Izuku. Sorry for the interruption, I have a message from Sir Night Eye. If Izuku could meet him at the staff lounge after lunch that would be great. Murmurs broke out around the room. It seemed as if a few classmates were confused as to why a pro hero wanted to meet with a student, but Izuku could feel dread pool in his stomach. Izuku could only nod, forgetting that it was a more human gesture, but Miro seemed to understand, nodding back before leaving the classroom. The general chatter continued, but Izuku wasn't as invested anymore. You knew this was coming, it was always unavoidable. Izuku stared at the ground almost uncomprehendingly. Was this really it? He thought that he would have at least a little more time. Eri has shown resilience in your absence, so when you leave for your rescue training she will be escorted to her home planet where a vetted foster family is ready and waiting to accept her. You will use this time to distance yourself from Eri in a controlled environment. It will be difficult, but it must be done. For her well-being. That's right. This was all for Eri. Her attachment to Izuku was unhealthy. It was wrong, even if it felt so right. No matter how natural it felt to hold her close and think of her like family, that's not what she was. It was never meant to be. Mrei was a bit crass about it, but Izuku was aware that his relationship was the one holding everything back. Eri would never be able to move on if he didn't make the first move, but then, why was it so strong to look at Aizawa's door and find the courage to knock? The decision to wait was taken away as Mrei stepped forward, indicating that they were ready. I will observe the process. You've been debriefed on how to proceed, I trust you'll do the right thing. Azawa opened the door for the pair and the sounds of Eri's squealing laughter stabbed Izuku right through his ear. If it weren't for Eri's health, then he didn't think he could go through with this. And as it was, Eri somehow knew right when he'd arrived, running around the corner and launching herself at him full speed. He caught her as always. To be never again. Izuku. His responding smile didn't reach his eyes and Eri was quick to turn her attention to Mrei, puffing up and glaring aggressively. Before she could start an outburst, Izuku preened the puffy feathers around her face. She relaxed but didn't fully untense. In that moment, looking into Eri's wide, curious eyes and seeing a future that would never be, Izuku just allowed himself a moment of peace. One last shred of calm before the storm. Hello, Eri. I'm sorry, but we're not family. You could hear a pin drop in the silence that followed, and Izuku could feel physical strain somewhere in his mind. He had to keep going, but he would make this as gentle as possible. He laid her on the ground and kneeled to her level, a gentle yet sad smile on his face. You're a really, really good kid, but I already have a family. In a few cycles, I'm going to be leaving and you can't follow me. Eri grabbed the sleeves of her outfit and squeezed her talons in what Izuku now recognized as a stress grip. No, the utterance was quiet, barely a breath, but Izuku heard all the same and fought to keep his teary eyes from spilling over. I'm so sorry. We can play together as much as you want before then, but you have to leave too. The heroes found you a great home with a brand new family, but I can't be a part of it. You have to. You're mine, I claimed you. Eri's outburst was the loudest Izuku had ever heard her, and his next words were going to kill him on the inside. So I don't have a choice. I belong to you. The words were weaker than he'd meant to deliver, but he was already choked up. Something about that made Eri freeze though, just like Mrei had said she would, and Eri scrambled back. No, you have a choice. But why wouldn't you want to stay? We can live together, and we can take care of each other. Why can't we be together? Why do we have to leave each other? Eri's species didn't cry, but that didn't stop Izuku from feeling how hurt she was. It was their connection. Mrei told him that she had somehow fused their emotions together and that he would be able to feel her sorrow, but she could also feel his, so he had to be strong. She would hurt more if they were separated and he didn't cut this off. It has to be this way, Eri. He isn't our home, and we have to go home. Thank you for everything. Thank you for fixing my nest, and I saw the gift you left for me in my little bowl. I appreciated all the time we spent together and you were my favorite friend through everything, but we're not family, and we have to go home to our families soon. Maybe someday in the future we'll meet again when we're both grown up, but we have to leave now that we're safe, okay? The heroes saved us and now we can be with our families. I know your new parents are going to be really nice and they'll love you a lot. They have to because you helped pick them out, but I can't come with you. But you saved us. We were trapped until you and Toyo came. It wasn't the heroes, it was you. You tried to save me when they were taking me away, you shared your fruit with me because the food was bad, and you put me back together when no one else could. You cared for me, it was real, I know it was. Izuku had to take a deep breath before opening his arms again. Eri immediately rocketed into him, clutching at his shirt instead of her own, undoubtedly leaving holes with her talons. I do care for you. I care for you so much and it sucks. I hate it too, but we have to. We can't be family, I'm a human and you're a deathfly sprite. I know we both care for each other so much, but we have to go home soon, and the universe is a very big place. I can't promise we'll meet again, but I hope we do. For now, we have to let go. Eri was trembling, but Izuku could feel the bond lessening now that he knew what to feel for. Eri, would you do me the honor of letting me visit you before we both have to leave? Just to spend a few more cycles playing together. Izuku could feel her head nod more than he saw it. Please visit me. I will, every chance I get. I'll miss you, Eri, so much. Izuku held Eri close until he had to leave, preening her feathers. No one, not even the adult, spoke, and with Eri buried in his shirt, Izuku let his tears fall. This was for the best. UAE was the best hero school around and all of the trained adults on their case agreed, but it still sucked. In just a few more cycles, Izuku would never get to see Eri again, but he would always remember her. Kiri didn't know what to think when he got a video call from Toyo, but he knew once he saw the man's face that it wasn't anything good. Toyo didn't look right without his signature smile. Hey Toyo, what's up? The man sighed and actually looked his age for once, which put Kiri even more on edge. No one's in danger, I can see your brain working, so I wanted to get that out of the way first. Oh thank goodness, for a minute he'd thought something happened to one of his moms. It's Izuku. Eri has to leave soon and he just started breaking his bond with her tonight. Kiri winced. He hadn't known a whole lot about deathfly sprites before he came to UA. He knew what they were called and what they looked like, but they were one of the rarer sentient species in the universe and information on them wasn't as readily available or reliable as others like dragons. He had a much better grasp on them now that he had UA records to reference and it was relevant to know. Bonds were a serious thing to them, like really serious. Toyo seemed to agree with something on Kiri's face after the news was delivered and nodded. They're still together right now, but Izuku's going to be emotionally compromised when he gets back to the dorms. Can you please make sure that there isn't anyone in the common room so he doesn't have to feel self-conscious when he returns? Kiri nodded immediately. No problem, I have this handled. Just send me a message when he's on the way and I'll have his favorite cocoa blend ready and waiting. I'll wait for him and ask what he needs and I'll do whatever it takes, okay? Don't overwhelm him, okay? I won't, I promise. If he wants to be alone, I'll make sure that no one bothers him. Toyo sighed fondly. Okay, I trust you. You might want to get some tissues ready. I'll let you know when he leaves Azawa's dorm. I'll have more than just tissues. You worry about Eri, I'll take care of Izuku. Thank you, Kiri. The call ended and Kiri scrambled to his room. Everything that was in the way was brushed to the side and any spare blankets he could find were pulled out. His weighted blanket was well used and worn, but it came out of the closet too just in case it was needed. Izuku didn't have too much of a sweet tooth, but Kiri was a sucker for chocolate and had 5 or 6 different instant cocoa blends ready for use on bad days or movie nights. Izuku liked matcha the best so he got that ready. Setting up his speakers, he put all of his bad day playlists near the top for Izuku to use. Everything from heavy metal to soft classical depending on the mood, and Kiri didn't know what kind of upset Izuku would be quite yet. As soon as Toyo's message came though, he left his room and started the cocoa. Thankfully not many students were there and they all agreed to head upstairs without question at his request. He played things off with a smile, but tapped his foot nervously as he waited on the couch. When Izuku returned, he looked exhausted. Kiri stood, not too quickly and walked over with a soft smile. Hey Izuku. I made some matcha hot chocolate. Do you want to be alone right now or would you like to come to my room? I have blankets and music if you want. Izuku looked at Kiri, absolutely lost before his expression crumbled away to reveal anguish as he buried his face into his hands, crouching into a low squat. He didn't wail, he barely made a sound through the hiccups, but his breathing was erratic in the way that only happens when one is sobbing uncontrollably. Kiri crouched too, tentatively rubbing Izuku's back. Hey, everything's going to be okay, okay? Let's get you your cocoa and we can get you to a bed somewhere. Your room or mine, just lead the way. Izuku looked up and just nodded, sniffling away uselessly. Kiri grabbed the cocoa from the kitchen and Izuku walked to Kiri's room. Kiri shut the door behind them quietly and placed the weighted blanket around Izuku, who was holding his cocoa and staring at the floor, still shaking with sobs. Take your time, okay? I'm here for you. You can tell me all about it or we can just sit here in silence. You can even crash here for the night if you want, but I get it, okay? You can put on whatever music you want, or I can hand you my communication pad for some YouTube, but we'll get through this. I'm here for you, bro. And Kiri wasn't sure what about that last part set Izuku off, but the crying increased and Kiri could only hand over a box of tissues and let him ride it out. Izuku did end up sleeping in Kiri's room, but Kiri still had his cot from camping and insisted on letting Izuku take the bed. Kiri woke up first, already used to the modified hours used in space, starting his morning routine as quietly as possible. He was still thinking about yesterday though. The bond must have been pretty strong if Izuku was that upset about it. Kiri turned around mid-squat, throwing off his balance and falling backwards for it, but laughed off the stumble and smiled in Izuku's direction, having taken a cross-legged seat on the ground. Morning, how are you feeling? Izuku groaned and sat up, hugging his borrowed blankets close. I hate this. Kiri nodded sympathetically. Wanna talk about it? Just, why does it have to be this way? I mean, I get it, I really do, but it sucks. I know that my mom can't adopt her, and even if she could, there's no place to watch over her, but I'm going to miss her so much. I know that Azawa and Zashi are busy and they're only watching over her because it's their job, but she really likes them too, and I can feel it. I can feel how much everyone distancing themselves is tearing her up on the inside. Eri's miserable, and there's nothing I can do but hurt her now. Kiri was no longer smiling, absorbing everything. She's not the only one, you know. What do you mean? She's not the only kid who needs help, or needs saving, or needs someone to just be there for them. I know you're new to the whole hero concept, but heroes are here to save people. It's just like back home on Earth. The police will save kids from terrible situations, but the officers don't take care of the kids after. They send them to an orphanage or a foster home. Eri isn't going to be the only kid you save if you become a hero, but you can't keep every kid that doesn't have a place to go after you're done saving them. I get it, it sucks, like really bad, and I can't know exactly how you're feeling, but I can offer my 2 cents on the subject. You and Eri are close, there's no denying that, but you're hurting yourself now because you know that this is the best thing for her in the long run. Deathfly sprites are sensitive, and you making sure she's not attached anymore is the best thing you can do for her. It doesn't feel very heroic, I know, but you're still her hero. You were her hero the moment you stood up to protect her, and years from now when she can understand why you're doing what you are, she's going to thank you. She'll understand, I promise. And of course this set off the waterworks. Kiri had thought he'd ordered enough tissues before, but he may need to put in a bigger request next time. After Izuku had calmed down again and there had been a long enough silence, Kiri decided to broach a subject he knew many were touchy on. You know, they do offer mental services here at U8. Toyo's been helping the school counselors on learning about human brain chemistry. He may not look like it, but Toyo does have a degree in psychology. He's still studying to get his master's in science, but his BA was in psychology because he'd always been interested in teaching. He's not a licensed therapist, but he does know how to point the school's staff in the right direction. Kiri let the silence settle again as Izuku processed the idea. I'll think about it. Kiri smiled, standing from his impromptu seat and resuming his squats. That's all I ask. Feel free to come back to my room whenever you're done visiting Eri, okay? I know you only have a few more days left before she has to go. Until you make your decision, I'll have Coco ready for you when you get back. Want to help me pick out some movies we can use as background noise? I know we have YouTube on our communication pads, but my vintage CD of Jaws has a scratch in just the right place that one of the most iconic screams is cut off perfectly, and Toyo let me borrow his DVD player. Izuku smiled a little at that, slowly uncurling from his spot on the bed, and Kiri hoped that things would go smoothly from here. He grew up having to say goodbye to his moms every time they switched off to work at the station, at least until her was old enough to move in with them. He knew how tough separations could be. It's a good thing that Kiri had experience. He was going to be the best friend ever. The date had finally been set and Izuku spent every minute in between class and curfew at Azawa's dorm. Slowly but surely, Eri accepted that Izuku would have to leave and that she would follow suit shortly after. To complete the facade, Izuku and Kiri would be leaving from Stafu after the rest of their class, hitching a ride with Yagi on his ship. Eri would see them off as they left UA, and once they left she would be escorted by Sir Night Eye to another designated ship for her own trip. Sure, the fact that Izuku wasn't actually going home was a little white lie, but it was the best way to put a firm deadline in place. Izuku visited Eri every day as promised, but each visit grew more and more somber as he had to reaffirm that they would be separating, and both of them could feel the thin threads binding them together pulling apart. Kiri supported Izuku as well as he could after each visit, and the boys found solace in talking about home, their families, and speculating about the future. The USJ units sounded like it would be more and more fun the further along they read in the rescue section. It didn't matter how many distractions there were though, not on the day they finally had to leave at least. Izuku was already crying and he hadn't even said goodbye yet. Izuku! Eri rounded the corner, but instead of launching herself at him, she latched onto his breathed leg. He crouched and began patting her head. Hey Eri. You'll be good, right? Eri nodded, face still buried in his leg. Izuku didn't stop his light preening. That's good. I'll always remember you, okay? No matter how far apart we are, that's one thing that we'll always have. Her grip tightened. Izuku let her take her time to calm down and let go on her own, and when she looked up at him, her eyes were wide, visually conveying the emotions that were now physically muted to near nothing between them. One day, when I get bigger, I'll find you. When we're both adults, no one will tell us that we have to leave each other. Izuku smiled. I look forward to it. I'll try to grow up to be a famous hero so you can find me right away, so you just focus on growing up big and strong so we can go on adventures together. Eri smiled, but even without the bond Izuku could tell that it was more a forced motion than a natural reaction. Still, he smiled back. One of them had to be strong, even if his tears gave away how sad he really was. Goodbye, Eri. Eri's feathers puffed slightly but then fell back into place as she dutifully backed a few steps away, holding her hand up and scrunching her talons in a fist a few times, almost like a human toddler might when imitating a goodbye wave. Bye, Izuku. The utterance was soft, but Izuku heard and gave Eri a slight bow and one last meaningful look before turning away and entering Yagi's ship with the others. He didn't look back and the doors shut, blocking his view. The hysterics he'd been holding back returned in full and Kiri was the one to gently guide him to his seat. The adults gave them some privacy to fly the ship and Kiri placed his hand on Izuku's back once they were both strapped in. Hey, you did the right thing. She's going to grow up with a normal life now, and who knows, maybe you'll both be able to keep your promises, yeah. Izuku sniffled and nodded. Yeah. Okay, so step 1 is to become a famous hero so Eri can find you. Make sure that your name is all over the news. To do that, we have to do really well in school. We already have experience with crazy weather, so USJ should be a piece of cake. Izuku snorted, but smiled despite himself. We're only unpacking today, remember? They said they'd put our bags in the on-site dorms for us since we'll be later than the others, but I still don't want to face everyone like this. I get what you mean. Do you think Yagi would let us stay on the ship while you put yourself together? Izuku shrugged. His garden's pretty nice. I can ask if he could give you a tour. He had strawberries the last time we were here, but I don't know if they're still in season. 13 said that Yagi was also pretty bad at caring for them, so they might not still be there. Kiri chuckled. From what Toyo said, Yagi isn't as well versed in his own garden as he thinks he is. My studies specialize in rocks and minerals since I also want to be a geologist someday, but I know enough about alien flora that I could probably give you a better tour. It's only a matter of whether or not he'll leave us unsupervised. He said that there isn't anything in his garden that's super harmful to humans, so it should be fine. It's decided then. Once we land, I'll head over to the control room and ask Yagi if we can spend some time in his garden before we disembark. You just stay here and wait for me to get back and I'll let you know what he says after. Izuku was grateful that Kirishima was taking control of asking Yagi and ensuring that he wouldn't have to face his idol with snot dripping from his nose. Thanks, Kiri. I really appreciate it. Kiri smiled broadly. No problem, dude, it's what friends are for. Yeah, friends. Izuku hoped that Eri would make some great friends wherever she went. Lord C.H. Saki, communications report that they plan to leave U8 with the targeted cargo shortly. Excellent. And we have our interception course charted. Systems confirm that our route will make contact with their transport vessel. Perfect. We will reclaim what is rightfully ours soon enough. Sensei, I've finished my plan. Well, do tell Tamya. The USJ training trip. It will bring the hero students away from the fortified station, dividing their forces. There will still be 2 hero classes and several teachers. Can you guarantee your success with so many unknown players? I'll wait until only one class is present. I found an open communication line and heard that one of the classes was able to start a full solar rotation early, so on the final day there will be only one class there. I have to say, I'm impressed. You hacked the U8 communications server. Tamura grumbled. I wasn't able to breach their firewall, but someone else was. I hijacked their connection and listened in when I could. Someone else hacked UA then. Interesting. Do you know anything of them or their motives? Not important. Sensei wasn't even in the same room as Tamura, But even his silence through the screen felt disappointed, so Tamura backtracked a bit. I'm pretty sure they were after some deathfly sprite you had. They broke their connection after the ship holding it left the station. I'll let it slide this time, but you should always explore all avenues rather than focusing on one point. If you don't expand your radius, you'll be blind and limited in your abilities. If you can tell me exactly what your plan is, then I will do my best to request a Nomo from the doctor. Just one. A good one. Do not take our bioweapons lightly, Tamura. Should your plan be sound, you'll only need one. Should it fail, we'll only have lost one asset. Now, run your ideas by me so I can offer advice. This is ultimately your mission, Tamura. You have to do the planning yourself. Sensei. And you'll plan for the unexpected? Of course, Sensei. Good. Hiding from heroes was embarrassingly easy when no one was looking for him. Tsuzome almost felt bad for his first victim. They wouldn't know to look out for him. Perhaps some leniency could be afforded. Yes, Stain wanted to send a message. He was a murderer, but he wasn't a complete monster. He'd finally arrived at Hosu, but he had to ensure that he had an escape before he could continue his purge. A ship to leave the planet once 3 victims had been claimed, a base of operations he could fall back on for the time being, and some time and food to get back to his old physique would suffice. If he timed things just right, then he should be ready by the annual U8 Sports Festival. Yes, it would also provide good cover for his first strike. Many heroes would be off-world to spectate in person, and there would be fewer witnesses on the streets while everyone watched on their holovids at home. He had much to prepare for. The dorms at USJ were nearly identical to the dorms back at UA. Nizu had obviously had construction crews over to make human-friendly rooms. The teachers' dorms were even closer to the students here, but Azawa warned that the first person to abuse this would be made into an example and sent back to UA for DSPLN. Izuku wondered if their teacher was also upset at Eri having to leave and crabbier for it, but Yagi amended that his door was always open for students to visit. Toyo had been excited to tag along, but Nizu pulled him aside for a different project to work on while everyone was away. Toyo had been disappointed at first, bummed out that twice now he'd been excluded from Mustafa field trips, but something said later on in their meeting had him back to his usual jovial self. The only other member of Yagi's crew present was Ainin, or 13 as they would be called during class. So Hiko had gone back to his home planet for a break while Yagi played teacher, and Mesa had stayed behind at UH to assist Toyo with whatever project they would be working on while the hero classes were at USJ. Ainin was happy to act as a guest speaker, specializing in rescue heroics and being knowledgeable in the subject already. Izuku didn't know much about his sister class, but Class 1B had arrived a full solar suicide before them and had already taken their first day of rest to unpack. They would be in USJ at the same time, but their units would be delayed as a result. They probably wouldn't get to meet, but they might see each other in passing. The idea of befriending more species served as a good distraction while Izuku unpacked. What were they like? Were there any new species in their class that differed from his own? What would they think of Izuku and Kiri? Who was he kidding? He was still sad. A bump to his shoulder got his attention. Hey, none of that now, I can practically hear your negative thoughts. You dried your tears on the ship and we're unpacking right now. We have a game plan, and you can't be a big famous hero if you don't do well in school. Today's our unpacking day, so let's finish up and then we can relax. I'll put on whatever movie you pick and invite whoever you want to one of our rooms, but starting tomorrow we focus on class. It's gonna be great. Lots of interactive exhibits to keep our attention. Yeah. Sorry, Kiri. Kiri's shoulder checked him again. No apologizing for having feelings. I'm just saying time and place, man. You got this, I believe in you. Izuku nodded. Time and place, got it. Thanks. I think if you weren't here I wouldn't be as focused, you know. Like, instead of packing I'd just sit until bedtime, and then I'd have been too tired to participate tomorrow. Hey, I'm sure you'd do the same for me. We humans have to look out for each other. Now what movie do you want to watch later? Did you bring any CDs? Nah, but they have practically everything on YouTube. Something free then, I don't want you spending money on this. How about I show you what I already have pre-purchased once we finish, and then you can look at the free options if my taste in movies sucks? Izuku snickered. Deal. Okay, And what about who you want to invite? Izuku paused for a bit, putting away his clothes before answering. I dunno yet. I think it depends on the movie. Maybe it'll just be the two of us again, I'm not sure. Hey, that's cool too, no pressure. Let's just finish up first. And the silence that followed was comfortable. Izuku realized that he'd been spiraling and Kiri had noticed. Kiri started humming as he worked, off-key but passionate. Izuku believed it was something from the early 2000s, but he couldn't quite place the genre. It was nice though. Soon enough, they were done. So, decide on anything. Yeah, you have a lot of Ghibli movies. That I do, big fan. It's strong not to be. I think I'd be cool with doing a marathon of the best ones before bed tonight, just you and me. I don't feel like trying to explain the difference between myth and reality to aliens that don't know enough about our culture to not take the fantastical magic seriously. Kiri whistled. You got a deal, but we have to do another movie night sometime soon. It was a lot of fun hanging out as a class, you know. Izuku narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I still think you scared everyone on purpose. Kiri put his hands up in surrender and gasped dramatically. I would do no such thing. I mean, there are worse movies for a Halloween night than Jurassic Park. Izuku didn't let up his glare at first, but neither boy could hold in their laughter for very long. Okay, I tentatively believe you, but I'm picking the movie next time. Deal? Sue was excited. Day 2 of their trip would focus on the flood and mudslide zones. Sue's planet already had these phenomena, so she and True would be helping the others out. Many of her classmates would be spending the day in shallow waters learning the basics of how to swim. Others who couldn't would be practicing techniques to save themselves in large bodies of water given nearby resources. The rest were to practice wading in moving bodies of water and mud. Sue wasn't surprised to see that the humans had aced their written quiz after the morning lecture on these subjects, nor that they were already considered part of the more advanced group. What she was surprised at was Izuku's mood. His entire demeanor was more melancholy, and while he was doing well and paying attention, his heart just didn't seem invested in anything he was doing. Sue had already spent several solar rotations with the boy, and she knew that something wasn't right. Whatever it was, Kiri and the other teachers seemed to be in on it because they were giving him a wider berth than usual and not drawing attention to him. It was almost like the aftermath of the Gao attack, but more drawn out. Sue knew that Izuku could bounce back from most things fairly quickly, and to be frank, his ignorance to many alien mannerisms made him seem dense at times, but Sue knew that this had to have been something big for his mood to be this downtrodden for so long. All throughout the day he'd only smiled when Kiri got his attention and said something, but then his face would fade back into blank neutrality. It was unnerving after having seen him smile and hum his planet's music even while alone during their midterm. To stave off boredom, he'd explained. What are you looking at, Sue? Sue turned back to her task at hand. Sorry, Okao, I was just worried about Izuku. Okao looked over to see Izuku wading in waist-deep mud flowing down a medium incline, using simulator roots on the banks to pull himself forward. He's doing really well. Sue agreed. Yes. Kiri mentioned that they have even worse versions of these simulations back on their home planet, but I wasn't worried about that. I might be wrong, but he's not acting like himself. Sue was helping Okoro keep her head above water while she figured out how to correctly splay out her feathers and float, but the pink Purdy thought about what Sue had said for a moment. Yeah, I think you're right. He didn't talk to anyone today. He ate with everyone when we all woke up, but now that I remember, Kiri was talking to him. It was like Kiri spoke to him so the others wouldn't bother him, and whatever he was saying could be answered with the human nodding motion. Do you think he knows why Izuku might be upset? Looking over again, Sue could see Kiri holding his hand out and waiting to lift Izuku out of the muddy river. Izuku took it without a word and only offered a small smile and a nod. I think he does, but maybe we shouldn't pry. Kiri looks like he's trying to cheer Izuku up without smothering him, and we should let him. There's still so much we don't know about human culture, and asking might be rude. What if something happened to his family back home? Okoro gasped, floundering for a moment before Sue righted her so she wouldn't turn over face first in the water. What if you're right? I would be so sad if my parents got hurt, I can't even imagine. We should try to help. Sue stopped Okoro by lightly poking her forehead. We will not. For now, we should just pretend that nothing is wrong and offer companionship if they ask for it. We could be wrong, maybe nothing is upsetting him. He could just be tired, or I could be reading the signs wrong. Either way, I think Kiri has it handled. Tsu was able to get Okuro to agree, but then it was back to the lesson. Izuku was busy doing practicals in the mudslide area, and Tsu had to focus on teaching Okuro to swim. They wouldn't have enough time to finish today, but getting the basics down would help immensely if there were to be an accident later on in their trip. It was surprising to Tsu how many of her classmates had the ability to learn how to swim but never had due to never needing the skill on their home planets. Swim was a strong word. If a species was buoyant enough to float, then they were galactically recognized as having the ability to learn how to swim. Some would never be able to maneuver well enough to get anywhere, but that's what support gear was for. Tsu would just have to do her best to help out. She knew that her classmates would do the same for her after all. The dorms at USJ were nearly identical to the dorms back at UA. Nizu had obviously had construction crews over to make human-friendly rooms. The teachers' dorms were even closer to the students here, but Azawa warned that the first person to abuse this would be made into an example and sent back to UA for DSPLN. Izuku wondered if their teacher was also upset at Eri having to leave and crabbier for it, but Yagi amended that his door was always open for students to visit. Toyo had been excited to tag along, but Nizu pulled him aside for a different project to work on while everyone was away. Toyo had been disappointed at first, bummed out that twice now he'd been excluded from Staffa field trips, but something said later on in their meeting had him back to his usual jovial self. The only other member of Yagi's crew present was Ainen, or 13 as they would be called during class. So Hiko had gone back to his home planet for a break while Yagi played teacher, and Mesa had stayed behind at UH to assist Toyo with whatever project they would be working on while the hero classes were at USJ. Ainen was happy to act as a guest speaker, specializing in rescue heroics and being knowledgeable in the subject already. Izuku didn't know much about his sister class, but Class 1B had arrived a full solar CYCL before them and had already taken their first day of rest to unpack. They would be in USJ at the same time, but their units would be delayed as a result. They probably wouldn't get to meet, but they might see each other in passing. The idea of befriending more species served as a good distraction while Izuku unpacked. What were they like? Were there any new species in their class that differed from his own? What would they think of Izuku and Kiri? Who was he kidding? He was still sad. A bump to his shoulder got his attention. Hey, none of that now, I can practically hear your negative thoughts. You dried your tears on the ship and we're unpacking right now. We have a game plan, and you can't be a big famous hero if you don't do well in school. Today's our unpacking day, so let's finish up and then we can relax. I'll put on whatever movie you pick and invite whoever you want to one of our rooms, but starting tomorrow we focus on class. It's gonna be great. Lots of interactive exhibits to keep our attention. Yeah. Sorry, Kiri. Kiri's shoulder checked him again. No apologizing for having feelings. I'm just saying time and place, man. You got this, I believe in you. Izuku nodded. Time and place, got it. Thanks. I think if you weren't here I wouldn't be as focused, you know. Like, instead of packing I'd just sit until bedtime, and then I'd have been too tired to participate tomorrow. Hey, I'm sure you'd do the same for me. We humans have to look out for each other. Now what movie do you want to watch later? Did you bring any CDs? Nah, but they have practically everything on YouTube. Something free then, I don't want you spending money on this. How about I show you what I already have pre-purchased once we finish, and then you can look at the free options if my taste in movies sucks? Izuku snickered. Deal. Okay, and what about who you want to invite? Izuku paused for a bit, putting away his clothes before answering. I dunno yet. I think it depends on the movie. Maybe it'll just be the two of us again, I'm not sure. Hey, that's cool too, no pressure. Let's just finish up first. And the silence that followed was comfortable. Izuku realized that he'd been spiraling and Kiri had noticed. Kiri started humming as he worked, off-key but passionate. Izuku believed it was something from the early 2000s, but he couldn't quite place the genre. It was nice though. Soon enough, they were done. So, decide on anything. Yeah, you have a lot of Ghibli movies. That I do, big fan. It's strong not to be. I think I'd be cool with doing a marathon of the best ones before bed tonight, just you and me. I don't feel like trying to explain the difference between myth and reality to aliens that don't know enough about our culture to not take the fantastical magic seriously. Kiri whistled. You got a deal, but we have to do another movie night sometime soon. It was a lot of fun hanging out as a class, you know. Izuku narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I still think you scared everyone on purpose. Kiri put his hands up in surrender and gasped dramatically. I would do no such thing. I mean, there are worse movies for a Halloween night than Jurassic Park. Izuku didn't let up his glare at first, but neither boy could hold in their laughter for very long. Okay, I tentatively believe you, but I'm picking the movie next time. Deal? Sue was excited. Day 2 of their trip would focus on the flood and mudslide zones. Sue's planet already had these phenomena, so she and True would be helping the others out. Many of her classmates would be spending the day in shallow waters learning the basics of how to swim. Others who couldn't would be practicing techniques to save themselves in large bodies of water given nearby resources. The rest were to practice wading in moving bodies of water and mud. Sue wasn't surprised to see that the humans had aced their written quiz after the morning lecture on these subjects, nor that they were already considered part of the more advanced group. What she was surprised at was Izuku's mood. His entire demeanor was more melancholy, and while he was doing well and paying attention, his heart just didn't seem invested in anything he was doing. Sue had already spent several solar rotations with the boy, and she knew that something wasn't right. Whatever it was, Kiri and the other teachers seemed to be in on it because they were giving him a wider berth than usual and not drawing attention to him. It was almost like the aftermath of the Gao attack, but more drawn out. Sue knew that Izuku could bounce back from most things fairly quickly, and to be frank, his ignorance to many alien mannerisms made him seem dense at times, but Sue knew that this had to have been something big for his mood to be this downtrodden for so long. All throughout the day he'd only smiled when Kiri got his attention and said something, but then his face would fade back into blank neutrality. It was unnerving after having seen him smile and hum his planet's music even while alone during their midterm. To stave off boredom, he'd explained. What are you looking at, Sue? Sue turned back to her task at hand. Sorry, Okoo, I was just worried about Izuku. Okoo looked over to see Izuku wading in waist-deep mud flowing down a medium incline, using simulator roots on the banks to pull himself forward. He's doing really well. Sue agreed. Yes. Kiri mentioned that they have even worse versions of these simulations back on their home planet, but I wasn't worried about that. I might be wrong, but he's not acting like himself. Sue was helping Okoo keep her head above water while she figured out how to correctly splay out her feathers and float, but the pink Purdy thought about what Sue had said for a moment. Yeah, I think you're right. He didn't talk to anyone today. He ate with everyone when we all woke up, but now that I remember, Kiri was talking to him. It was like Kiri spoke to him so the others wouldn't bother him, and whatever he was saying could be answered with the human nodding motion. Do you think he knows why Izuku might be upset? Looking over again, Sue could see Kiri holding his hand out and waiting to lift Izuku out of the muddy river. Izuku took it without a word and only offered a small smile and a nod. I think he does, but maybe we shouldn't pry. Kiri looks like he's trying to cheer Izuku up without smothering him, and we should let him. There's still so much we don't know about human culture, and asking might be rude. What if something happened to his family back home? Okoo gasped, floundering for a moment before Sue righted her so she wouldn't turn over face first in the water. What if you're right? I would be so sad if my parents got hurt. I can't even imagine. We should try to help. Sue stopped Okoo by lightly poking her forehead. We will not. For now, we should just pretend that nothing is wrong and offer companionship if they ask for it. We could be wrong, maybe nothing is upsetting him. He could just be tired, or I could be reading the signs wrong. Either way, I think Kiri has it handled. Sue was able to get Okoo to agree, but then it was back to the lesson. Izuku was busy doing practicals in the mudslide area, and Sue had to focus on teaching Okoo to swim. They wouldn't have enough time to finish today, but getting the basics down would help immensely if there were to be an accident later on in their trip. It was surprising to Sue how many of her classmates had the ability to learn how to swim but never had due to never needing the skill on their home planets. Swim was a strong word. If a species was buoyant enough to float, then they were galactically recognized as having the ability to learn how to swim. Some would never be able to maneuver well enough to get anywhere, but that's what support gear was for. Sue would just have to do her best to help out. She knew that her classmates would do the same for her after all. Koka wasn't sure what to think. Izuku had been a kind new individual introduced to their class, despite coming from a death world. She had been worried at first. She could tell that Na and the others who'd been captured weren't lying when they told their stories, but Izuku was surprisingly meek. Koka could hear his heartbeat hammering from beyond the door, and she knew that Tashiai could too, but neither drew attention to the blatant terror Izuku apparently held at meeting everyone, and he eventually calmed down. He even started talking to Koka and Tashiai about their taste in music. Not every species tended to have music, and most genres clashed horribly, so Koka didn't have high hopes of Izuku liking their playlists, but to her surprise and delight, not only did Izuku like it, he said that they had a similar style back on their home planet, but with more harsh clacking sounds in the background. It was fascinating. He hadn't been able to show her before, but after moving into the dorms and learning how to use his communication pad, he was able to access his home information hub and use an app called YouTube to show her some songs. It was true, the rapping sound in the background was annoying, but the music was similar enough that without the tapping and foreign lyrics, it could pass for her home's genre. Izuku, as it turned out, was a very genuine person. He was shy and soft-spoken, but passionate when a topic he was interested in popped up, and everyone who spent time with him usually had something nice to say after. That was why, when she heard his heartbeat again at USJ, she became worried. The tempo changed. It had been fine when they all got back to UA from their midterms, but she hadn't seen the boy since then, and her and Tashiai's dorms were soundproof so they could sleep better. Kiri had been herding everyone to bed early for some reason, and Koka hadn't questioned it. Then, when she saw him on their second morning at USJ, Izuku wasn't himself. They didn't talk often, but it was enough that she could spot the difference right away. His heartbeat was slower, and he usually mumbled a lot more. Koka could never follow because he usually mumbled in his native language, but it was still just a regular sound that Koka associated with the boy. On their third day, they would work in pairs after their morning lecture and the initial earthquake simulator. Koka decided to pair herself with Izuku. He'd done very well in the earthquake simulation, mentioning that his own home had stronger shakes than what the USJ machinery could produce, but even when he spoke, Koka could tell that his enthusiasm was fake. Judging from the look Tashiai gave her, he'd noticed too. "Hey, Izuku, do you want to work with me during the landslide simulation?" Izuku looked to Koka and his heart panged for a moment, and though his answer wasn't a lie, there was some other deeper feeling associated with it. "Sure." She briefly glanced over to Kiri, who gave a quick worried look, but Koka had this. The simulation started off fairly well. Koka could hear the signs of the landslide and Izuku could see them, so they were able to dodge the initial debris well enough, but then came the rescue portion. Koka wasn't adapted for digging, but after watching Izuku pull dummies out of the mud the day before, she knew that the human was. Koka used her hearing to locate trapped rescue dummies, and Izuku pulled them out of the rubble. It was quick and efficient, and Izuku was able to see other markers for buried victims when Koka's hearing failed to pick up on them. Izuku did what he needed to without question, but the jovial passion he usually had wasn't there. "Hey, Izuku, is everything okay?" His heart beat erratically for a moment after making eye contact with Koka, and his smile didn't reach his eyes after knowing what to look for. "I'm fine." It was the first lie she'd ever received from him. "You know, I can tell from your heartbeat when you lie." Another spasmodic beat. Was he okay? She was used to the humans' hearts beating erratically by now, but this was so different from the norm for Izuku. His face fell into a frown and he sighed, still digging out their latest victim. Hearing his reactions whenever he looked at her, Koka had a sudden thought. "Did I do something to make you upset?" "No, it's just, you look a little like someone I used to know." "So that would mean..." Jiro suddenly realized how insensitive she was being. Yes, Izuku was upset, but it wasn't really her business as to why. "Sorry, I didn't mean to pry." Izuku smiled, for real this time, though it still seemed sad somehow. "Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. Are there any new songs that you and Tashiai added from home recently?" Koka was quick to pick up on the change in subject, and by the end, she even managed to make Izuku laugh once or twice. Whatever he was going through, Koka hoped that he would feel better soon. Mizo was excited for the unit on their 4th day at USJ. He had served on a fishing vessel on his home planet to help his family back home, and they sometimes had to deal with unpredictable weather. The simulations here were based on his planet's ecosystem, and it would be nice to feel high winds and heavy rain again. He was even tempted to remove his mask to feel it on his face. As it turns out, the human planet also had large oceans with strong weather. Mizo almost didn't want to believe it until he saw Kirishima dancing and frolicking in the windstorm. He looked at ease, laughing and maneuvering his arms in ways that showed he had experience with strong wind currents. Izuku managed to get through without as much fanfare, but his strong, efficient strides were something to be respected. They managed to get through without the use of any tentacles, and that was a feat in and of itself. Was the traction in their shoes really enough to keep them grounded? Mizo was no longer as surprised when Kiri mentioned that they had concentrated wind funnels that could rip buildings from their foundation. That was terrifying and explained why Kiri had so much fun in these less lethal simulations. It did not explain why Izuku hadn't joined in though. Mizo didn't pay much attention to Izuku on a regular basis, but it was strong to ignore the 2 Death Worlders in their class. Something was off. Physically the boy looked fine, but he wasn't acting like his usual self. They would be working in pairs again today, and Mizo was worried that Izuku would get hurt if he was distracted. Hey, can we pair up for the rescue portion? Sure. Mizo, right? Yeah. Will you be okay to find and drag rescue dummies back to safety? Izuku suddenly focused on the task at hand, and his eyes gained an intensity that had Mizo questioning his earlier assessment on his distracted state. He then nodded and smiled. You're specialized for this weather, right? Why don't we have a race? A race? To see who can rescue the most dummies the fastest. Losers a rotten egg. Izuku's face turned a soft shade of pink and the confidence fled. It's a saying we have back on my home planet. Humans are competitive by nature, so the loser is often described as something unpleasant. It's a deterrent for losing, I guess. No one wants to be called a rotting egg, sorry about that. Mizo crinkled his eyes in the way he'd seen the humans do when they smiled since his beak was covered before placing one of his arms on Izuku's shoulder briefly. No worries, it was a cultural slip. I will be sure to try my best to not become a rotten egg. Yell if you need help, competition shouldn't negate camaraderie. Izuku rolled his eyes, a playful smile back on his face. What am I, a draget? Mizo huffed good-naturedly. Thankfully his species was one of the few that used sarcastic language on their home planet. Trying to explain the concept to the class president had been annoying to say the least. Perhaps Mizo should take more time to be with the humans. They seemed like they were good for banter. Okay, when they start the simulation, I will take the areas with deeper water. You stay near objects you can use for leverage if needed. Got it? Humans were like dragons without the attitude. Mizo liked it. Their run began and both Mizo and Izuku tackled their areas with ferocity. Talking to Mizo must have gotten rid of whatever distraction had been bothering Izuku before, because now the boy was completely focused on his task. Traversing through heavy winds and pouring rain was difficult enough without dragging dead weight around. Both boys trudged on though, and by the end they had ended up tying. Apparently they spaced out the same number of dummies in each kind of environment, so the race didn't matter as much in the end. Izuku didn't seem discouraged though, and his smile was somehow wider after they returned. That was great, thanks for teaming up with me. Mizo nodded and Izuku took the action as an answer. So far they had done the rescue the fastest out of everyone. Kirishima and Bakko had paired up together and would probably get close to their time if they worked together well enough, but Mizo doubted it. He did feel bad for Okuro though. She'd had a lot of trouble fighting the winds without her feathers getting caught earlier. Hopefully she wouldn't get too bad of a grade during the practical. Tashiai was mildly worried for Izuku. Koka had pointed out the boy's strange behavior and general altered volume, and Tashiai had to agree that he wasn't acting like himself. Tashiai's hearing wasn't as good as Koko's, but it was still enough to notice that there was some kind of funk surrounding their newest classmate. He and Koka had had a conversation about it after she'd paired up with Izuku on day 3 of their trip. Apparently Koka reminded him of someone that he used to know, which begged the question of who they were and what had happened to them. Koka didn't want to bother Izuku more than she already had, but now Tashiai was curious. Don't get him wrong, he was grateful to Izuku for saving the closest thing Tashiai had to a father in Azawa when he'd gone missing, but Tashiai didn't trust very easily. Kansit were almost always labeled as gossips as soon as they entered any kind of social group, and males like himself were always made out to be the bad guy due to their hypnotic voices. Could Tashiai get someone to dance stupidly by simply asking them politely? Absolutely. Would he? Only if the situation called for it. The generations were ever growing more tolerant, but the Kansit were one of the newer species to have been added after the truce with the Yamai on their home planet allowed for them to enter the galactic frontier as allies. Tashiai was still wary of most Yamai, but present Mike was okay. Izuku, being a Death Worlder, should have been met with a bit more prejudice when he'd first arrived in Tashiai's opinion. Not that Tashiai wanted Izuku to face that, it just wasn't fair that Tashiai had to fight for his spot in their class and this young dangerous creature was practically handed a seat, but Izuku was genuinely nice. It was strong to stay mad when someone who was strong enough to bench press you was also somehow so kind. That's why he was a little worried. Not a lot, just curious. What could have someone usually so full of life so Unfortunately, Mizo beat Tashiai to pairing up with Izuku on their 4th day, but Tashiai would have been too busy trying to keep his wings from unfurling in the wind to have any meaningful conversations anyways, so day 5 it was. Hey, team up with me. Oh, sure. Looking at Izuku, Tashiai could see that he was doing better than he had been. There was still a hint of a murmur in his heart when he looked at Tashiai, however, and that was an interesting tidbit to take note of. From what Tashiai could remember, Izuku hadn't been in space for very long before UA, and he doubted that either he or Koka looked like any humans he knew back home. Had Izuku made friends with another Kansit at UA, or back on the trafficking ship? Tashiai did admit that he tended to drown out conversations during lunch. All the sounds tended to blend together when a large crowd spoke too much, and he wouldn't have noticed if Izuku had argued with another Kansit while they were far away from him. Lunch wasn't important to Tashiai, and the only day that he could remember clearly was when the intruder alarm malfunctioned about a lunar rotation ago. Even with his earplugs, the alarm had given him a splitting headache. It's a good thing they fixed the systems to ignore false alarms like that, Tashiai wasn't sure he'd survive another scare of that magnitude. Izuku hadn't even been a student at the time though, so it wasn't relevant. What was relevant was the unit they were covering today. Humans were good with fire, right? Both midterm groups claimed that their humans were willing to start fires and seemed quite able to maintain them. This would be easy, right? Apparently not. Izuku stared at the burning building with apprehension. He'd passed the written quiz easily after their morning lecture, but Tashiai supposed that fire was a pretty scary concept to face in person. I'll listen out for the artificial heartbeats of the dummies and you carry them out. Sound like a plan? Izuku nodded, still looking terrified. Okay, now to blow the fire away from the doorway. Tashiai extended his wings to flap the flames away, but Izuku stopped him. Wait, don't do that. With flames this big you'll only fuel the fire. Tashiai closed his wings, having forgotten that. He'd gotten that question wrong on the quiz that morning too. Toshi had blown out small flames often enough in the past, so using his wings on fire was just mindless routine. He probably would have lost points if Izuku hadn't reminded him. Thanks. No problem. Get low to the ground, we'll crawl inside. My suit has fire resistance and my mouth guard can filter out some toxins. Does your hero costume have anything to protect you? Tashiai was upset to say that he didn't think that far ahead, despite having a mouth guard with a voice modulator. It looked like his sour expression and his hesitance was enough to put some confidence into Izuku's frame, and then the human was taking over on giving instructions. Okay, you listen from out here then and use the comm to tell me where the victims are. Can you fly around the building to get a better picture? I can screech to use my sonar, but I don't know if it'll paralyze you. Some species can't move while we screech. It's only when you're screeching. Not after. No, only during. Do it right now. What? We're losing time on the exercise. The dummies are on the clock. Screech right here so we know if I'm affected. Tashiai wanted to argue that he was too close, but something in Izuku had shifted. It was like, when faced with the discomfort of someone else, he became more reliable. Tashiai screeched, and Izuku smiled. I can still move. I can't even hear it, so you fly up and I'll crawl in. I'll radio if I need anything, go. And it worked. All of the dummies were rescued, and Tashiai knew that even if he almost fumbled at the start that they would both receive passing grades. He felt bad for anyone who had to use their last day to retake their practicals. The only ones who would be with them would be the others who'd failed those portions. Still, he hadn't had that meaningful conversation yet. Hey, good work out there. I noticed you were down earlier. Did I do anything that might have upset you? If Tashiai used the slightest hint of suggestion to get an honest answer, that was for him to know and no one else to find out. No. It's none of you guys, don't worry about it. It was just a family matter. I'll be okay, I promise. How strange. Did humans have other sentients that lived on Earth? Tashiai supposed that it wasn't all that rare and that maybe humans were just the first allowed to space travel, but he hadn't been lying. The universe was a strange place indeed. Koji was very much looking forward to the unit on their 6th day at USJ. His little friends would finally be able to stretch in the forest zone, and they would get the practical experience they would need for the future too. Koji wanted to pick the best possible partner for his friends, but the pool of students was fairly limited. Aside from himself, only 4 other students passed the written quiz with full marks. Koji would settle for no less than perfection on this day. Momo and Ida were out. The class president was far too loud, and Momo would be harder to collaborate with because she was too similar to the trees to distinguish for some of his tracking friends. That left the 2 humans. Kirishima, much like Ida, was far too intense for Koji, and even if it made him a little nervous to pair up with a Death Worlder, Izuku was the obvious best choice of the 4. He was calm and quiet, and from what Koji had seen, he had no trouble working with various other members of their class. Apparently humans were very good at teamwork. Koji wondered if it was a trait related to their pack bonding instincts. Humans, he'd come to learn, were a social species. Very rarely did humans live in solitude, and they even shared traits with other species that confirmed this inherent trait. Contagious yawning was a great example. Koji was ever curious about other species, including sentients, so confirming that contagious yawning was a trait that humans held was fascinating. Izuku. Koji was nervous and couldn't help but stammer as he approached. Still, Izuku turned to the Minirix and smiled. Oh, what is it, Koji? Now that he had Izuku's attention, Koji switched to common sign language. He knew that Izuku was still new to common, and even newer still to the nonverbal aspect of it, but Koji had already mustered a lot of courage to speak enough to get his attention. He hadn't wanted to startle the human by touching him, and he was frankly surprised that he had heard Koji's quiet voice at all. After the practical, would you like to pair up with me for the rescue portion? Please say yes. Please say yes. There was no one else better to help. To Koji's surprise, Izuku responded in common sign, even if he was a bit slow. Sure. Can I practice sign with you? I'm still learning. Koji was quick to respond. Of course. How can I get your attention if we're far apart? Humans have something called clapping. We strike our limbs together to produce sound. Like this. Izuku had to spell out the foreign word and hadn't known the term for hands and sign, but Koji got the idea, mimicking Izuku and also producing a sudden striking sound with his palms. Izuku put his thumb facing upwards, which Koji remembered was an affirmative in human sign, and he had to admit that it was an effective motion. The holograms surrounding the forest will make the area seem larger and they might disorient us from finding the safe zone, but my friends are used to traveling in forests and will help us find the victims and safety. Friends. Oh, had Koji not introduced his friends to the humans? He supposed that made sense. His friends weren't very comfortable in urban settings and tended to nap in the crevices Koji had in his outer mineral layer while they were at UA. The station smells and crowds intimidated them, so Koji didn't blame them for always hiding. It's okay, you can come out. Izuku wouldn't be able to understand his native tongue. In fact, no other Minirix aside from those who were born on his home island would be able to understand this particular dialect, but in Koji's voice was the ability to connect with other living creatures. Koji's island was a fairly small one on their planet, and most tended not to leave their home, let alone their planet, but something in Koji wanted more, wanted to help. A local hero had saved his family's part of the forest from a fire when he was a child, and Koji wanted to help others feel that same relief that he felt on that day. Koji was still working on boosting his confidence, but he had improved by leaps and bounds since coming to UA and being able to speak with. A Death Worlder was a testament to that. Just as suspected, Izuku had no problems with following the plan, allowing Koji's friends to lead the search part of their rescue. Koji could only carry 2 dummies at a time, but Izuku helped with that. Things went just as Koji hoped. With excellent teamwork from 2 of the students who'd both aced the forest safety quiz, it wasn't a surprise that they also passed the physical with flying colors. What was a surprise was how Izuku had asked if it would be alright to groom his Pixiv. Izuku promised that he would be gentle, and after being asked, his Pixiv agreed to the contact. The small floating ball of pale pastel fur was one of Koji's oldest and most adventurous companions, and Izuku pressed down softly enough that he only stroked the outer layer of fur, never even coming close to actually petting firmly enough that his little friend would feel the pressure on its skin. The fact that humans also took interest in small creatures aside from hunting was more than Koji could hope for, even in semi-carnivorous species. Seeing Izuku being so gentle with his Pixiv was a heartwarming sight. The boy had even thanked Koji for the time they'd spent together that day. Now if only his Pixiv would stop squeaking at him to let him know that Izuku was actually more sad than he seemed. The little things were very sensitive to the feelings around them, and Koji didn't want to be told that his observations throughout the week had been correct. Azawa was tired. They were almost done with their intergalactic week at USJ, and he had to say that his students had done well in not only noticing the signs of stress but also keeping a low profile about their inquiries, but he could tell that many of them were growing more and more curious about Izuku's change in demeanor. It's not like Azawa wasn't also upset at having to leave not only Eri but Zashi as well. This was the first time that he'd had to leave his bondmate since his rescue, but he knew that it was only for a short PRD and that his partner would be awaiting his return at UA after their 8th solar rotation. Yagi was happy enough to call Izuku away after everyone had finished their morning test on the entirety of the rescue unit on the 7th day of their trip, but Azawa was not looking forward to talking about feelings with the rest of the class. Well, it would only be for a few clicks before they were set free for their rest day. Okay, class. By now I'm sure you've noticed that one of your classmates has been acting strangely as of late. The slight murmurs stopped, and Azawa was glad that he'd established his voice as a trigger for silence early on. Many of you know the reasoning for this behavioral change, but though it is none of your business, I've decided to share enough information that you can all deduce for yourselves why your peer is feeling the way that he is and to not pester him out of curiosity. As you all know, when I and some other students were captured by traffickers, we managed to escape while rescuing other individuals that had been trapped alongside us. One of these individuals traveled back to UA with us. Not everyone was able to meet with her while she was here, but she was deemed healthy enough to send back to her home planet before we traveled here to USJ. She had been bonded fairly closely with your classmate previously, so he is taking her leave harshly. Feel free to speak amongst yourselves here before heading back to the dorms for your free PRD, but I don't want this to leave the classroom for him to hear. He has enough on his plate without having to remember his broken bond. Rest well because your makeup physical exams are tomorrow and you don't want to fail these courses a second time. Immediately his class burst back into activity, but Azawa wasn't surprised at that. He hadn't said it explicitly, but everyone by now knew of Eri and that she had been a deathfly sprite. While the rumors surrounding her species were already wild, one thing that was certain was the fact that their bonds are very important to them, and breaking them usually caused them physical pain. Thanks to Mna and the others, it was also common knowledge that Izuku had been very closely bonded with Eri. The joys of gossip. Azawa used his hearing to eavesdrop a bit. He'd hated seeing Eri's emotional state wither and decay before her departure, but he hadn't been able to focus on Izuku's well-being as much as he'd wanted to. Toyo had assured him that Kiri was doing his best to help, but it was clear that adult intervention may be required for this situation. With everything that had happened, it was a surprise that this hadn't become an issue sooner. Na and the others who'd known Eri led the conversation for the most part, answering questions about Izuku and Eri's bond and other such details, but Aizawa didn't really perk up until Kiri was addressed directly. The boy had been uncharacteristically quiet until then, but with no other humans around he was the best one to gauge human reactions to separation. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Izuku was in bad shape before. That's why I had everyone head upstairs before curfew back at UA. We didn't need anyone seeing him like that. I've already encouraged him to seek out help from Hound Dog, so maybe he'll do that when we get back, but for now, just try not to overwhelm him. Humans are hardwired to form relationships. We tend to form very close bonds with others. Some people are known to go insane if they don't have access to social activity, and we even form bonds with low sentient creatures and inanimate objects. We're just a very social species. How bad can it get? An appropriate question, if not a blunt inquiry. Kiri thought about it for a moment before answering, and Aizawa had to fight his natural instinct to bristle his fur at the reply. Well, it's pretty rare, but it's been documented that some humans have died of heartbreak. When someone leaves us willingly, unwillingly, or through something like death, it causes a pretty severe stress response. We can feel it in our psyche because our heart is affected, and we call it heartbreak syndrome because it literally causes the tissues in our hearts to break down. There was immediate outcry, but Aizawa would have to investigate that further in his own time. If they had known that this was a possibility, they may not have only looked at Eri's health when making this decision. If a separation like this could physically harm Izuku, then they would have treated this more like the separation of two psychic species and not just one. Aizawa knew that he couldn't have known, but he still felt like a failure for the oversight. He refused to continue to fail Izuku like this. It was their 8th and final day at USJ, and Izuku was happy to start winding down for the trip back to UA. He'd had fun, but he missed his dorm. Today would be similar to their rest day, but only for students like Izuku and Kiri who had both passed all of their practicals throughout the week. Everyone else would be redoing the exercises they'd failed. Yagi had been working as a TA to help with grading throughout the week, but he was running late at the moment. Yesterday he'd spent the day as All Might to encourage Class 1B during their makeup tests, and today he was supposed to do the same for Class 1A. If Aizawa's grumblings about sleeping in were any indication, Yagi was most likely still getting ready. Ainin seemed used to this, so instead of waiting around she started her final lecture. Alright, while we wait for our final staff member to arrive, please allow me to give you some advice. With my abilities, I can create tiny black holes in the palms of my hands. This power has the ability to cause great damage and harm, however it also has great potential to save. You each have abilities that can harm others, but you are here today because you want to use your abilities for good. My advice to you is to practice. Use your time at UH to refine your control and become the heroes that you want to see in the universe. Izuku wanted to keep listening, he really did, but something in his peripheral caught his attention. Everyone was still standing at the entrance area, waiting for All Might to join them from the main hallway, but down the stairs in the center of the main plaza a swirling purple vortex appeared. Aizawa. All Izuku had to do was say his name and the man swiveled his head, noticing the individuals now pouring from the portal down below. 13. Get the students to the safety bunker and call for backup. Ainin opened their communication pad but quickly closed it. Communications are jammed, I'll have to use the landline, will you be okay down there? A low rumbling growl resounded from deep in Aizawa's city as he put on his specialized goggles and crouched low to the ground. I'll be fine, just get them out. Villains were already starting to walk up the stairs and Aizawa raced down on all fours, taking on the crowd. Izuku could hardly look away at the sight of his teacher ripping through the crowd, taking down villain after villain, but Ainin was herding them towards the door. Before they could exit, another portal opened and a Galtrix stepped forward to greet them. They were taller than Ainin, but slimmer than Miro, and their galaxy-like appearance was the same shade of swirling purple and black as the portals the villains were using. This was probably the one controlling their transport, and judging by their ability Izuku guessed that they were a male. Hello, sorry to intrude, but we have an agenda to push. It's nothing against you personally, young heroes, just your unfortunate fate. What do you want? Ainin was in front of everyone, arm outstretched as if to shield them from whatever this villain was capable of. To disrupt hero society, of course. Now, we can't have any escapees. One moment, Izuku was standing with the rest of his classmates, and the next, he was falling through the floor. It wasn't until he was sailing through the air over the artificial lake in USJ that he realized the villain had created portals underneath them to split everyone up and distribute them around the building. Izuku couldn't help but scream as he fell. From this height, the water would probably feel like concrete unless he got into a diving position, but the lake was only 3 meters deep and he'd probably break his fingers at the bottom if he did that. Izuku could vaguely hear screaming beside him, but what caught him off guard was the invisible rope that wrapped itself around him and dragged him through the air and onto the deck of the mock rescue ship. Regaining his breath, he realized that it was Tsu from the floating costume. Whether or not she had her camouflage active on purpose he didn't know, but what he did know was that she'd used her excessively long tongue to save them. Them being Izuku and Neta, who was now hyperventilating on the deck of the ship. Izuku didn't blame him. Looking over the edge of the railing, Izuku could see that they were surrounded on all sides by villains treading water, each adapted for aquatic environments. This did not fare well, but why were they sent here of all places? Tsu was a faggot, and Neta's planet was literally covered by an ocean. He knew that humans weren't well known just yet, but even so, there were so many others in the class that were species known for sinking in water. Oh stars, we're going to die. Tsu shushed Neta. Stop that. If the villains hear us panicking, they'll jump up here to finish the job. Taking another look below, Izuku could tell that she was right. They were outnumbered for sure, but the villains weren't making any attempts at climbing the ship. They were probably banking on their water affinities to have the advantage. They were safe for now. Neta was blubbering, but Izuku took a deep breath and faced the lug. Tsu is right. We'll just be targets if we wait around. We have to come up with a plan to either take them out or escape. Izuku was scared out of his mind, but he had to become a hero. He wasn't going to fall here, he would do his best to fight and survive this, and having at least one pillar of calm can make all the difference in a group. They would all get out of this, he had to believe. Neta was freaking out. Villains. Attacking you, of all places. How bold were these guys? He couldn't even enjoy the thought that he'd been wrapped up in Tsu's tongue with all the cold-blooded murderers in the water. Stop that. If the villains hear us panicking, they'll jump up here to finish the job. And why shouldn't he panic? They were going to die. Tsu is right. We're just targets if we wait around. We have to come up with a plan to either take them out or escape. Big words coming from someone who had just been screaming. If it weren't for Tsu, they'd already be mincemeat. Neta refused to listen to pretty placating words in the midst of a catastrophe. Oh yeah. Well, what do you propose? The human's brows scrunched together and several moments passed. They didn't have time for this. Tsu, can your costume also turn invisible? I didn't think I would need it today, but yes. I can toggle it to be invisible while my camouflage is active. Ooh, Neta hadn't known that. What a juicy tidbit. But how much neurotoxin can you make? Tsu looked down at the crowd of villains. Not enough to take out everyone fast enough. How about just the heavy hitters? Tsu looked down again and bobbed her head in a strange fashion. I can do that. Izuku made the same strange head motion before turning to Neta. How many of those ball can you make? They're eggs and I can safely make about 40 before they start coming out small or misshapen. 80 at most. There was that strange head motion again. What was that? Before Neta could demand to know, Izuku disappeared within the ship, ripping a board from the wall where the captain would normally steer and pulling out a metal box covered in wires. The strength of these creatures was insane. Izuku pulled loose wires away from the box before the entire ship shuddered and started to tilt. Izuku said something in his native language, probably a curse of sorts, before working faster. I don't have a lot of time to explain. This ship isn't just a prop, is better than that, so this ship was imported from an ocean planet. I have a lot of free time on my hands and boredom to fuel me. This ship is different from those on my home planet, so I looked the model up after our flood training and knew where the battery boxes were installed. The voltage is different than on my planet, but if I break the grounding lock then it should paralyze the villains in the water without killing them. Neta, I want you to throw as many eggs onto the surface of the water as possible before I take off the safety and toss this overboard. Tsu, before Netta throws his eggs, I need you to use your camouflage to climb onto the side of the boat that will lure the villains to gather around. Once the battery drains, use your tongue to round everyone up and stick them together using Netta's eggs. When everyone is captured, use your neurotoxin to paralyze the most dangerous of the villains. We should be able to get back to shore safely afterwards. Would that even work? The ship shuddered again and Netta had to hope. Was there a crevice in the ship he could hide in? He was smaller than the others. Too late, they were sinking, there was no time. Tsu was in place and Netta yelled as he threw his eggs into the water. He didn't keep count, just kept tossing until he was all out. Izuku patted him on the back for a moment before offering a human smile. Good job in luring them over to this side. Netta had just been screaming, but why was that so reassuring? Netta shook off his light daze and watched as Izuku pulled away what looked like a vital component to the battery box before heaving it overboard. The villains screamed, and just as predicted, most stopped moving once the electricity cut off. Tsu wasted no time in performing her part and Netta watched as the villains seemed to get swept into a large pile without any outward input. He'd helped. His eggs held fast and none of the villains would be escaping anytime soon. Tsu topped everything off by shooting her venom darts at all the main threats and Netta had to admit that the plan had worked flawlessly. Izuku and Tsu shared a moment, Izuku holding up his hand and Tsu using her own to hit it. Why did she hit him? Why did he smile? Why was she touching him? And why didn't Netta like it? He had to interrupt the moment before things went any further. Okay, the villains in this area aren't a threat anymore, but there's still plenty of villains at USJ, so what now? Izuku and Tsu looked at each other before the ship once again rocked dangerously. We should get to shore and make our way back to the main hallway. If the Galtrix villain is gone, then we might be able to sneak into one of the dorms and find a communication pad that isn't jammed. Izuku and Tsu could find a communication pad if they wanted, but getting to the safety of the main hallway didn't sound like a bad idea either. Netta would follow. For now. All over the universe, holovids and screens turned on, many programs switching to an unknown channel. The room on display was dark, but a large crowd could be seen and the energy of the gathered crowd was palpable. A raspy, cheerful voice spoke into the camera's mic, manic with glee. Hello, everyone. We're sorry to interrupt your regular programming, however history is in the making here. Hero society is corrupt, though some of you may already know this. Many who should be helped are left behind to rot, and many who defend themselves are wrongfully convicted of crimes that should not exist. There is no reason why we shouldn't be able to use the abilities gifted to us by the universe freely. The system is flawed and needs change to better support society. Heroes don't need to exist for society to flourish, and the only thing that the HPSC wants is to control everything. We are the League of Villains, and we're going to bring a new era, starting at the lowest level of corruption. We pledge to uproot hero society from its base. Now observe as we infiltrate U8, the most secure hero school, and take care of those who dared to try to rise to fame, disguising their selfish goals as righteousness. A cheer rang through the crowd as a purple portal opened and the villains began to march through. The camera and a large brute were the last to enter, and from the plaza of USJ the view zoomed in on the terrified faces of the Class 1 UA Hero Course students. Their teacher was already halfway down the steps, fury evident on his face, and he arrived to take on the threat just as purple portals dispensed the fleeing students around the building and near the villains who'd scattered upon their arrival. It was chaos as war cries and screams bounced around the dome, and no matter where the camera looked, there was carnage. The original voice cackled and the camera turned towards the speaker. He was a slim gray Oruti with no leaves to his name, but his branches grew in gnarled knots and his wide smile looked like it cracked the wood of his face into painful splinters. Heroes aren't infallible. Society shouldn't worship the ground they walk on. Unshaking praise is bound to corrupt. Popularity ensures that heroes only patrol where the most publicity will be, leaving crime-ridden areas that need the most help free of anyone qualified enough to do so. These young heroes are no different. The strong flock to the profession, eager to carve their name into history, while those that are too weak are left to suffer, their lack of power pushing them lower and lower in the social hierarchy. The camera panned around the chaos again, focusing on Aizawa as he took down villains left and right. Soft counting could be heard in the background, but it was easily missed with everything else going on. Finally, the Oruti leader closed in, rushing from his point near the recording drone and the silent behemoth to join the fray. Other villains stepped aside as their boss took on pro-hero Eraserhead one-on-one. Their words couldn't be heard, but it was obvious that some kind of conversation was happening. Aizawa's paralyzing glare cancelled out the Oruti's special gift while they fought, however the teacher had to blink eventually. The Oruti predicted this, counting the seconds between the LYX's tell and holding onto one of his arms when he knew the man would have to blink. The effect was immediate as Aizawa's fur and skin eroded away to dust, revealing the top muscle layer before he was able to regain his bearings and halt the destructive gift in its steps. The men separated, one holding his elbow to stem the bleeding and the other with a manic grin still on his face. With one more word spoken by the villainous man, the sleeping giant came to life, sprinting towards the wounded LX and pummeling him into the ground. The force of his barrage was strong enough to crack the concrete, and it was apparent that the teacher would be out for the count and that the villain's ace far outmatched anyone else who was at USC. The camera zoomed back onto the leader as he casually sauntered over to it. Let this be a warning to anyone who wants to use the title hero to rise to fame. We, the League of Villains, will not hesitate to nip those dreams in the bud. We've started with the UH first-year students, but who knows where we'll go next. Now watch as we eradicate the universe's next line of liars. The camera zoomed over and focused on 3 students emerging from the artificial lake, a faggot, a lug, and an unidentified species with green fur. The Oruti leader faced the group and made his assessment before rushing in. The camera made sure to have a good angle as the malicious man made contact with the terrified students. Once all of the villains were apprehended, Izuku and the others had to get off the ship and head back to shore. The water was deep enough that the boat would sink fully, but only just, and they couldn't risk staying there if anyone noticed the large group of immobile bodies in the water. Once they were sure that no one would be getting free, Izuku jumped in first. There was an immediate barrage of faggot neurotoxin from all of the villains who could still aim their darts in his direction, but Izuku had long since grown his resistance to the stuff. UH had been kind enough to give him sleeping aids with it to help regulate his sleep pattern to the new intergalactic schedule, and if villains continued to use it as a weapon then he would gladly keep using the supplements to encourage light drowsiness at night. The swim back to shore wasn't too bad after Izuku used his body to shield Sue and Netta from the toxic darts, but Netta was fairly slow despite being adapted for ocean environments. Having to wait for him wasn't safe if any of the villains they captured escaped, so Izuku took it upon himself to carry the lug. The smaller boy didn't seem to mind, but once they were out of the water the rest of USJ was still in chaos. Screams could be heard throughout the building, and smoke was rising in areas that weren't related to the fire zones. In the epicenter, Izuku could make out that Aizawa was fighting in the main plaza. With everything going on it wouldn't be strong to sneak around until they got to the main stairs, but Aizawa looked like he was getting tired. This was more apparent after the Oruti villain was able to do something that hurt Aizawa's arm. Shortly after, the large hulking villain that had been motionless before came to life, attacking their teacher in a frenzy. When the dust cleared, Aizawa was laying in a motionless heap while the Oruti villain seemed to monologue at a small flying drone. They had to help him. Aizawa had always been there for them, and even if he could be a strict teacher at times, Izuku knew from experience that the man cared deeply for everyone he watched over. Izuku wanted nothing more than to rush over and drag him away from the danger, but the alien that stood over him was large and terrifying. It was tall and bulky like a bodybuilder with arms like tentacles not unlike the Tagoyas that Izuku knew, but that didn't make sense. It only had 2 arms, large as they may be. Were those seams running along the edges? The suckers seemed to be missing, but maybe it was just a species Izuku hadn't learned about yet. Its face was shark-like in shape, and its teeth looked like they matched, but it didn't have any other features that were designed for water. Its legs were almost insect-like. They looked like Edis. Were those Entia's thrusters? No, they couldn't be, but they were something eerily similar. Did they have the same function? And its head? The beady eyes weren't something that Izuku could get a read on, It was like trying to decipher a shark's emotions, but its head was split open at the top, pink brain matter exposed to the world. It didn't look like an injury, but Izuku had no idea how a species could have evolved in that way. Still, they had to come up with a plan. Tsu was fast on her feet and stealthy. She could go in and grab Azawa if there was a big enough distraction. She probably wouldn't be able to drag him quickly though, not without help. Taking a shaking breath, Izuku spoke quietly. "We have to help Azawa. I'll try to make a distraction. Tsu, if you can sneak in and drag him to safety, maybe you two can get him to where 13 and the others are." The drone the villains were using was round with a wide eye-like lens, obviously recording everything around them. Suddenly, it turned and faced their group, and the gray villain that had fought their teacher sprinted in their direction. They planned too late. Things seemed to slow down in that moment. Izuku could feel his heart pumping. He'd seen what the villain could do with just a touch. His crazed gaze shifted between them, going from Izuku to Tsu to Neta, and then it focused on Neta. Too fast, the villain was running too fast. As quickly as he could, Izuku pushed Neta behind himself, but the villain's gaze only shifted over to Tsu, and Izuku had no time to redirect his momentum before the bark-like fingers were touching her face. Tsu stared into the man's palm, frozen in terror, but her skin stayed intact. The villain's smile widened unsettlingly. "You're so cool, Eraserhead." Izuku peered around the villain to see that despite his injuries, Azawa was lifting his head and using his glare to stop the villain from using his natural gift to harm Tsu. Izuku would not waste this chance. With a battle cry, he lunged forward, punching the villain's outstretched arm at the elbow joint. The wood splintered and the villain's face turned into a grimace as his eyes settled on Izuku. "No." The titan that had been pinning Azawa jetted over, using the thrusters on its legs to do so. Izuku only had enough time to turn to Tsu and shout one word before he was grappling with the thing's tentacles. "No." He couldn't turn away after that, staring with wide eyes into the gaping maw of the beast. The gray villain cackled beside him. "How do you like it? My bioweapon." Bioweapon. Izuku didn't talk, gaining traction under his shoes and pushing the thing back a few inches. The cackling stopped. "What are you anyways? I don't think I've met one of your species before." A large bang echoed throughout USJ and everyone turned to see who'd slammed the main doors open. Yagi was here and right now, he was dressed as All Might, the #1 ranked hero. The relief was palpable. Villains still in the plaza stepped back at the entrance. It seemed as if they hadn't expected the #1 hero to make an appearance. Izuku watched as Yagi crouched, and for the first time he was able to see his mechanized suit in action. With one leap, All Might was able to clear the stairs and land near the recording drone. Once there, he began to walk towards the main boss and the large villain that Izuku was still grappling with. The Orudi became captivated with Yagi, and Izuku took this chance to use his head to motion towards Azawa, who was still laying prone in the crater made by the villain's ace player. Tsu got the idea, nodding back at Izuku and activating her camouflage before heading towards their teacher. Neta took his chance to hide in some nearby bushes. "All Might." The name came out as a raspy whisper before the villain's voice returned to a normal tone. "No." The Orudi turned away and Izuku was promptly forgotten. The large creature, the Nomu, turned around to face whatever target it was ordered to. "Villains, your reign of terror ends here." Izuku stood back and watched as the two opposing forces faced off, sizing each other up. The Orudi began to scratch at his splintered neck with the one good arm he still had, but movement caught Izuku's eye. Tsu was dragging Azawa, slowly but surely, to the safety of the sidelines. Izuku didn't want to get caught up in whatever brawl was about to break out, but he could still help in his own way. The villains were distracted so he didn't need to sneak, but he still made his way quickly and quietly over to the struggling girl to help with her load. Azawa wasn't too heavy, but he was at least twice Tsu's weight, so it was undoubtedly tough for her. With Izuku's help they were able to make it to the bushes unscathed. "Are you okay?" Tsu didn't convey worry in the same way that humans did, but Izuku had been around her and other Foggets to know that she was very distressed at the moment, so he put on the best reassuring smile he could given the situation. "Yeah, that was pretty scary, but All Might came just in time. We need to get Azawa to safety. Can you help put him on my back?" I'll be able to get him there faster that way than if we drag him. Sue nodded and got to work. Netta was shaking alongside them in the bush. All of his eggs were gone, used up in their earlier escape, so he was truly helpless at the moment. Hey, we'll get out of this, okay? We just have to make it to the stairs and then we should be able to get to the safety of the bunker. We all remember the way they showed us, right? Netta nodded, giving Izuku his full attention. Okay then. We'll go together, sticking to the side areas with less villains. They shouldn't notice us if we're quick and stay low. Once he was sure that Netta wasn't frozen in place anymore, it was time to move. With All Might's arrival, most of the villains were now distracted, their eyes glued to their biggest threat at USJ. Izuku didn't dare look back until they reached the stairs, but when he did, the scene wasn't what he was expecting to see. All Might, with the power of his mechanized suit, definitely had more strength than the Nomu. If Izuku could push it slightly back, then that was a given, but as they clashed it used the thrusters on its legs to maneuver around the hero, getting in more hits than All Might was able to. Izuku wasn't stupid. All Might was an adult, and Izuku was still just a kid, but if the Nomu wasn't going very far, then Izuku knew that he had the reflexes to help, even if only a little. The question was, would he only get in the way? Okuo snapped him out of his stupor by calling out to them from up the stairs. You guys. Ida was able to get into the hall and activate one of the emergency UA communication pads. Are you okay? 13 is down, but the Galtrix villain left once All Might arrived. We're fine, but Azawa is hurt. Can you help us carry him to the safety bunker? A look of determination filled Okuo's gaze and she nodded, a few of her feathers shooting out and relieving Izuku of his load once she was down the stairs and closer to the group. Leave it to me, I can carry him. Izuku was going to head up with them, but he hesitated. Looking back at All Might's fight, he could see that the two were still dancing around each other, exchanging blows, but the previously hesitant villains were starting to look more relieved. All Might was one man, and they had the numbers to overwhelm him. All Might wasn't in his prime anymore, and with the help of his mechanized suit most of these villains usually wouldn't be a problem for him, but with the Nomo fighting him he had more openings to exploit. You guys go on ahead, All Might needs help. They called out to him before he left, but Izuku didn't listen. He wouldn't step in just yet, he'd probably just be a distraction, but he could help take out some of the villains in the plaza before they decided to get bold and attack while All Might was preoccupied. Maybe it was the adrenaline, maybe he was just being stupid, but Yagi had taken such good care of his dad when they were crewmates that he couldn't just leave the man to face this alone. He was going to be a hero after all. Yagi always had a strong time waking up in the mornings, but it wasn't his fault this time. His communication pad must have fallen while he was going to bed and he hadn't heard his alarm. Ainen was disappointed, telling him to stop watching videos so late that he fell asleep with the device in his hands, but was still kind enough to say that they'd let Azawa know he'd be late today. Yagi took this opportunity to quickly get dressed, but his hero's suit was always on the bulkier side. Usually Mrei or someone else from the crew would help him get suited up, but Ainen refused to also be late for class when they'd been there on time to help Yagi in the first place. Yagi got it in the end and was going to make a grand entrance, but instead of a quiet hallway he was met with one of the students. An Enias. Ida, if he was remembering correctly. Yagi wasn't the best with names sometimes, but this student was the class president and the only Entias in Class 1A. When Yagi got closer he realized that the boy was frantically using one of the emergency communication pads to contact you. Yagi's BLD ran cold. This boy would not pull a prank of this magnitude. As soon as he was noticed, the boy ran over in relief. All Might. Villains have attacked USJ, everyone's in trouble. He wasn't expecting to do anything but offer encouragement today, but that wasn't why he became a hero. Standing tall, Yagi addressed his young student. Fear not, for I am here. You've done well to contact UA. I'll take care of the rest. Please, make your way to the safety bunker, I'll send others your way shortly. Ida did as he was told, trusting that All Might would take care of everything. Taking a deep breath, Yagi slammed open the main doors, gaining everyone's attention. Good, his entrance was sure to have stopped at least a few fights. Scanning the area, he was surprised to find so many infiltrators. Ah, they had a Galtrix on their side. If his ability was what All Might suspected, then that explains some things. His eyes were drawn to a hulking creature in the distance. Was that Izuku? And that thing? No, it couldn't be. The man that orchestrated those beasts was dead. Yagi had made sure of it, but the exposed brain. There could be no question. The Nomu became Yagi's #1 priority. He couldn't jump all the way to their fight, but he could clear the stairs and a decent distance at least. He had to stand tall and command the room with his presence. Villains, your reign of terror ends here. Thankfully, whoever was ordering the Nomu called it off of Izuku, turning it around to face Yagi. It must have been the Orudi. They seemed vaguely familiar somehow, but Yagi didn't have time to dwell on things. Izuku thankfully got out of the way, helping his classmates move Azawa away from the action. The poor LX must have been through a lot to try and keep everyone safe. Yagi was already furious at the state he noticed Ainen was in after he'd slammed open the doors to take in the situation. Yagi stalled for as long as he could, lengthening the stalemate between himself and the main villains, but he didn't become the #1 hero by standing still. Once the students were far enough away, he went on the attack, and the Nomu followed suit. As always, the things were grotesque, and Yagi could tell that this one in particular was made better than the prototypes he'd fought in the past. The seams were still noticeable, but they didn't fray at the blows his suit-enhanced punches could dish out, and its skin was more elastic, absorbing the blows better than the rigor mortis-riddled things of the past. No, somehow these things were closer to living beings than the animated meat puppets from before, but they still weren't alive. Yagi knew this, but he was still reeling at the fact that a creation of that man existed, an improved version no less. They knew that his suit was bulky and hindered his movements. It hadn't been a problem in the past, not when he was younger, and not with Gran Torino on his side to help with the quick-footed villains, but his crew wasn't here right now and the only other heroes present were already out for the count. Yagi knew that it was only a matter of time before the villains grew wise and went in for the kill. The Nomu wasn't taking the full brunt of his punches either. The thing was obviously mostly Togoya, a species that had fairly decent shock absorption throughout their bodies, but with its Entia's legs it was always able to bounce back just as Yagi got in a good hit, negating most of the damage. It was dancing around him, and Yagi would tire out first in a match of endurance against a tireless doll. This was bad. The commotion broke out in the crowd of villains standing back, many surprised voices catching the attention of the leader. He unwittingly turned to see what it was, and the slight sound of his voice had the Nomu pause in its tracks. That was one thing that hadn't changed then. The Orudi was definitely the one with the voice commands over the beast, and the exposed brains most likely still held the transmitters for accepting verbal commands. Yagi took his chance while the Nomu paused to listen for its next order, wrapping his arms around its torso and going for a suplex. If he could destroy the brain, then the Nomu would crumple like the puppet it was. His suit helped give him the strength to lift the dense creature, but the impact never came. Looking towards the ground, all Might could see was purple. Netta was skeptical at first, but they really had no choice but to leave once it was apparent that the ship they were on was definitely going to sink. But how would they get to shore? Sure, he knew that the aquatic villains were all bound together by his eggs, but they still had their natural gifts at their disposal. Izuku offered to jump into the water first, and Netta didn't argue. Netta's point was immediately made when several darts of Fogget venom were shot at the human. Sue would of course have to pull him out before he drowned, but he wasn't paralyzed. Why wasn't he paralyzed? Izuku didn't seem to react at all to the assault, instead waving up at Sue and Netta back on the deck. "I'll cover you, just jump in front of me." Once Sue jumped and Netta didn't hesitate to follow, there was no way he was being left behind. Izuku shielded him as promised, but there was at least one Sione in the aquatic group and their sonar was reverberating around the artificial lake. Netta wanted nothing more than to just book it to shore, but with the vibrations in the water he was having a strong time moving. Sue was also affected, but not as severely as Netta. Thankfully the Sione must have been buried deep in the group of bodies, dampening their sonar's full effect, but Izuku somehow noticed Netta's struggle and took it upon himself to grab and carry him to shore without asking. Normally, Netta would be offended by this, but this was a dire situation and he was somewhat grateful for the assist. Izuku was surprisingly warm, even in the cool water. He also had no trouble swimming, even with the vibrating sonar filling the water and several doses of Fogget neurotoxin pumping through his body. Could he even feel it? Netta felt surprisingly safe in his arms. They were firmly locked in place, yet still soft gentle in the way that they held the lug. Unfortunately, Netta couldn't dwell on these observations for long. Once they were out of the water, the screams throughout the building weren't muffled anymore. The reality of the situation was that they were under attack. Netta was in shock at the situation. Izuku surprised him by speaking up while everything was still sinking in. "We have to help Azawa. I'll try to make a distraction. Sue, if you can sneak in and drag him to safety, then maybe you two could get him to where 13 and the others are." Wait, what? Weren't they going to the safety of the main stairs? Azawa was a hero, he could handle himself. But then Netta looked over and saw that their teacher was lying in a heap on the ground. Netta then saw whatever the heck the villains had brought with them. That wasn't any species Netta knew, but it was at the same time. Netta wasn't dumb, and he could recognize most of the species from his own planet with ease, especially the predators. Those arms belonged to a Tagoya, even if they had been mutilated and sewn back together in a grotesque fashion, and though the gills were missing, that was most definitely the head of a Zyolt on the thing. Netta had had nightmares about encountering one of those beasts, even if he never planned on leaving the safety of his home terrarium. There were several other species thrown into the mix, namely the obvious Antilla's legs, but Netta knew that that monstrosity was not natural by any means, especially with its split head and exposed brain. Netta barely had time to process what he was looking at before a gray Orudi started sprinting towards them. Looking down at their teacher, it wasn't strong to imagine that this villain was bad news, but Netta was paralyzed. He would never be able to outrun something with legs that long. Netta's breath caught as he made and sustained eye contact with the villain. Without warning, Izuku pushed Netta behind his back. He was shielding them. Netta didn't have much time to process this once the villain switched targets, and then the man's destroying fingers were touching Tsu's face. That could have been Netta. Nothing happened though. The villain didn't seem deterred, turning back to where he'd run from. "You're so cool, Eraserhead." Izuku took this chance to attack the villain, and Netta didn't waste the chance to use the distraction to run and hide in some nearby bushes. There they stayed and tried to shake off the stress and shock that surrounded them like a blanket. They were going to die here. It seemed like only ticks later when Tsu and Izuku invaded their hiding spot, carrying Azawa with them. "Are you okay?" Netta looked Izuku up and down at Tsu's implication, but the human didn't seem injured. Netta's memories were starting to come back in fractures. Everything after deciding to run away was blurry and time meant nothing. Izuku had grappled with the strange beast. Yes, Netta could vaguely recall peeking from his spot and seeing their struggle. Yeah, that was pretty scary, but All Might came just in time. "We need to get Azawa to safety. Can you help put him on my back? I'll be able to get him there faster than if we drag him." Netta was still out of it, but Izuku seemed to notice, approaching them to help. "Hey, we'll make it out of this, okay? We just have to make it to the stairs and then we should be able to get to the safety of the bunker. We all remember the way they showed us, right?" Netta didn't have the ability to use their words right now, but the weird head motion seemed to mean yes earlier, so they repeated it to the human. "Okay then. We'll go together, sticking to the side areas with less villains. They shouldn't notice us if we're quick and stay low." Izuku gave Netta time to fully return to the present before they moved, but it was enough. They made it to the stairs safely and Netta was filled with emotion at the thought of getting to safety. Okuo ran towards them once they grew closer. "You guys." Ida was able to get into the hall and activate one of the emergency UA communication pads. "Are you okay?" 13 is down, but the Galtrix villain left once All Might arrived. They were saved, reinforcements would be arriving soon. "We're fine, but Azawa is hurt. Can you help us carry him to the safety bunker?" "Leave it to me, I can carry him." Okuo was quick to use her feathers to carry Azawa, but Izuku became distracted with something back in the main plaza. "You guys go on ahead, All Might needs help." And then he ran away. Izuku was nearly to safety, but the need to help others out in this dire situation had him running back towards the danger. All Netta could do was stare at his back. She could feel something stirring within her. She had to ignore her feelings for now though, the safety bunkers were her top priority at the moment. It was supposed to be a routine class experience. Aizawa had used this particular lesson plan for all of his Class 1 students and never had any issues before, so how had everything gone so wrong so quickly? It probably started the moment Yagi was late for class. He was the #1 hero, but the oaf was so carefree it irritated Aizawa now that the ideal media painted image had been removed from the individual. Don't get him wrong, Yagi was a good man. Aizawa just had a near inherent bias against most limelight heroes. He couldn't help but grumble to himself about how anyone so highly revered could sleep in so casually. Ainin was more used to his antics and started their guest lecture, buying time for Yagi to get suited up and make his grand entrance. Alright, while we wait for our final staff member to arrive, please allow me to give you some advice. With my abilities, I can create tiny black holes in the palms of my hands. This power has the ability to cause great damage and harm. However, it also has great potential to save. You each have abilities that can harm others, but you are here today because you want to use your abilities for good. My advice to you is to practice. Use your time at U8 to refine your control and become the heroes that you want to see in the universe. Even though he was still upset at Yagi, he would not fall back on his lesson plans. This was something that every student should hear, regardless of whether it was delivered by a guest speaker or not. Because he was watching his students intently, Aizawa noticed the exact moment Izuku became distracted. The way his expression shifted had Aizawa's hair raising on end, and before he could ask the kid what was wrong, the boy instead tried to get Aizawa's attention. Aizawa! He didn't hesitate to look in the direction of Izuku's concern. As soon as he saw the villains, he went into action. 13. Get the students to the safety bunker and call for backup. Ainin opened their communication pad but closed it soon after. Communications are jammed, I'll have to use the landline, will you be okay down there? Aizawa could feel a deep growl rumble in his sissy as he slid on his goggles and crouched low. I'll be fine, just get them out. Villains were already starting to walk up the stairs and Aizawa used his coiled muscles to spring forward, sprinting down the stairs to take on the crowd. He'd hoped that Ainin could have gotten everyone out while he battled the mass of villains. But not long after, portals opened around USJ depositing his screaming students into the various zones. This was not looking good, but Aizawa couldn't afford to become distracted now. From the glances he could steal towards the epicenter of the attack, a few things were apparent. 1. They were being recorded, possibly live-streamed, but to whom he didn't know. The drone would be annoying to take out if it flew out of reach though, so it wasn't high on his priority list. 2. The gray Orudi was most likely the one in charge going by his demeanor. 3. There was an unknown variable in the mix. Standing menacingly nearby was a large grotesque parody of a creature. Aizawa knew an experiment when he saw one, and the few features that did line up with sentience he knew of made this one especially unsettling. Those used to be living, breathing individuals, contributing to society in one way or another. Now, they were most definitely being puppeted after their deaths to cause harm to others. He would not feel bad if he had to put it out of its misery. Out of nowhere, the leader rushed in and Aizawa had to go on the defensive. He didn't know what kind of matter manipulation this man had, but he could take a guess. If it was what he thought it was, then he had his work cut out for him. Didn't think the leader would go into action so soon. The raspy chuckle the man gave made the fur on the nape of Aizawa's neck raise. This man was dangerous. You flatter me, Eraserhead, but we both know you can't stall for much longer. The villain then started counting down softly, almost as if to himself. By the time he reached the last 5 digits, he switched from going on the offense to grappling Aizawa, taking hold of his elbow. When he reached 0, Aizawa knew that the countdown was for his need to blink. He was unable to stop the inevitable, and as soon as his paralyzing glare was disabled, he could feel the fur and skin of his elbow flaking away into dust. The sensation burned and he opened his eyes and glared at the Orudi as soon as he was able to in order to halt the destruction of the joint. Aizawa broke away, holding his now exposed muscle. He was still glaring at the Orudi, but he had a feeling that the gray-barked man had allowed him to escape after that little display of power. A hostile Orudi with the power to destroy on a molecular level was a dangerous opponent. The pure glee that was on the other man's face at having had this small victory was also a worrying thing to see. Rather than acknowledging what transpired, the Orudi decided to lightly chastise Aizawa for his earlier comment. You called me the leader just a bit ago, but I assure you that I'm not the one you need to worry about. No. The word was barked at Aizawa, but before he could decipher the manic grin that split the bark of the man's face, all Aizawa knew was the pavement. The Nomu was even faster than Aizawa thought it would be. His exposed elbow became the least of his worries after the two large tentacled arms pounded him into the ground with swift ferocity. Those things were pure muscle, and the fact that the limbs were most likely fused together made them several times more powerful than any one Tagoya could deliver with a single armed blow. The daze that clouded Aizawa's mind after the Nomu stopped its assault confirmed that he most likely had one of the worst concussions of his life, and looking up at the beast Aizawa noticed the Entiya's thrusters. He was too distracted by the hulking body and sharp teeth in the moments he could steal from battle to notice the thing's legs, and it had cost him. The Orudi sauntered off while Aizawa laid in a crumpled heap beneath the Nomu, but for now it wasn't actively pounding him. Apparently the first barrage was all they thought was needed to take him out, and the fact that they were right about that made the situation even worse. Aizawa's gaze was swimming, but he refused to lose consciousness in this mess. In a moment of clarity, Aizawa noticed the Orudi rushing at a group of students. He may not have been able to see well past his blurry vision, but the tall pale one with a green top could be none other than his unofficially adopted kit, and he refused to allow any harm to come Izuku's way if given the chance. Aizawa's neck muscles screamed at him as he forced his head to stay up, but when none of his students dispersed into dust he counted it as a win. The Orudi shouted something that Aizawa didn't have the ability to understand anymore in his state of mind, and the Nomu launched itself their way. The danger his students were in spiked his heart rate, but he physically could not hold on any longer. The rest of his time at USJ became a blur. When he opened his eyes, he could see that Tsu was dragging him somewhere. After what felt like a blink, he looked up to see Izuku standing tall with a determined look on his face before the boy turned away and walked off in another direction. Pink feathers carried him up the USJ stairs another blink later, and then there was nothing. Bakugo tried to take out the Galtrix villain, but he wasn't fast enough and he soon found himself falling through the air. He was lucky that there were a few scattered buildings in the earthquake zone. He doubted that he would have been able to shrug off a landing from a few stories higher than the dilapidated roof of the simulated structure he now found himself on. Kirishima had fallen with him and wasn't quite as lucky, having landed in a hole deeper within the structure. Villains milled about, but Bakugo didn't have time for them. Bakugo took care of the villains on the roof quickly, listening for any sign of his friend rival. I'm okay. I'll meet you at the front of the building. It's not safe to stay here, so we should both head out. Got it? Kirishima sounded like he was coughing from the dust, but he didn't seem injured, and that's all that mattered. Bakugo would defeat anyone that got in his way before he had the chance to check for himself though. Bakugo slammed through doors and jumped down any stairs he could find to make his way to the promised meeting spot, but a shout from in front of him caught his attention. Get down. Bakugo reacted on reflex and Kiri came out of a doorway off to the side, jumping over Bakugo's crouched form and punching a villain that had been using the debris as camouflage before they could ambush Bakugo. Bakugo stood and huffed out his species equivalent of a smirk. And here I was worried about you. Kiri laughed, shaking his hand after striking that last enemy. Nah, I landed on one of the other villains actually. Their body broke my fall, but I'll probably still be feeling it when I wake up tomorrow. What's the plan? We need to take out the Galtrix. He's their way in and out of this whole operation. Okay, and how will we do that without just getting warped again? We'll get there when we get there. First we have to get out of here and actually find him. Fair. You lead the way, I'll cover your back. Bakugo liked the sound of that. Kirishima was a worthy rival and Bakugo really appreciated that he always took on a supportive role whenever they teamed up. It was easy for the two students to leave the building after their plan was established. The villains had never seen an alien like Kirishima before, and a few strikes was enough to leave the rest wary. Bakugo himself came from one of the species more classically stereotyped as brutal, and the fact that he had a strong fire aspect warded off those who tried to block their path. More villains retreated than what they had to fight, but that just gave them more energy to save for the fight they were actually gearing on to take. Though the building wasn't structurally sound, it was still surreal to step out and really see the rest of USJ in chaos. The Galtrix was still at the main entrance, but they would have to get past the main plaza in order to reach the base of the stairs. Bakugo only paused for a moment before steeling himself to plow through the horde of villains waiting there. Even if their only goal was to escape, that direction was the only way to get out. The closer they grew, the more dire the situation seemed to become in the main plaza. First, Izuku went down. Bakugo may have a superiority complex at times, but even he respected their teacher's strength. Against an entire crowd the loss was understandable, but unlike their last dire situation, the worst-case scenario wasn't just getting captured this time. These villains were out for BLD, so it was a relief when they lost interest in him quickly. What wasn't a relief was who they went after next. It was strong to see past all the smoke and other debris, especially from the distance they started out at, but it became apparent that whatever creature they'd brought to USJ was currently up against Izuku. Bakugo picked up the pace, but he was still too far away to be of any help. Kiri at least seemed to understand the urgency and also increased his pace. Things started to look up after All Might arrived. It took him long enough too. Bakugo finally felt that things were going to be handled, and even the mass of villains seemed hesitant now that the number one hero was here, but things took a turn. Bakugo was proud to see Izuku and some of the other extras carry Izuku to the safety of the stairs, but then Izuku decided to leave the assured safety behind. Bakugo didn't understand at first, but the closer he grew the more he could see that All Might was struggling. The symbol of peace was having a strong time up against whatever it was these guys had engineered to take the heroes out. Izuku was truly a warrior at heart, but even this was too much for him. They were almost there, just within the cusp of the plaza, almost within reach to actually help when everything seemed to go from bad to worse. All Might had finally gotten a solid hold on the villain, and it was easy to see that his plan was to slam it head first into the ground, but then the Galtrix villain appeared, creating a portal where the creature would have landed. Not only did this save the creature from harm, but it also made All Might overbalance to the point that he was bending over backwards, almost far enough that he could fall through the portal himself. The other end of the portal opened up near All Might's feet and the creature was quick to grab the hero's ankles for leverage. If the creature managed to pull All Might into the portal far enough, then he would be ripped in half if the portals closed before he got out. Izuku was close enough to help, but he was outnumbered, and in his desperate hope to save All Might he didn't notice the gray Orudi villain quickly approaching him from behind. He wasn't going to be fast enough. Bakugo was so close, yet too far away to even hope to get there in time to stop anything. It was like watching a crash in slow motion, and all he could do was push his already screaming leg muscles to go faster than he'd ever had them work before. It was futile though, and he knew it. Still, he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Even if it was impossible, he had to help. He hadn't paid his debt back. Izuku wasn't allowed to die. The villains that came to USJ were a joke. Shou looked over the now frozen fire zone and confirmed that all of the villains in the area were sufficiently restrained. He didn't have time to waste here. Someone had to get to one of the communication pads and contact U8 for backup. The signal was jammed in the main dome area, but they were sure to have more secure satellite lines closer to the safety bunkers. Decision made, Shou set off towards the main staircase. The plaza was filled with a crowd of villains, but Shou was confident that he could at least make a protected path through the chaos if he couldn't take care of them like he had in the fire zone. He'd already used up a lot of his ice reserves though. Between making a ramp midair to slide safely to the ground rather than falling, and then trapping villains in an area that was already so much warmer than the natural environment, he was growing slightly weaker the longer he had to fight. There had been a few fire aspect dragons in the mix of villains in his zone as well, and they had taken priority before they could melt his ice. Not that the average dragon could really do much against him. No, most dragons, ice or otherwise, had weak aspects. Bakugo was an exception, but Shou had been bred to be the best of both worlds. His BRH was the product of intense engineering, and no low-level thug would ever be enough to take him on without some serious training. That being said, things weren't looking very good at USJ. Shou himself was fine, but even he knew that the situation was dire. There were dozens of villains, even if most of them were low-profile cannon fodder, but his classmates were just a small group of untrained students and two actual heroes, one of whom was a more rescue-oriented hero and the other one being more geared towards underground work consisting of quick ambushes rather than large drawn-out groups. On top of this, the villain's plan to scatter the more unknown variables would probably work in adding to the confusion and likelihood of overtaking Shou's other classmates. Having focused on the main exit, Shou saw the exact moment that All Might arrived. He breathed a sigh of relief having the number one hero here, even if he loathed to rely on someone he was raised to see as a rival for support. Perhaps backup wouldn't even be as necessary as Shou had initially thought, though there were bound to be injuries that would need care as soon as this whole situation came to a close. It wasn't really a surprise to see that Aizawa had been defeated, but Shou was glad that he had been taken away from the fight by some of his other classmates. With so many familiar faces gathered around the main entrance, Shou would be very surprised if hadn't already been contacted, so now it was just a matter of helping to immobilize the masses and awaiting a rescue team. At least, it should have been that simple. Izuku was very recognizable, especially with the pace that Shou set for himself to get to the plaza, and with how close he was now to the fray. The human had been safe, he had already reached the stairs and all he had to do was run up and get to the safety bunker, but he didn't do that. Izuku instead ran back towards the main plaza. What was he doing? It was then that Shou remembered that All Might was Izuku's dad and he started looking more closely at the hero's fight. Izuku would know his dad better than anyone else, and if he thought that he needed help, then they were all in trouble. Whatever All Might was fighting wasn't natural. There were seams all across its body, and its parts were obviously not all from the same creature. Sure, its color mostly matched throughout its body, but it was dark and shiny, and necrosis looked like that on most species. No, whatever this was had already been dead for a while. Once Shou started to actually watch the fight, he realized the problem. The thing was too fast for All Might to keep up with. All Might, while boasting the title of number one, didn't usually work alone. 4 villains the man couldn't handle himself, he had a team of sidekicks, and one of them was an Entius. It was Gran Torino's job to take care of the quicker villains, so this thing was most likely specially engineered to take All Might out while he wasn't with his allies. Izuku had probably already figured this out though and was running in to help. The only problem was that there was still a crowd, despite Aizawa's valiant effort to thin the villains earlier, and he was vastly outnumbered and probably not the best backup for this particular situation. When All Might tried to slam the creature headfirst to the ground, everything seemed to head south quickly. The Galtrix villain had suddenly appeared, creating a portal that negated any damage that could have been done to the thing's exposed brain, and then the creature had the foresight to grab onto All Might's ankles through the other end of the portal that had been opened behind All Might. Izuku saw this and his efforts to get to the brawl grew more desperate, but this opened him up for a direct attack from the villain that seemed to be the head of this whole mess. Shou saw that Bakugo and Kirishima were just breaking into the plaza from wherever they had been, but they wouldn't be fast enough to do anything to save All Might or Izuku from their predicaments. It would eat up his reserves, but he already owed Izuku for his mistakes during their midterms. Taking a deep breath, Shou directed ice to block the gray Oruti's path and to encase as much of the creature fighting All Might as he could. He wasn't able to trap it fully, but without the leverage from its legs and lower back there was no way for the thing to pull All Might through the portal anymore. This interruption seemed to be enough because Bakugo was able to rush in and use some of his explosive fire to ward off the Oruti and send him back to the platform he'd been using to monologue to the drone that was undoubtedly recording everything going on. All Might was able to get away from the beast with it pinned by Shou's ice and took the opportunity to prepare for whatever came to strike him next. With All Might, 2 human students, and 2 reliable Dragons, it would be safe to say that their roster of heavy hitters was now ready to face anything. They were going to kill Yagi. Izuku had only wanted to help act as a distraction or maybe take out some of the villains that were waiting like vultures on the outskirts of the fight, but once the portal villain arrived things took a turn. It was obvious that Yagi knew that the Nomu's brain was a weak point, that's why he tried to suplex it, but after the portal appeared on the ground there was no more leverage for him to use. Worse yet, now that there was an active spatial loop, Izuku didn't want to think about what would happen if their bioweapon pulled Yagi halfway through before they closed it with him still inside. He could already see Yagi's suit straining against the Noma's effort to pull the man backwards, and Izuku had to hurry or else he'd be too late. He heard the raspy breath behind his ear before he had time to react, but instead of pain, a wall of ice shot up from the ground to separate Izuku from the Oruti villain that was right about to ambush him. Before Izuku could even look to confirm that it was Shou who helped, a popping explosion followed the ice, breaking through the wall and causing the villain to fall back. "You villains picked the wrong class to target?" Bakugo barked at the backpedaling criminals whilst also putting himself in between Izuku and the main aggressors. Izuku looked back towards Yagi and almost slumped in relief when he saw that Shou had also used his ice to help him escape. Kiri was close on Bakugo's heels and quietly checked in with Izuku while both groups started to size each other up and assess the scene. "You okay?" "Yeah, you guys really saved me back there. Be careful. Orutis can be dangerous. Have you seen that one attack anyone yet?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah. He basically disintegrated Azawa's elbow earlier." Kiri scowled. "That's bad. It means that he can destroy matter on a molecular scale. Don't let him touch you if you can help it. Also, don't say All Might's name out loud. I know you know him personally, but we can't let his personal identity fall into the hands of the enemy." "Thanks. What's the plan?" The stalemate was getting more and more tense, but before Kiri could answer, All Might put out his own statement. "Thank you for your help, students, but I have it from here. You should all head back to the bunker where it's safe." Shou stepped forward, tail whipping agitatedly, though his face didn't give anything away. "If we hadn't arrived, you'd still be in trouble. Allow us to back you up." All Might looked like he wanted to argue, but then the main villains charged forward. All Might had his hands full with the Nomu while Shou played a defensive fight against the Oruti, and Bakugo kept the Galtrix at bay with his explosions. Kiri and Izuku kept an eye on the other villains in the plaza, but they didn't seem as keen on stepping into the fight after more numbers appeared on the hero's side. Suddenly, All Might yelled back over to them. "Kiri, Izuku, if you can pin the Nomu down, I'll take care of the rest. Can I trust you too with this task?" "Yes, sir." Both Kiri and Izuku rushed in to help. All Might wouldn't ask this of them if he didn't need to. All Might and the Nomu were once again exchanging blows, but the Nomu had its orders and they didn't include outside factors interfering. All Might was doing his best to dodge and block any blows made, but once Izuku and Kiri were close enough, All Might stood his ground and put up his fists to try and catch the next few blows. He was able to grab both of the Nomu's arms, however the wear from the fight caused a rip to form in the glove of his suit. It wasn't very big, but a portion of his hand was visible through the tear. They would have to end this soon if his hero suit was getting this damaged already. While All Might grappled the Nomu, Izuku and Kiri grabbed each of its tentacled arms, digging in their fingers as far as they could and using their full body weights as leverage to pull the villain down towards the ground. It seemed to work as the creature's legs bent, not quite kneeling but getting close. All Might took his chance, breaking his grip away from the thing and forming a fist, shoving it as strong as he could into the central part of the thing's exposed brain. There was a moment where nothing seemed to happen, but then the Nomu convulsed and crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. "Oh, my Nomu." Shou had been creating ice barriers to keep the Oruti villain at bay, but after seeing the end of his trump card, the gray-barked man became enraged. No longer was there a smug self-confident smile on his face. Instead, there was only fury spread across his features. The man was fast enough to circle around the Dragit's waning reserves and make a beeline for the three humans. All Might put himself in between the villain and his two young students, but there was no need. A bang sounded from the top of the main stairway and a bullet made its way through the Oruti's already damaged arm. Looking up, it was clear to see that reinforcements had just arrived in the form of most of the UA teachers. They were saved. As soon as the Nomu's head fell through the floor, All Might knew that he was in trouble. He'd forgotten that there was a Galtrix that might interfere in this fight, and he'd been foolish to disregard everyone aside from the Nomu itself. Normally a crowd like this wouldn't be too much of a problem, but All Might didn't have his usual team with him now and Anan had already been taken out of commission by the time he'd gotten there. All Might didn't have to wonder for long just where the other end of the portal led to when he felt two muscular arms circle around his ankles. The portal must be right behind him because the Nomu's tentacles were now pulling him backwards. If he let go of the Nomu's torso now, then he would no doubt get pulled right through the portal, but despite fighting the beast tugging, he could hear the mechanized support gears in his suit starting to strain as the Nomu used all of its strength to try and drag him backwards. If it managed to get even part of his head through the portal, then all they would have to do is close the portal while he was still stuck inside before everything would be over. He was the only hero left though, and if he died then so would everyone else. All Might used what core strength he still had in his old age to help his suit resist the pull of the Nomu while the other villains cackled as if they'd already won. He was so focused on his task that he almost didn't notice when ice suddenly encompassed his fight. The control executed was precise and only the Nomu was truly affected. With a brief distraction, it loosened its grip just enough for All Might to slip away and regroup. An agitated cry from the Oruti villain caused the Nomu to pause in its assault, listening for any other verbal commands. Taking in the situation, All Might saw several of his students now in the plaza with him. Young Shou must have been the one to ice the Nomu before, and he knew that he heard an explosion that could only have been produced by Bakgo just a minute ago. Kirishima and Izuku weren't as flashy as the Dragons, but he knew just how powerful even one human could be in a situation like this. There was a stalemate while both groups assessed the situation, but hearing Kiri and Izuku mutter plans under their breath reminded Yagi just how dangerous this all was. These students were only first years, they shouldn't have to fight villains so soon. Thank you for your help, young students, but I have it from here. You should all head back to the bunker where it's safe. Apparently they had other plans though. If we hadn't arrived you'd still be in trouble. Allow us to back you up. Before All Might could argue further, the Nomu confirmed that there were no other orders coming from its emperor and continued its previous objective. He couldn't pay much attention outside of his own fight afterwards, but he could hear the telltale sounds of explosions and a chorus of ice creation and Oruti destruction while engaged with the slight against nature. His fight wasn't faring much better than it had before, unfortunately. The Nomu was back to its dodging game, and All Might had only learned not to try and tackle the thing from the same angle as before. Sparing a glance towards the students revealed that both Izuku and Kiri were standing there like guards, preventing the other villains from joining the fray. Even worse was the fact that his suit wasn't at full battery because he'd forgotten to plug it in last night. Normally this wouldn't have been an issue, but All Might hadn't been expecting to fight villains during a planned school trip. The state of his suit became dire when the built-in shielding technology failed, causing a friction tear to form on one of his gloves. He would be in real trouble if the mechanized bracers failed in another test of strength and stamina. He needed help, and as much as he didn't want to involve the students, they would probably get more hurt if they were left to their own devices and not given proper instructions anyways. Kiri, Izuku, if you can pin the Nomu down I'll take care of the rest. Can I trust you too with this task? Yes, sir. These boys had heroic spirit, that was for sure. All Might did his best to dodge while they ran over, and once they were close enough, All Might chanced another go at grappling the Nomu. The boys quickly descended as a team, each grabbing hold of an arm and mustering all the strength and dead weight they could to try and down the villain. All Might didn't let their effort go in vain. Focusing the strongest suit-powered punch he could, All Might dove it straight into the area. He remembered the electrical transmitters being in the older Nomu model's brains. This may have been a more streamlined improvement on the base Nomu that the man remembered, but it fell just like the rest of them did whenever defeated in this way. The villains weren't quite as pleased. Oh, my Nomu. The Oruti was absolutely banking on the Nomu to create the outcome he desired and was now out for BLD. As it was, All Might's suit was down to its last 3%. If the villain got too close, he might not have enough time to prevent them from disintegrating it. That wasn't important though. Izuku and Kiri were still behind him, and he had to stand tall as a pillar should to protect them. Before the villain got the chance, a bullet flew through his arm. Looking up towards the entrance, Yagi could see most of his new co-workers waiting at the top. The Oruti villain looked furious. The malice never dissipated, but after reading the room, the man deflated. Scratching his splintered neck, he addressed the Galtrix villain. Kurogyri, we're done here. The Nomu failed us. Take us home and leave the fodder. As you wish, Tamura. All Might didn't have any power left to stop them, and within moments, the two strongest adversaries aside from the Nomu itself, as well as the drone that had been recording the whole ordeal, were gone. All they had to show for their loss were the villains' names. Despite the main threats having left, Izuku and Kirishima took it upon themselves to stand in front of All Might, acting as guards while the villains that had been abandoned looked between the symbol of peace and the pro-heroes at the top of the stairs. If they were smart, they would stand down now that the fight wasn't in their favor anymore. Things weren't supposed to go this way. If Tamura had to think of a moment where it all went downhill, it would probably be when he charged towards the students near the artificial lake. They were soaked and most likely already worn out from their earlier fights, so they should have been no trouble. The lug was the obvious choice in target. They were small and would fall quickly to Tamura's touch of decay, but the one with the green mane got in the way. Tamura wasn't familiar with his species and wasn't keen on testing the waters, so he switched targets to focus on the Fogget. Eraserhead really was so cool. He would have loved to play a game of endurance with the man if the unidentified alien didn't attack in defense of their classmate. The expression on their face was intense as they cried out and struck Tamura's arm. Nomu. He couldn't afford to take more damage. The Nomu responded to the command immediately, flying over in the blink of an eye to defend its MSTR. Whatever this thing was definitely had strength. Tamura's elbow was already bent awkwardly out of place. He would have to have that fixed when he returned to their base. Tamura's distaste was soon replaced by manic cackling as he saw the fear in his quarry's eyes. How do you like it? My bioweapon. The kid didn't respond, too focused on holding Nomu back. On that note, how was this student so strong? Even a younger Togoya would struggle while grappling with the mutilated muscles of an adult of their species, and Tamura was assured that the only thing that could withstand this creature was All Might himself. What are you anyways? I don't think I've met one of your species before. As it turns out, Tamura wouldn't have his question answered for a while yet. The grand entrance of none other than the #1 hero All Might himself threw a wrench in Tamura's plans. Tamura forgot his measly inquiry in favor of facing the biggest threat to the debut of his League of Villains. Sensei had been right though. All Might was missing his crew for some reason, and once engaged, Nomu ran circles around the man. Tamura was excited to see the greatest pillar finally fall, proving to the world that heroes weren't really at the infallible. This fate was very nearly sealed when Kurogiri got his portals involved, but then those pesky students arrived. 2 Dragets and 2 of those still unnamed sentients. The Ice Draget was able to free All Might and started getting in Tamura's way soon after. Kurogiri had his hands full with the Fire Draget, but it was the 2 wild cards that had Tamura on edge. At first, All Might tried to convince the kids to get away, but it didn't take much for the so-called symbol of peace to ask for help. Pathetic. Tamura didn't understand until the red and green mane students were able to subdue the Nomu long enough for All Might to destroy its neurocontroller. Tamura watched as his secret weapon turned into a useless heap of necrotic flesh. He would kill them. He would kill them all, starting with the students that helped All Might, and not even the Ice Draget would get in his way. A bang interrupted his rage. As much as it hurt, getting shot through his already damaged elbow was the wake-up call Tamura needed. Reinforcements had arrived, and that was Tamura's signal to cut his losses and head out. If his arm didn't hurt so much he might have even thanked the hero that dared to harm him. In his moment of clarity, Tamura saw that the Nomu had done at least some damage. Maybe not to All Might himself, but there was a hole in the hand of his suit. Through the opening, Tamura could see an appendage that looked eerily similar to what the 2 strange students had. Perhaps the green one had been quiet on purpose. Tamura should have known all logged sentient types after all. These 2 were most likely still in their probation PRD, and if that were the case, then Tamura just got a clue as to why All Might's species was kept so under wraps. Kurogiri, we're done here. The Nomu failed us. Take us home and leave the fodder. As you wish, Tamura. When they returned to base, Sensei was already waiting to speak with them through the auditory communication pad. Welcome back, Tamura. How did it go? I know you were listening, Sensei. We failed. Yes, it was quite the surprise when I heard the All Might showed up. I'm sorry that your mission didn't pan out, but it can't be helped. I'll inform the doctor that he won't be getting his Nomu back. He will be disappointed that it didn't hold up to his expectations. He wasn't alone. If All Might had been fighting by himself, we would have won. There were 2 students there that I think I overlooked. It's not like you to disregard opponents. All Might's suit ripped. I think the 2 students were the same species as him. I didn't recognize them at all, but their hands were the same. Sensei paused to ponder this information. I think it's time you met the doctor in person, Tamura. We have much to discuss. The aftermath was surprisingly tame in comparison to everything that occurred at USJ. The villains who had been left behind acquiesced quietly, allowing the heroes to cuff them and await their processing. A swift yet thorough sweep of the building was conducted and all victims were brought outside to collect statements and to ferry the wounded off to get treatment. Izuku and Kirishima stood like guards near All Might until the other staff members could get close enough to assure them that the man would be fine. Only then did they relax. As soon as he could, Izuku rushed towards the stairs to rejoin his previous comrades. Thankfully, Tsu and Okuro were near the entrance, waiting their turns to give their statements. Tsu, Oko? Izuku caught his breath for a moment after running up the stairs but was eager to know how things turned out on their end. How's Aizawa, is he okay? Both girls gave tired but positive expressions. They said he's going to be okay. He has to get surgery to remove some splintered bone fragments, but the paramedics said that his head injury wasn't life-threatening. Izuku didn't realize just how tense he still was until he felt his shoulders sag in relief. Tsu piped up after Okuo's confirmation. Aside from Aizawa and 13, it seems like there were no other major injuries. We all managed to hold out until help arrived. Looking around, Izuku could see that she was right. Nearly all of his classmates were now outside, some seeing paramedics overseen by Recovery Girl, and others speaking to responding galactic officers. And speak of the devil, a familiar face approached Izuku. Are you holding up all right? Izuku turned to see the Rumolin from All Might's crew. Looking over to the responding ships, it was easy to pick out Yagi's from amongst the others. Yuget's Mesa, right? Yeah, I'm glad you remembered. I'm sorry that we had to meet again under circumstances like this. Izuku shook his head. It's not your fault. Are you here to take my statement? You guessed it. Since I have experience with your species, I'll be interviewing you and your other human classmate. Apparently he had a little bit of a fall earlier and is getting checked out to be sure that nothing is out of place. We've had to patch up Yagi enough times after an adrenaline rush to know that your pain receptors can hide injuries soon after stressful events. Have you already been checked out? We can wait before starting if you think you may have suffered any injuries. I think I'll be okay. I don't remember anything really happening that could have hurt me while we were still inside. Mesa nodded, probably for Izuku's benefit, before waving him over to a more private area. It was reassuring to still have his classmates within eyesight, but they were also far enough away that no one would be able to easily eavesdrop. Okay, Izuku. Go ahead and tell me everything you recall. Feel free to pause if you need to. If it's too difficult to talk about, just let me know and we can set up another meeting to finish the interview. Izuku nodded before starting. He recounted arriving at USJ, and then the immediate panic once the villains showed up. He noted who he was with after they were all scattered and how they worked together to overcome the mass of villains and escape the water zone. Afterwards, he mentioned Tamura's curious interest in him specifically and provided a description of the Nomu and its abilities. Then everything after All Might arrived. It was a blur, helping to drag their injured teacher, then noticing Yagi's struggle and running over to help. Mesa listened without interrupting, recording everything for the investigation records. All in all, the attack lasted less than 2 blocks, but the damage was more far spread than those involved knew. The drone that had been brought by the villains had been sending a live stream to the vast majority of communication devices across the universe. Somehow, the villains had been able to hack a major galactic news signal and hijack it for their nefarious purposes. Damage control was already being conducted, but the media was dying to get out stories, and the only thing stopping reporters from flying over was the active police investigation and the infamous UH defense system. With All Might standing tall as the victor, the true backlash should be minimal. However, with both Izuku and Kirishima's faces revealed, the HPSC would be scrambling to find a solution to explain their presence. Everything was a mess and there was now a large group of traumatized teenagers to take care of. Even after Izuku left his interview PRD to rejoin his friends, Mesa did not envy anyone involved with this situation as a whole. Returning to the dorms after everything was a bittersweet feeling. Thanks to Recovery Girl, there were no lasting injuries aside from Azawa and 13, but everyone was still shaken. A few students retired to their rooms as soon as they got back, but others hovered around the common room, wanting to spend time with others however they could. A few with similar coping methods grouped together. Okuro sat quietly while Takyami preened her feathers. Tsu and True huddled close to one another near the artificial heat source of the room. It was quiet and no one wanted to break the silence. The dorm's bell rang before the front door opened, suddenly gaining everyone's attention. Toyo walked in slowly, allowing everyone to take in his form and confirm that he wasn't a threat before he sat down on a chair well away from where everyone else was gathered. He gently waved before speaking, making sure that everyone could hear him without actually yelling in the large room. "Hello there. I'm sure that most of you remember me, but just in case some of you forgot, I'm Toyo. I usually work as a TA with the Class 3 students, but with Azawa out of commission I'm here to help you all out for the time being. Classes have been cancelled for now, but after the long weekend we'll all head back to our normal schedules. Until then, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to let us know. I'm in a temporary room right across from your dorms, and my contact information should be at the top of your emergency contact list in your communication pads. Even if it's not an emergency, I'll be here for you. We're setting up mandatory therapy sessions for each of you in the coming weeks, but if you feel like you need an appointment sooner we can have that arranged. There's a form you can fill out if you don't want to be seen by Rio, the counselor you all should have met at the beginning of the school year. We won't hold this change against you and you don't have to provide a reason for your preference. If you want to continue with regular therapy sessions after the mandatory meetings, we can also have that arranged. This is your recovery and we will make sure that each and every one of you has the care and attention you all deserve. I'll speak with everyone who isn't here privately tomorrow as well, but I understand that after the day you each had that you'll all need your rest now. Is there anything I can do for you at this time? I can stay or leave at your preference." A slight wavering whine came from the group of mammalian students huddling together for warmth and comfort. Na lifted her head above the others and made a soft bleeding noise. "Please stay." Many students agreed with positive motions and that was that. It would make sense that the students would want a strong protector to be within reach and sight. Toyo for his part agreed easily, sitting down more fully into his chair and pulling out his communication pad. "I'll be right here. I'm going to watch some Earth movies if anyone would like to join me. There's a studio back home that makes great cinematic pieces with a large selection of calm peaceful stories called Studio Ghibli if anyone's interested." Izuku and Kirishima had already gone to bed, explained away by Tsu and Okuro recounting the wave of fatigue they heard about from nearby paramedics after a human has something called an adrenaline rush, but one by one the students still came out of their shells to join Toyo. Enough so that the man had to move over to the main couch and set up the movie for everyone to see on the communal communication pad. It wasn't perfect, not by any means, but the simple activity of watching colorful films with soft music surrounded by others in a peaceful environment helped. Despite the wariness some students still felt towards the man for his intimidating stature, they'd long since found that Deathworlders weren't as bloodthirsty as the universe had made them out to be, but they were still just as strong as the rumors implied and it was comforting to have such a strong caring bodyguard within arm's reach. The dorms were quiet that night, and the usual residents would undoubtedly be more subdued in the coming days, but this event would pass and they would move on from their first encounter with villains. They all knew what they were signing up for when they chose to become heroes, they just never expected to be tossed into the world of heroics so early on in their careers. The students of Class 1A were resilient, and this experience would only help them grow in the long run. They were going to become an amazing group of heroes. Netta couldn't believe it. Well, she could, but still. Never in a million full rotations would she have thought that she would fall for someone and SW's genders, but, well, if it was for Izuku then she guessed that she could make an exception. It really wasn't her fault after all. Izuku was smart and strong and protective. He'd saved Netta at USJ and fought fiercely in the defense of others. Even before everything at USJ, Netta had seen Izuku as a strong rival to worry about. That was an excellent trait to boast in the event of a biological SWSH, and the boy didn't even know it. There were so many things that Netta could get out of a relationship with Izuku. He wasn't affected by Sione's sound waves or Fogget neurotoxin. He was strong enough to carry Netta with ease, but after watching him help carry Azawa, that wasn't too surprising. He even took on a mutated Zylt without getting hurt. Despite his lack of fur, he was still very warm. Netta could still remember being held in his arms as they swam to shore, and there had to be something there between them, right? When the villains were charging at them, Izuku had pushed Netta behind himself. That meant that he valued Netta over Tsu at least, right? Their offspring would be strong and resilient, and Netta knew that Izuku would actually stick around to protect them. Netta wasn't dumb. She knew that even when she was still more masculine-leaning, that she wasn't as strong as the other males, and most males, herself included, would have left the loser to take care of the eggs and subsequent larvae anyways. Izuku wasn't like that though. Netta had seen Izuku interact with young before, and even towards the young of other species he was very kind and protective. The bond that Izuku had made with that deathfly sprite child was so strong that he'd suffered after she'd been taken away, and Netta could only imagine how strongly humans actually bonded with their own flesh and BLD. Yes, it seemed that there were hardly any faults with her choice in Izuku, but how to initiate things? What were human courtship rituals like? These kinds of things tended to vary from species to species, but lugs weren't usually equipped to deal with things like this. Their own species just used pheromones to attract one another and only focused on the creation of the next generation. Well, shallow water lugs sometimes work together in monogamous relationships with more advanced courtship techniques, but Netta had never paid them any mind before. They were lucky, having been born into nutrient-rich coral reefs with warm waters, plenty of food, and a plethora of hiding places to move into. Netta was from the deep sea where it was cold, dark, and full of predators. Sure, maybe there was some bias and resentment held towards those giant party-loving idiots, but maybe they had the right idea after all. Netta found a grade A partner and wanted exclusive rights, but the harder she looked the more she saw that she wasn't the only one vying for his attention. Okuo always hung around nearby, Tsu tended to eat at the same tables as him, and Na hung off of his every word. Netta was late to the party and didn't have much time to climb to the top and claim herself as the alpha female of the class. She'd been too busy focusing on her male Draget rivals to really think that she had a chance at being the number one before, but there were no females in the class that Netta didn't think she could compete with. Things were different than before. When she had been a male, all females were potential mates. Who cared? Most other species didn't biologically SWSH like lugs did, and the women were all stuck being the inferior gender. It didn't matter to Netta, they were all the same, but now there was someone within sight who had the perfect genetic makeup to pass along to better the survival of the next generation. Netta had been biased before, blinded by the idea of more rivals to challenge her spot in the class hierarchy, but her eyes were now opened to the truth. Death Worlders were amazing. Izuku would be hers one way or another, but there was too much competition in the way at the moment. How would she get him all to herself? Netta juggled ideas around but really had nothing to work off of. She couldn't even ask what human courtship rituals were like because then he would expect it. Netta had to seem like her actions were effortless. She would need to get Izuku to fall for her and not the other way around to ensure a strong relationship. A thought suddenly appeared and Netta latched onto it for dear life. Wasting no time, Netta went to work. Izuku had a schedule of sorts, and after most of the class went to bed he tended to stay awake in his room for a while. It wasn't weird for Netta to know this. She had just happened to be in the common room whenever he turned off his lights for the evening. Learning patterns was just a part of scoping out her mission of claiming Izuku after all. Once everyone else was gone, she made her move. Knocking on Izuku's door like she'd seen the humans do for others, she waited with bated breath. This was a gamble on her end, but she had to at least try. Confused, Izuku opened the door, looking down to see Netta there. She was suddenly nervous. This was their first time speaking since USJ. I wanted to thank you for saving me before. Take this. Netta closed her eyes and held out the item, a newly printed notebook straight from the fabricator in her room. It was identical to the standard materials as she had just used the preset for it in the system, but she'd noticed that Izuku liked taking notes and this was just a test. To her delight, Izuku took the offering. "Thanks, Netta, I appreciate it. You don't have to thank me though, I just did what anyone else would have. I'm glad we all made it out okay. Did you need anything else? It was pretty stressful, so I'm here if you want to talk about things." Netta felt her heart thump before she stepped away. "No, that was all I needed. Have a good lunar solstice." She ran back to her dorm before giving Izuku a chance to respond, but this just confirmed things. Izuku was perfect and he would be hers, and she now had a plan to set into motion. Izuku wasn't sure why everyone was watching him so intensely. It had been a little over 2 days since everything had gone down now and everyone was aware of the scheduled mandatory therapy sessions and extended weekend, but there was still a lot of tension left over after everything. He and Kiri had just gone over to the private gyms to let off some steam in friendly sparring matches before deciding to shower back at the dorms, but now that he was done, everyone was staring at him. Was his shirt inside out? Did he still smell bad after working up a sweat? He'd never seen these expressions on most of their faces, but it looked almost like disgust or confusion on those that he was more familiar with. Did he do something wrong? Was he somehow breaking some unspoken space rule? Kiri came out of his own shower not too long after and also seemed confused at the strange atmosphere everyone was creating. Ida was the first one to approach, standing before Izuku stiffly before robotically waving 2 of his arms. "As the class president, please allow me to be the first to congratulate you on your new union." Izuku and Kiri shared a confused look. Ida looked uncomfortable, though his words seemed genuine. What? Yeah. "We're, really happy for you, dude." Denki was quick to hop over and chime in, though his species equivalent of a smile seemed forced. Izuku was so confused, but Kiri came to the rescue, asking Ida directly what was going on. "Okay, I don't think either of us know what you're talking about." Na stepped forward, pointing a cloven finger in Izuku's direction. "Izuku and Netta's new relationship. We had no idea that they were already so close." Tsu nodded, piping in. "It must have been USJ that sealed it. We were all together and it would have sucked to not make it out without claiming one another, right?" Kiri and Izuku shared another look, though Kiri seemed to be more contemplative at the moment. Izuku finally spoke, though he truly was utterly baffled at the moment. "I, have no idea what you're all talking about. Netta and I aren't dating." He phrased it as a question, but everyone seemed to grow tense at the statement. "But, you're drenched in their pheromones." Okuro sounded scandalized. "Pheromones? You can't smell them?" Bakugo's question was asked in a dead serious tone. Kirishima turned to the Draget, his own expression and tone just as grim. "Humans can't smell pheromones like most other species." It was a simple statement, but it certainly got everyone animated. All at once, several students rushed over to Netta's dorm room. They entered without knocking and Izuku stood stunned in the common room as they heard a loud commotion from inside. Shortly after, Bakugo walked out holding a squirming Netta wrapped in Siro's Senki webs. "Let go of me. I didn't touch him, I swear." Bakugo snarled, shaking the lug once before yelling over him. "I don't believe you. He reeks of your scent, how do you explain that? And what about his room, why is it drenched in your pheromones, huh?" Izuku looked back towards the open door of his dorm room, but everything looked just the same as it had before he left for the gym with Kiri. I snuck in and marked all of his stuff. Everything needed to smell like me, he's mine. All the other girls needed to know, so I marked everything I could and put it in his body wash. I didn't actually touch him." Those who hadn't been in the common room before slowly trickled out after hearing that something was going down. Ida looked positively ill. "But he smells of you. It can't have just been his body wash. Netta, what did you do?" Netta scoffed at the NTS, almost forgetting that there was an insectoid student amongst their peers who was more sensitive to the chemical compounds in most pheromones. "I added them to his early CYCL meal. He was tired yesterday, so I was kind enough to cook for him. I was being thoughtful, I didn't do anything wrong." Kiri actually gagged at hearing that, and everyone else made various sounds of disgust and outrage. Izuku was quickly getting overwhelmed. He didn't really know what was going on, but he could gather that it involved him and it wasn't anything good. Bakugo marched over to the communal communication pad and hit the urgent button, having the sense to avoid the actual emergency call button at the very least. He didn't even wait for a reply. As soon as the device beeped signaling that the call went through, he barked into the mic, "We need a teacher here, now." Toyo rushed into the dorms less than 2 minutes later, panting with a concerned look on his face. "Sorry it took me so long, I was in the teacher's lounge, is everything okay?" The teacher's lounge. He must have sprinted to get here so fast. Bakugo didn't hesitate, handing the non-sticky base of Ciro's web over to Toyo and scowling. "This cretin here needs to be dealt with." He snuck into Izuku's room and rubbed his pheromones on everything. He laced his food, his body wash, and who knows what else with it. Netta was still struggling and screeched while being handed over. "It's she now, I'm a girl. I only did it because he's mine. The other females needed to back off so I could court him. I refused to let such a powerful mate go to waste." Toyo's haggard face turned to stone at the situation and he nodded to Bakugo. "Good job bringing this to my attention. I'll be taking her to Nizu right away. Don't go into Izuku's room before we can get staff here for an official investigation." "Izuku, are you okay?" Izuku looked up, a deer caught in the headlights. Yeah, I'm okay." Toyo nodded once again before leaving, Netta still in his grasp. Silence befell the dorm. No one knew how to react. Bakugo was disgusted. How dare Netta do something so vile? At first, Bakugo was hesitantly supportive. Netta had been nothing but dismissive and rude to the humans thus far, but he did suppose that they were rather forgiving as a species. Bakugo would never have picked such a burdensome mate for himself, but again, maybe humans just had weird tastes. The rest of the class seemed to be on the same wavelength, unsure on how to really feel about things, but offering little to no judgment. What were they supposed to think? They just survived a majorly traumatic experience, and then Izuku suddenly left his room covered in pheromones. There was no way for this to be an accident. Izuku had willingly let Netta mark him thoroughly, basically holding up a neon sign announcing that he was off limits for others. It honestly smelled like overkill, but Bakugo didn't pay particular attention to whether or not anyone in class really found the humans attractive or not. And then it came out that Izuku hadn't even known. Bakugo saw red as he and several others marched over to Netta's room and caught the nasty little culprit. It made them all feel marginally better when they realized that Izuku hadn't been there for things, but then Ida got the lug to admit that he put it in his food and that was the last straw. Bakugo called a teacher because, frankly, he knew that he would get expelled if he had to be in the same room Netta for much longer. None of what he had done was okay, and for it to happen right under everyone's noses felt like a slap in the face. They hadn't known the humans for very long, but everyone knew just how genuine they were. For this to happen to one of them, especially Izuku who had already been through so much, it was a lot to handle. "I don't understand." And wasn't that just the worst part? Izuku didn't even know what was going on. It felt grimy in the worst of ways. Kiri patted him on the back, speaking quietly to the boy despite the crowd. "Well, Bakugo could be good for something at least. But this ain't a circus. Move along while the teachers get things settled." A few of the others seemed to want to linger, but most agreed that crowding wasn't going to solve anything and went back to their dorms. Bakugo purposefully tried not to listen in as Kiri explained everything to Izuku. At least one of them knew the gravity of what had happened. Not long after, several of their teachers arrived at the dorms. Rio was the one to really take things in. It made sense, he was an Archeat and they had an excellent sense of smell. After Rio's confirmation, Nizu himself brought out a blacklight to shine into Izuku's room. Bakugo didn't see much before they closed the door, but the wide blue streaks were easily noticed under the light's intense glare. It was even on the walls and ceiling. The pest had truly tried to smear it on everything that Izuku owned within the space that he called his home away from home. No, she was a girl now, had desecrated the space. As disgusting as that was, that could at least be somewhat forgiven, but knowing that she had willingly served it to him without his knowledge or consent crossed so many lines. Rio spoke with Izuku in private after the initial investigation started and the two of them left the dorms together. Poor Izuku still looked very confused, but whatever Kiri had told him must have been enough to fill him in on the basics of the situation. Bakugo almost wished that they didn't have to tell him, to allow him to live in blissful ignorance, but he had to know to deliver justice. It would ultimately be Izuku's decision on what happened to Neta. This also didn't really bode well. Izuku, as much as Bakugo hated to admit it, was soft. The boy had every quality that a hero and a warrior should have, but was often meek in social interactions. It worked for him. Bakugo was aware that dragons weren't very well received by most other races, but the duality of humans was appealing to others. It was no wonder that Neta had somehow managed to get charmed by them, but it still didn't excuse her actions. Bakugo hoped that Izuku did the right thing while the teachers spoke with him personally. As everyone was involved, they would no doubt be interviewing each member of the class individually for their take on things. Bakugo made sure not to actually harm Neta, and he knew that this would protect his place in the hero course. As it turns out, not hurting actual villains while being captured at the command of a superior officer was good for training self-restraint. He still hoped to someday get a chance to punt the lug into the nearest solar body, when his U8 enrollment wasn't at risk. Neta struggled in the specialized cuffs she'd been placed in. She didn't do anything wrong. It was everyone else who was wrong. Even she knew when to pick her battles, though. After being left in a room for a while, Rio walked in and began asking her questions. She answered them but was distracted. Rio smelled like Izuku. Faintly, but it was there. Izuku was close. She would forever remember that scent. She had felt so safe wrapped in Izuku's warm embrace at USJ, and that was where she finally analyzed and categorized everything that made Izuku great. She knew that she was probably getting off track in her questioning, but could you really blame her? Izuku was something worth talking about. Recovery Girl stopped by with a medical scanner and Neta stayed still for the machine, but then she saw it. Izuku was there. She noticed his hair through the glass window in the next room over. He was talking to some of the other teachers at the moment, but maybe she could read his lips from here. They had a similar shape to lugs, so it shouldn't be too strong, right? They were all speaking common after all. Punishment. Who was getting punished? Izuku looked confused. Why was he confused? Spawning instincts. With a start, Neta realized that she probably was in spawning mode. She had way more eggs ready than usual, and she only had one thing on her mind. It didn't matter though, the one thing that was on her mind was important. Then he was there, he was so close. The look of concern on his face was mesmerizing. He was concerned for her. He started saying something, but Neta was once again distracted. The scent wafting off of him really wasn't fair. In the end, he gave up trying to speak with her, shaking his head and saying one more thing before leaving the room. Never mind. I hope you feel better, Neta. Neta grew hopeful at those words. He hoped she felt well. That was a declaration of acceptance, right? He knew that she was in the spawning mentality because of him now, and he still wished the best for her. He was so kind, too kind. But then he left. Why was he leaving? Neta tried to call out to him, but the teachers were in the way. He couldn't just accept her feelings and then leave her behind. That didn't make any sense. The next thing she knew, Nizu himself was standing before her. His face was neutral, but that was enough to sober Neta up a bit. The principal almost always had his species equivalent of a smile present, so whatever he was going to say now was important. Neta, your actions today have been incredibly troubling. While we do understand that each species has their own set of challenges when melding within the galactic community, we cannot condone such behavior from our students, especially those in the highly esteemed hero course. We understand that at the moment you are under the heavy influence of pheromones and are impaired by a multitude of neurological and chemical imbalances, but we are obligated to inform you that your place in the hero course at UH has been revoked. The student you affected has opted not to press charges at this time but has requested a stay-away order, which has been granted on our premises after confirming your actions via an initial investigation of the affected area. Any further punishments will be put on hold until you are once again at a basic hormonal level and following a mental review upon your recovery. No matter the results, your enrollment here has been terminated and you will be returned to your previous guardians once fully healed. But I didn't do anything wrong. She didn't even touch him. The teachers didn't seem to care, and when they started to move her she knew that she was going straight to a cool-down tank. She had to accept her fate. Some time to herself didn't seem too bad actually. Did Izuku really reject her? Did the teachers just lie to separate them? Regardless, she had a lot to think about. What did she want? Of course Izuku came to mind, but what else? She'd applied for the hero course because heroes were more likely to pick up potential mates, but she wasn't really interested in that anymore. Well, not at the moment at least. A stay-away order. Would she ever see Izuku again? No, she had to believe. There were countless stories of star-crossed lovers throughout the universe. This was just a little hiccup in the grand scheme of things. She came on too strong around everyone else. Hopefully Izuku wouldn't fall for someone while she was gone. She would wait for as long as she had to. You could only enforce a stay-away order on their property after all, and even if she was expelled, the universe was a very large place. Netta swore that after leaving Yugi, she would spend the rest of her life searching for Izuku, to truly ask him his opinion of her. Izuku stood in the dorms, staring at the doors that Toyo and Netta left through, still shocked and confused at what had just happened. Kiri was the one to get his attention and explain in the aftermath. Bakugo yelled at everyone to leave halfway through, but Izuku was too focused on Kiri to really register much else at that point. Netta had snuck into his room while he was away to spread her pheromones everywhere. She was trying to mark Izuku as her mate without asking him first. Pheromones were a big deal to a lot of galactic communities, so her lacing his body wash and breakfast with it was a serious breach in. Her covering his room would leave a faint scent around him, adding it to his body wash would be more potent and apparent to everyone else, but lacing his food with it would ensure that he would smell like he belonged to her for weeks, and he wouldn't have even known. Then the teachers arrived. There were a few that Izuku hadn't met quite yet, but they all had one goal in mind, and Izuku watched as they entered his room like it was some kind of crime scene. After what Kiri had just described, it probably was. A black light was brought out, shining across the room before most of the teachers entered and closed the door for further examination, but seeing how much was in his room made Izuku feel ill. One of the teachers, a new species he hadn't met before, approached him once the other teachers were in his room. He was tall, almost as tall as Toyo, but he got down on one knee before speaking to him, and it somehow put Izuku more at ease. The fact that the man was essentially a walking golden retriever with shorter fur and a slightly elongated snout helped. Hello, Izuku, I'm Ryo. I'm sorry that we have to meet like this, but would you be willing to come with me to the teacher's lounge? If you want a more private area, we can also head to my office, your choice. The teacher's lounge is okay, I guess? Thank you. Netta has been taken to one of the detention rooms nearby, but you don't have to see her if you don't want to. Izuku didn't really know what he wanted, but for now he decided to just go along with whatever the teachers needed from him. How did he feel about the situation? Right now, he wasn't really sure, and that worried him a little bit. He barely registered much else until he realized that he was sitting on a couch in the teacher's lounge with a blanket around his shoulders. He didn't remember the walk-over at all, but Toyo was sitting across from him and smiled when they made eye contact. Hey buddy, you back with us? Izuku took a look around the room, more slowly than he would have liked, trying to recall anything that might explain things, but Toyo gained his attention. You zoned out for a bit there, does that happen often? Izuku was about to deny it, but then he remembered that he sometimes had gaps in time when he was going to school back home on Earth. He'd almost forgotten about them until now. It had been a while since the last time this happened. Still, all Izuku could manage to answer with was a one-shoulder shrug. That seems tough. If you ever feel like this again, can you find someone to be with? You can find a teacher like me or Yagi, or a classmate. Kiri's dorm is pretty close to yours, and you know he always loves when you stop by. That sound okay? Look for someone to be with when his head felt spacey. That didn't sound too strong, so he nodded. That's great, good job. I'm sorry I left so quickly, I should have stayed longer to properly ask you how you were feeling. Izuku shook his head and surprised himself by speaking up, feeling a bit more present in the moment because Toyo apologizing wasn't right. If only his words didn't feel so delayed. You asked if I was okay. Said yes. Not your fault. Toyo's own look of surprise melted into fond exasperation before shaking his head. I was the adult in the situation and I didn't do my job properly, so that's on me, kid. I appreciate the sentiment though, thanks for forgiving me. Izuku was about to protest that there was nothing to forgive, but then Ryo returned. We confirmed through the scans, Neta is in a spawning mentality. Spawning? Izuku barely registered that he'd asked a question before Toyo started explaining. Neta will be getting punished for her behavior, but she's not in her right mind at the moment. The trauma of USJ activated a part of her biology that made her susceptible to baser parts of her instincts. She thought that she was going to die, so her brain released chemicals that made her want to pass on her genes to the next generation before that happened. She was in your group during the attack, so she most likely put you at the top of the list for the other set of genes she wants to pass on. She was still in fight or flight mode when interviewed, so the scanners didn't pick up her imbalance of herm production at the time, but now it's come to this. So, it wasn't her fault? Toyo and Ryo shared a look before Toyo turned back to Izuku. While she is impaired at the moment, what she did is considered assault in the galactic community and is a punishable crime. Nizu has already decided to expel her. He doesn't condone this kind of behavior at his school, but it's up to you whether or not you want to press charges. If you do, she'll be taken to an HPSC court for a legal review of the situation. If you don't, she'll be taken back to her home planet where the laws are more lax, but her galactic passport will be permanently revoked, keeping her planet bound. Make no mistake, she's impaired but can still make decisions that affect others. Izuku thought about it for a bit, but it wasn't much different from crimes on Earth involving drugs or alcohol. The difference here was that Neta didn't have a choice. It was her own body working against her. He couldn't make a decision without talking to her first. Everything had happened too quickly. 1 minute he was coming back from the gym with Kiri, and the next he was being told he'd been assaulted by another classmate without his knowledge. Can I meet with her? The adults shared another look, but they didn't outright deny him. Are you sure? You should really consider waiting a bit longer before rushing into a meeting. Izuku shook his head. Faster now. He was over whatever funk had taken over him, for the moment at least. He had to know. But why did she do what she did? She could have spoken to him about things before they got this bad. I'm sure. Please take me to her now. Ryo looked over to another area of the teacher's lounge, and when Izuku followed his gaze he saw her through a glass window he hadn't noticed before. She had noticed them and was just staring in their direction. Seeing her had an emotion rising within Izuku, but he couldn't place it, so he shoved it aside and steeled his nerves. This was his decision and he would see it through. Izuku wasn't alone when he entered the room Neta was in, but it was apparent that she wasn't registering anyone else who was with them. Her eyes were locked on Izuku, and he could hear her faintly muttering his name under her breath, as if she couldn't believe he was right there in front of her. Neta, why'd you do it? You could have talked to me about this. Maybe we could have gotten the teachers involved earlier, so why did you hide it? He got no response. Neta just continued to stare at him reverently. Izuku asked again, twice more in different ways, but the results were the same. Finally, Izuku made his decision. Never mind. I hope you feel better, Neta. And he did hope that she felt better after she got over everything. She was too far gone to reason with now, and he couldn't in good conscience press charges on someone who was clinically insane when they'd committed acts like she had. She grew more animated when he stood to leave, crying out for him to come back, but it was better for her if they never saw one another again. Recovery Girl and Ryo followed him out, but before Nizu went in to speak to Neta, Izuku stopped him. I don't want to press charges, but I don't want to see her again, is that okay? Izuku was nervous for a moment, belatedly having realized he addressed the principal so informally, but the Sawadi nodded. A restraining order will be put into effect immediately. I deeply apologize that this happened to you on our premises. I take full responsibility and promise to resolve the issue swiftly and effectively. It wasn't your fault? No, but I should have noticed. He didn't give Izuku time to respond before entering the room with Neta and closing the door. Toyo beckoned Izuku to follow him back to the dorms now that the initial investigation was over. Before they left, Recovery Girl handed him a gummy. This will reset your hormonal balance and negate any lasting effects of the pheromones Neta put into your food. Izuku thanked her and ate the gummy before leaving the teacher's lounge behind. He would have to talk to Nizu later. Izuku wasn't dumb. He knew that the principal had cameras all over the school. They were pretty obvious when compared to the hidden cameras they had back home on Earth, but there were none inside any of the actual dorms. Sure, they were in every hallway and common space, but their rooms were safe, and regardless of how often they were watched, Nizu was only one individual. What warning signs were there? He was already dealing with the media storm that had blown in after the USJ attack. One late-night notebook exchange, that was the only contact Izuku had with Neta before all this happened, and the teachers had most likely been in a meeting while Neta entered his room earlier, so it wasn't Nizu's fault. The dorms were blissfully empty and silent when they got back. Izuku wasn't sure if he could face his classmates at the moment, but before he could head back to his room he remembered just what had happened inside. He hadn't really looked around after getting back from the gym. He already had clothes ready for his shower and was planning on grabbing lunch afterwards. He remembered the black light revealing that the walls and ceiling were tarnished, but what else had been tampered with? It wasn't like Izuku had much in the first place, but it was more the idea of invasion that bothered him over anything else. If you want, you can stay in one of the empty guest dorms we have set up. You shouldn't have to stay in here before, or even after, the cleanup is done. But this was my room. It was, and it still can be, but why don't you grab a few things that are clean and spend the night somewhere else? Yeah. I'll go grab a blacklight. Toyo left and then it was just Izuku standing in front of the door. It took a moment to gather the courage, but eventually, Izuku reasoned that it wouldn't look any different if he hadn't even noticed anything wrong when he got back in the first place. He wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing, but regardless it gave him enough push to open the door and walk inside. Just as suspected, it all seemed the same with a quick glance. Looking around though, he could see it. Dull reflections of slimy trails crisscrossing his entire room. His posters, his bed, his bookshelf, the more he looked the more he saw. Glancing down now, he noticed that even the clothes he was wearing now had a thin layer of now dried viscous liquid that he hadn't noticed before. He suddenly felt dirty, not that he didn't know that he'd already bathed with the stuff. Maybe Toyo was right. Maybe he shouldn't stay in this room. The more he stared, the more he thought about how his space had been violated. Despite everything that had happened, the U8 dorms had been safe. If Azawa weren't still recovering, then Izuku knew that the man would have caught Neta before this whole incident happened. He would have noticed. Izuku instead surveyed his room. He could get new books. He would buy new posters, better posters that didn't remind him of how he felt in this moment. He would go into the catalog and buy a whole new wardrobe, new sheets, just replace every little item he had already picked out to make this space his. He could do that. He hadn't been at UA long enough to have a lot of stuff anyways. At least, he thought this until he got to his desk. There, in a bowl, were all of the items that Izuku couldn't just buy again. Gifts from others. Where most of the room was only tainted by a thin coating of slime, easily missed if one wasn't looking for it, the bowl was filled with the clear syrupy liquid. Everything in the bowl was submerged. Bakugo's tooth, Oko's feather, Nsrak, they were all there, but while his classmates would be able to give him gifts in the future, there was one item that was irreplaceable. There, floating alongside the rest of the items, was the feather that Eri had left for him while he was away during the midterm. It was the only gift he'd ever received from the girl, the last physical reminder of the times they'd shared together. Izuku didn't dare to reach in and pull it out, scared to damage it more than it already was, but he hadn't realized that he was just standing there and crying while staring into the bowl until Toyo returned and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, Izuku. Here, I'm sure that Kiri will have some spare clothes you can wear. I'll get clean up here as soon as possible and I'll make sure that they know to do their absolute best to restore everything back to how it was, okay? I can't make any promises, but I know how much these meant to you. Come on, let's go. Let the adults handle things from here." Izuku didn't fight it when Toyo gently guided him away. Nothing else really mattered anymore anyways. By the time he got to Kiri's room, he was floating again. Maybe that was a good thing. It was quiet when he floated, things didn't hurt as much anymore. Yeah, Toyo said they would fix things. He could just float until they were all better again. When Izuku blinked back into existence, he was sitting on Kiri's bed wrapped in a weighted blanket. The lights were off and a Ghibli movie was quietly playing on the room's communication pad. Kiri was sitting next to him. They were close but not actually touching. Aside from the movie, there was no other noise in the room. Kiki's DLVRY service? Izuku's voice came out raw, as if he'd been crying. With a start, he realized that he probably had. Kiri jolted beside him. Izuku! Izuku winced at the sudden loud noise and Kiri shrunk in on himself a bit. Sorry. You've been out of it for a little while now. How are you feeling? Izuku thought about it but couldn't come to a sure conclusion. I don't really know. Hey, that's okay. Today was a lot. An awkward silence followed. Eventually, Izuku broke it, asking the question that had been on his mind since everything started. But why do you think she did it? Kiri would have offered his opinion, but that first question just paved the way for more. Izuku's vision grew blurry and he could feel his face heat up as he hiccuped, sucking in sharp, irregular breaths between his words. Why me? Why now? After everything that? Was it me? Did I do something? Was it my fault that she turned into that? Kiri wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulders firmly, pulling him in for a side hug while they were still seated. Hey now, just breathe for a sec. In and out. Izuku did his best to follow while still choking on sobs. It was too much. Everything was too much, but it wasn't as bad with Kiri there to help. Like the good friend he was, Kiri waited until Izuku calmed down before speaking, making sure that he kept his tone soft and low. None of this was your fault. Listen to me, if you take anything away from our conversation tonight, let it be the fact that Netta made her own choices and you had absolutely nothing to do with any of it. You saved her life, that's what a hero is supposed to do. She was the one who let a crush grow out of control without telling anyone before it got too out of hand. The whys and what-ifs don't matter now, and neither do her reasons for doing what she did. What matters now is how we deal with the aftermath. I have a serious question for you. After everything is all cleaned up, do you want to trade rooms? Izuku was taken off guard by the question, but Kiri quickly explained further. We can trade furniture if you want to, so we don't have to swap out our beds and stuff. Yeah. Our couches are different styles, our rooms are painted different colors, the way we organize our beds and dressers is different. It'll almost be like a fresh start. No pressure, of course, but just think about it. If you don't feel comfortable being in your old room anymore, you shouldn't have to force yourself. But what about you? Kiri rolled his eyes good-naturedly, smiling at Izuku after. I wasn't the one who was targeted in this whole situation. I am willing to lend a helping hand though. Would it help if you thought about it in reverse? If something like this happened to me, would you offer up your room? In a heartbeat? It's no big deal when imagining it that way. Really, it doesn't matter to me either way. We've only been students at U8 for a few months now. We're not even halfway through our first year here, by galactic standards or Earth's. We'd have to move to the Class 2 dorms after the summer programs ended anyways, so please, if you don't want to stay in your old room, just let me know. Izuku thought about it for a bit, but still wasn't sure. He did know what he wanted right now though. Can I just stay here for a bit? Like a sleepover. I don't want to be alone right now. Of course. I'll set up my cot, and don't even think about arguing that I should take the bed. We've had this conversation before. You should shower though. You started dissociating before you had the chance to clean up. I already have some clothes ready for you. Kiri was already up and moving, heading towards his dresser, but Izuku got caught on that last passing sentence. Dissociating. Kiri winced. I was supposed to let the teachers explain that one. It's what that spaced-out feeling is. When everything became overwhelming and your brain decided to just block out everything. I really shouldn't be the one to explain it. I'm not a professional. Izuku couldn't remember what happened in the floaty gaps when things were just too much, but he did remember Toyo worrying about it, even if he was hiding it behind gentle questions. Here, just take these pajamas and feel free to use whatever products I have in the shower. Yell if you need anything. If you still have questions when you're done in there, I'll answer as best as I can, but it might be a good idea to wait to ask Ryo during your scheduled therapy session instead. Izuku nodded and took the offered clothes. That was probably a good idea. Ryo had been nice. Izuku could wait until his appointment. When he returned from his near-scalding shower, Kiri's cot was already set up and the movie had been rewound to the beginning. Izuku still didn't feel much better, but he appreciated that despite everything, he now knew that he had a network of others to rely on. Things would get better, they always would in the end. Izuku couldn't sleep. Kiri was snoring away, but Izuku had just been staring at the wall for the last few hours. The movie had long since ended, the title screen quietly playing on loop in the background, but Izuku couldn't get his mind off of things. Was there anything that he could have done differently? Toyo and Kiri had already told him not to focus on the what-ifs, but he couldn't help it. He hadn't meant to pretend to sleep either, but he was sure that Kiri had intended to stay awake until he went to bed. As it was, Izuku felt shifted from his usual place. This wasn't his bed. This wasn't his room. He knew this room, had spent a few nights here and there just existing with his closest human friend at UA, but it wasn't his. It could be, and that was yet another thought to tumble around in his head. What happened had happened, but what else could Izuku really do now? Everything was settled. Netta would not be able to see him again while she was still at UA and would later be leaving the station to go back to her home planet, but that was all taken care of by the adults. Why did Izuku feel like he still had something he needed to do? The cleanup crew had his room and his belongings handled. His first therapy session wasn't until a few more days, so what? What was he waiting for? Frustrated, Izuku got out of bed and walked into the common room. He refused to look at his old room door, intent on grabbing a glass of water and hopefully trying to calm himself to figure out why he was so restless. It wasn't that he wasn't tired either, the day had been exhausting. Surprisingly, he wasn't the only one who was still up. The kitchen light was already on and sitting at the table was Momo. She also looked surprised to see him, but dutifully offered up a nearby seat. Izuku took that offer, sitting down across from her. They sat there for a few moments, neither knowing what to say until Momo gestured at her cup. Izuku looked towards the cup, watching the steam rise from it. It smelled fresh and earthy, no doubt something from her home planet, but Izuku had already identified everything in the pantry that he and Kiri weren't allowed to eat, and none of Momo's native tea varieties were on that relatively short list. Sure, he didn't know how the tea culture might be different in space, but his mom used to make him tea whenever he was stressed, so even if it tasted different, a freshly brewed cup of herbal water sounded nice. The kitchen had a spout for scalding water, so there was no need to wait for a kettle to boil. Momo grabbed a cup from the cupboard and placed it inside the little safety window to fill up before measuring out her leaves. The containers that Momo stored her teas in were very nice. They were some kind of terracotta, each sculpted into unique shapes, most bearing different styled leaves on them. Hoping to take his mind off of everything, Izuku decided to try and use them as a neutral topic to discuss. Thanks, Momo. Those containers are really interesting. Momo perked up, her leaves seeming to lift at the topic. You really think so? They're finely crafted artisan goods. Each pot is made specifically for their tea harvests back home. The leaves are always modeled after the plants grown for the tea, and the sculpting of the pot shapes changes from year to year, so one always knows exactly what harvest they're drinking from. Momo gushed as she brewed the cup for Izuku, and soon enough he found himself with a fresh drink. Momo politely paused while he took an experimental sip. It was actually quite nice. The scent was earthy, but the taste was very floral, almost similar to the time he and his mom had gotten rose tea at a rose garden field trip. It was just skirting the edge of tasting more like a scent than a flavor, but it was still pleasant. Thanks again, this is really nice. I'm glad you think so. Not everyone can appreciate the teas from my home planet. Nizu is one of the few, but he loves the teas from all cultures, so long as they're not toxic to him. Earth has tea. It's something that we enjoy at home pretty often. How many varieties do you grow? I'm not really sure. Hundreds at least. Momo jolted in surprise, but Izuku smiled at the way he could see her trying to contain her excitement. Truly, hundreds of varieties. Tasting them all sounds like a wonderful endeavor. Seeing Momo light up, Izuku realized what he'd been missing and why he'd been feeling so antsy. Ever since everything started, everyone was acting as if the world was ending. Izuku wasn't just another classmate anymore, he was someone who needed pity and sympathy now, and everyone around him looked stressed or sad whenever they looked his way. Momo had given him that same look when she first saw him, but now that she wasn't thinking about what had happened, she was more relaxed. The slight crevices that had been etched into her bark loosened to the smoother tone Izuku was used to seeing in the class vice president, the tension gone from her frame. Normal. Izuku just wanted everything to go back to normal. Izuku finished his tea shortly after, excusing himself to try and go back to bed. When he was once again under the covers, the pervasive feeling of wrongness wasn't as palpable anymore. He was still aware that everything that happened was fairly fresh, but after that interaction it didn't feel as overbearing anymore. Had he really been thinking so hard on things that nothing else seemed to matter? It made sense, but Izuku didn't waste the opportunity to use his newfound distance from the situation to try and fall asleep. Izuku hoped that when he woke up that no one would treat him like glass, he was going to grow up to be a hero after all. When Izuku blinked back into existence, he was sitting on Kiri's bed wrapped in a weighted blanket. The lights were off and a Ghibli movie was quietly playing on the room's communication pad. Kiri was sitting next to him. They were close but not actually touching. Aside from the movie, there was no other noise in the room. Kiki's DLVRY service? Izuku's voice came out raw, as if he'd been crying. With a start, he realized that he probably had. Kiri jolted beside him. Izuku. Izuku winced at the sudden loud noise and Kiri shrunk in on himself a bit. Sorry. You've been out of it for a little while now. How are you feeling? Izuku thought about it but couldn't come to a sure conclusion. I don't really know. Hey, that's okay. Today was a lot. An awkward silence followed. Eventually, Izuku broke it, asking the question that had been on his mind since everything started. But why do you think she did it? Kiri would have offered his opinion, but that first question just paved the way for more. Izuku's vision grew blurry and he could feel his face heat up as he hiccuped, sucking in sharp, irregular breaths between his words. Why me? Why now? After everything that... Was it me? Did I do something? Was it my fault that she turned into that? Kiri wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulders firmly, pulling him in for a side hug while they were still seated. Hey now, just breathe for a sec. In and out. Izuku did his best to follow while still choking on sobs. It was too much. Everything was too much, but it wasn't as bad with Kiri there to help. Like the good friend he was, Kiri waited until Izuku calmed down before speaking, making sure that he kept his tone soft and low. None of this was your fault, did it? Listen to me, if you take anything away from our conversation tonight, let it be the fact that Netta made her own choices and you had absolutely nothing to do with any of it. You saved her life, that's what a hero is supposed to do. She was the one who let a crush grow out of control without telling anyone before it got too out of hand. The whys and what-ifs don't matter now, and neither do her reasons for doing what she did. What matters now is how we deal with the aftermath. I have a serious question for you. After everything is all cleaned up, do you want to trade rooms? Izuku was taken off guard by the question, but Kiri quickly explained further. We can trade furniture if you want to, so we don't have to swap out our beds and stuff, yeah. Our couches are different styles, our rooms are painted different colors, the way we organize our beds and dressers is different, it'll almost be like a fresh start. No pressure of course, but just think about it. If you don't feel comfortable being in your old room anymore, you shouldn't have to force yourself. But what about you? Kiri rolled his eyes good-naturedly, smiling at Izuku after. I wasn't the one who was targeted in this whole situation. I am willing to lend a helping hand though. Would it help if you thought about it in reverse? If something like this happened to me, would you offer up your room? In a heartbeat? It's no big deal when imagining it that way. Really, it doesn't matter to me either way. We've only been students at UA for a few months now. We're not even halfway through our first year here, by galactic standards or Earth's. We'd have to move to the Class 2 dorms after the summer programs ended anyways, so please, if you don't want to stay in your old room, just let me know. Izuku thought about it for a bit, but still wasn't sure. He did know what he wanted right now though. Can I just stay here for a bit? Like a sleepover. I don't want to be alone right now. Of course. I'll set up my cot, and don't even think about arguing that I should take the bed, we've had this conversation before. You should shower though, you started dissociating before you had the chance to clean up. I already have some clothes ready for you. Kiri was already up and moving, heading towards his dresser, but Izuku got caught on that last passing sentence. Dissociating. Kiri winced. I was supposed to let the teachers explain that one. It's what that spaced out feeling is. When everything became overwhelming and your brain decided to just block out everything. I really shouldn't be the one to explain it. I'm not a professional. Izuku couldn't remember what happened in the floaty gaps when things were just too much, but he did remember Toyo worrying about it, even if he was hiding it behind gentle questions. Here, just take these pajamas and feel free to use whatever products I have in the shower. Yell if you need anything. If you still have questions when you're done in there, I'll answer as best as I can, but it might be a good idea to wait to ask Ryo during your scheduled therapy session instead. Izuku nodded and took the offered clothes. That was probably a good idea. Ryo had been nice, Izuku could wait until his appointment. When he returned from his near-scalding shower, Kiri's cot was already set up and the movie had been rewound to the beginning. Izuku still didn't feel much better, but he appreciated that despite everything, he now knew that he had a network of others to rely on. Things would get better, they always would in the end. Izuku couldn't sleep. Kiri was snoring away, but Izuku had just been staring at the wall for the last few hours. The movie had long since ended, the title screen quietly playing on loop in the background, but Izuku couldn't get his mind off of things. Was there anything that he could have done differently? Toyo and Kiri had already told him not to focus on the what-ifs, but he couldn't help it. He hadn't meant to pretend to sleep either, but he was sure that Kiri had intended to stay awake until he went to bed. As it was, Izuku felt shifted from his usual place. This wasn't his bed. This wasn't his room. He knew this room, had spent a few nights here and there just existing with his closest human friend at UA, but it wasn't his. It could be, and that was yet another thought to tumble around in his head. What happened had happened, but what else could Izuku really do now? Everything was settled. Netta would not be able to see him again while she was still at UA and would later be leaving the station to go back to her home planet, but that was all taken care of by the adults. Why did Izuku feel like he still had something he needed to do? The cleanup crew had his room and his belongings handled. His first therapy session wasn't until a few more days, so what? What was he waiting for? Frustrated, Izuku got out of bed and walked into the common room. He refused to look at his old room door, intent on grabbing a glass of water and hopefully trying to calm himself to figure out why he was so restless. It wasn't that he wasn't tired either, the day had been exhausting. Surprisingly, he wasn't the only one who was still up. The kitchen light was already on and sitting at the table was Momo. She also looked surprised to see him, but dutifully offered up a nearby seat. Izuku took that offer, sitting down across from her. They sat there for a few moments, neither knowing what to say until Momo gestured at her cup. Izuku looked towards the cup, watching the steam rise from it. It smelled fresh and earthy, no doubt something from her home planet, but Izuku had already identified everything in the pantry that he and Kiri weren't allowed to eat, and none of Momo's native tea varieties were on that relatively short list. Sure, he didn't know how the tea culture might be different in space, but his mom used to make him tea whenever he was stressed, so even if it tasted different, a freshly brewed cup of herbal water sounded nice. The kitchen had a spout for scalding water, so there was no need to wait for a kettle to boil. Momo grabbed a cup from the cupboard and placed it inside the little safety window to fill up before measuring out her leaves. The containers that Momo stored her teas in were very nice. They were some kind of terracotta, each sculpted into unique shapes, most bearing different styled leaves on them. Hoping to take his mind off of everything, Izuku decided to try and use them as a neutral topic to discuss. Thanks, Momo. Those containers are really interesting. Momo perked up, her leaves seeming to lift at the topic. You really think so? They're finely crafted artisan goods. Each pot is made specifically for their tea harvests back home. The leaves are always modeled after the plants grown for the tea, and the sculpting of the pot shapes changes from year to year, so one always knows exactly what harvest they're drinking from. Momo gushed as she brewed the cup for Izuku, and soon enough he found himself with a fresh drink. Momo politely paused while he took an experimental sip. It was actually quite nice. The scent was earthy, but the taste was very floral, almost similar to the time he and his mom had gotten rose tea at a rose garden field trip. It was just skirting the edge of tasting more like a scent than a flavor, but it was still pleasant. Thanks again, this is really nice. I'm glad you think so. Not everyone can appreciate the teas from my home planet. Nizu is one of the few, but he loves the teas from all cultures, so long as they're not toxic to him. Earth has tea. It's something that we enjoy at home pretty often. How many varieties do you grow? I'm not really sure. Hundreds at least. Momo jolted in surprise, but Izuku smiled at the way he could see her trying to contain her excitement. Truly, hundreds of varieties. Tasting them all sounds like a wonderful endeavor. Seeing Momo light up, Izuku realized what he'd been missing and why he'd been feeling so antsy. Ever since everything started, everyone was acting as if the world was ending. Izuku wasn't just another classmate anymore, he was someone who needed pity and sympathy now, and everyone around him looked stressed or sad whenever they looked his way. Momo had given him that same look when she first saw him, but now that she wasn't thinking about what had happened, she was more relaxed. The slight crevices that had been etched into her bark loosened to the smoother tone Izuku was used to seeing in the class vice president, the tension gone from her frame. Normal. Izuku just wanted everything to go back to normal. Izuku finished his tea shortly after, excusing himself to try and go back to bed. When he was once again under the covers, the pervasive feeling of wrongness wasn't as palpable anymore. He was still aware that everything that happened was fairly fresh, but after that interaction it didn't feel as overbearing anymore. Had he really been thinking so hard on things that nothing else seemed to matter? It made sense, but Izuku didn't waste the opportunity to use his newfound distance from the situation to try and fall asleep. Izuku hoped that when he woke up that no one would treat him like glass, he was going to grow up to be a hero after all. Izuku was wrong. A cold sweat clung to his skin as his heart pounded deeply in his ichi. Kiri was thankfully not around when Izuku shot up in bed, clutching his ichi after the nightmare he'd just escaped, but the silence of the room was oppressive without the other boy's presence. It felt wrong to be alone in someone else's room. Kiri at least had the foresight to leave a note explaining that he was just in the kitchen making them both breakfast, but that didn't remove the deep feeling of wrongness. Izuku reasoned that Kiri couldn't have left very long ago. The boys' go-to-breakfast foods were Western in nature. The usual menu items often included eggs, bacon, and some kind of bread or pastry covered in a sweet topping. Izuku didn't feel very hungry at the moment, nor did he really want to interact with anyone. It didn't feel right to just hide in Kiri's room either, so Izuku left as quietly as he could, not caring that he was still dressed in Kiri's spare pajamas. It thankfully wasn't very busy this early in the morning, so Izuku was able to slip down the hall and hide himself in one of the closets. His heart was still hammering pretty strong after his rough wake-up, but being in a small dark place to decompress helped. Izuku chose the best closet to hide out in too. All of the extra pillows, blankets, and other soft materials were kept in here, so it was easy enough for him to just sink to the floor and lean against the large pile behind him. He shouldn't have run away like that. After taking a few minutes to calm down, he realized how silly he was being. Kiri would probably worry about him if he returned with breakfast and Izuku wasn't there, but the boy couldn't bring himself to get up and go back. He couldn't even remember the dream that had scared him so badly. It was ridiculous. More of the class started waking up and Izuku made sure to stay quiet as they all walked by and made their way towards the kitchen, but even after the last set of footsteps disappeared, Izuku didn't move. He could hear the exact moment the class realized he was missing, but standing up to leave the closet seemed like a monumental task now that everyone was all riled up. Maybe if he just stayed put things would calm down again and he could pretend to have gone out for a bit. Izuku hugged his knees close to his feet, resting his forehead on them as he tried to ignore all of the problems he caused. He hated making everyone worry. Why couldn't he just be normal? Wasn't normal what he wanted? No one would treat him normally if he spent his time hiding away like this. Izuku became so engrossed in his thoughts that he almost didn't hear the little squeak. It was dark in the closet aside from the thin line of light coming from underneath the door, but it was just enough for Izuku to watch as a tiny dark shadow squeezed through and entered the closet with him. He recognized the shadow, and when it climbed up his breathed leg to rest on his arms, he remembered just how soft it had been during their first meeting. It was Koji's Pixiv. What was it doing here? The thing didn't move, content to just rest on his folded arms, and Izuku didn't register that the commotion outside had stopped until there was a soft knock on the closet door. Izuku! It's Koji, may I come in? He was probably just looking for his Pixiv. The little thing had been quietly squeaking as it rested on him. As carefully as he could, Izuku freed one of his arms and opened the door from the inside. Koji seemed taller while Izuku was sat on the floor, but to his surprise the mini-Rix entered the small space, turning on the light before closing the door and sitting beside Izuku. Koji's Pixiv seemed happy with this, hopping the gap between the two of them every few moments. It's a lot, right? Feeling like everyone's watching you. Izuku looked towards Koji, but the other boy didn't look back, resolutely staring at the closed closet door. I know the feeling. When I left home for the first time, everything was new and scary. Sometimes I'm so scared that I can't talk and I can only use common sign to communicate. It's okay to be scared and overwhelmed. Everyone's worried, but that's okay too. It took me a long time to feel comfortable at UA, so you should also take your time to feel better. No one rushed me, and no one's rushing you. My little friend here can feel that you're stressed. Pixivs are sensitive to things like that. If you need time and space, you can take all that you need, but don't be surprised if you have visitors like my little friend here come and check on you. It might not be within this solar rotation or the next, or even a lunar rotation from now, but things will settle down. They will. Suddenly, Koji's tone began to waver a bit. I don't mean to come on so strong, if I did I mean. I just want the best, you know. Izuku smiled. No, I appreciate it. Thanks. I think I stressed myself out by wishing that everything would just go back to how it was before, without putting in the effort, you know. Did I worry everyone a lot? Only a little. Koka could hear where you were and my friend knew right away what was wrong. Everything's okay now, but Kiri said he'd wait for you outside, no matter how long you needed to stay in here. I can leave too, I just felt like I needed to share. My friend will come back to me later. I'm sorry if they come to find you again when you're not expecting it. They have a mind of their own sometimes. Izuku chuckled, standing at the same time as Koji. I think I'm ready to come out now. Thanks again, I appreciate the talk. Koji smiled back and both boys exited the closet at the same time. Kiri was in the common room, pacing with a nervous look on his face, but he looked relieved when Izuku didn't return, seeming too upset. Koji bid his farewell and Kiri worked his magic, greeting Izuku and directing him towards the breakfast he prepared. Koji's Pixiv didn't leave Izuku's shoulder until much later on in the day, but the quiet squeaking kept Izuku grounded. Despite the rough start, the day was still salvageable. Koka had been on edge ever since UF. She had initially spent most of her time in her room to avoid listening to everyone else process the events, but because of that she missed another vital issue until it was too late. If she had just kept her door cracked like she usually did? No, she couldn't think like that. Netara's actions were not her fault. She didn't make the same mistake again after that. Sure, she had to hear Takyami preen and comfort Oko. She had to listen as Tsu and True quietly croaked to one another, finding safety in numbers. She was privy to several calls home, many assuring family that everything was okay now, but others also including heartfelt admissions of fear and helplessness at everything that had happened. It was a lot to take in, but Koka refused to let anything else happen to her classmates if she could help it. This would be nothing compared to what she would endure in the aftermath of tragedy while out in the field. It just so happened to hit a lot closer to home now because she was also affected by everything. Because of this, Koka did end up hearing things she didn't like. She tried to drown out everything that was private or unimportant, she really did, but the humans' voices always piqued her interest and acted like a beacon for her focus. Listening in while Kirishima comforted Izuku, Koka learned that the poor boy blamed himself for things. That was absolutely unacceptable. Izuku hadn't been there at the beginning of the year when Neta had tried to latch onto every girl in class. They hadn't been there when he'd made derogatory comments, insinuating that females were the weaker gender and that heroics should be left to the men. He was bad enough that the other boys in class found it disgusting. Due to cultural differences from his planet, and the fact that he hadn't made any physical advances on anyone, he'd just been given a strike on his U8 record and been forced to take a class on discrimination and equality in the universe, but his demeanor never truly changed. Even if he did keep his comments to himself for the most part, his attitude wasn't something anyone wanted to deal with. The constant whining also grated on Koko's sensitive ears. This was why she kept her mouth shut when she overheard the teachers talking about removing Netta from the hero course after the sports festival. His grades were good, but he failed in every single physical test they had. Sure, some of it could be attributed to his physical body shape, but he relied on his eggs for exercises and barely tried in other activities. His teamwork was also terrible, so once the sports festival showed his lack of aptitude, the plan was to replace him with someone from Gen Ed with actual promise. This was before the humans had arrived, and the constant turmoil since Aizawa and the Baka Squad's capture had put any plans for Netta on the back burner until they were forced to make this final decision early. Koko was proud of Izuku for everything the boy had endured, but it hurt her to hear him hurting. She made sure to let everyone know that he was safe and just decompressing once they realized he was missing, but still listened in to assist if necessary. The day had been relatively normal after the morning chaos, but things still felt just a tad off, like something in the dorms had shifted almost imperceptibly, but was still easy enough for everyone to feel. It was simple enough to ignore so no one mentioned it, but to Koka it felt like an elastic band being stretched to its limits and held in place, one wrong touch away from snapping violently, delivering a debilitating blow. Neither USJ nor the other incident were ever brought up, but the tension was still there. As soon as Izuku asked for a little space, everyone vacated. The common room, being hyper-aware of his needs, but Koka had been paying attention. Izuku had only truly meant those who were in his immediate vicinity, but now they were left alone and Koka had to hear the heartbreaking stutter in his heart at the surprise of everyone's reaction. Koka took a deep breath before deliberately walking over, taking a seat on the couch next to the boy. Don't mind them, everyone's just on edge after everything, you know. It's not just you, we would do the same for any of our classmates. The only difference here is that we don't know a lot about humans, so we're all running around in the dark trying to figure out how to help. All we really have are clues from what you guys say you need. Koka was pleased to hear Izuku's heart go back to a normal beating pattern, calming down after undoubtedly believing that everyone left him alone for some reason other than what was obvious to Koka. It's not your fault, you know. They were finally alone and Koka was going to say her piece while she had the chance. Everyone else truly left, so the only one who might be able to hear them right now was Tashiai, but he had already expressed his childish dislike of humans and probably didn't care either way. Netta was awful to us girls at the beginning of the year. Netta made her choice, and you had nothing to do with it. If it wasn't you who saved her at USJ, she would have just latched onto anyone else who did. They were just a creep, plain and simple. You don't have to feel personally responsible, you shouldn't feel guilty for acting like a hero. Koka knew Izuku's tells. She'd seen and listened in enough times to know that he was getting choked up, so she respectfully patted his shoulder before leaving him alone to deal with his emotions. She hoped that her words helped him, even if he didn't believe in them right away. For now, all Koka could do was continue to listen out for anything else that might hurt her classmates. She was going to be a hero after all. Takyami usually wasn't known for comforting others, but Okuro didn't really have many other options to turn to in Class 1A. The events at USJ had shaken everyone, and Purdy tended to find comfort in numbers. Takyami dutifully took on the necessary companionship role, preening Okuro's feathers while the two spent time together and allowing her to preen him back. Takyami was a Purdy of the lunar sea, his feathers reflecting inky black with maybe the occasional violet shimmer in bright light. He was at his best in a dark nocturnal environment, but most of the galaxy catered towards those who lived in the light of whatever solar body provided life to their worlds. Takyami was okay with this, he would just have to tolerate being perceived in an environment where black tended to stand out rather than blend in. Okuro had already tried to apologize for turning to him in their time of need, but he assured her that it was perfectly fine. He needed the companionship too, even if he tended to hide away his true feelings most of the time. It was a well-known fact that solar CYCL Purdy were more outgoing and bubbly than their subdued and darker-hued lunar CYCL counterparts, but it was a misconception that they were any less social. While Takyami was outwardly quiet, he did care a great deal for all of his classmates. Nocturnal Purdy had to learn to be quiet because it was their duty to protect their flocks from predators while the others slept. Takyami's own family was full of lunar guardians, so it was only natural that he would want to become a hero. Helping others was ingrained in his psyche, and what Okuro needed now was someone to provide her with comfort. Takyami had tried his best to help protect the girls from Neda's actions throughout their time at UH, but with the events at USJ there had been other things to prioritize when they returned. He wished that he had continued to monitor the lug as closely as he had before. He knew that it wasn't logical to feel guilty for another's actions, but he was training to become a Dark Knight for those who needed protection, and he had failed. It was obvious that Izuku wanted space after his ordeal and Takyami was happy to give it to the boy, but it was also strange somehow. While he seemed to need space, he also looked especially lonely. Takyami had a keen eye and a knack for observation, so it wasn't exactly difficult to notice that Koka was also keeping a close eye on the human, but she was more hands-on in her approach. Izuku looked better for it, so Takyami did something he didn't do very often. He took the initiative to meet with Koka in private. Koka, what's up? Did you need something? Takyami paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts on how exactly to ask. Eventually, he just decided to be direct in his approach. How can we best help Izuku? You seem to have a surprisingly good grasp on human mannerisms. We'd like to help too. Koka, while surprised, didn't seem averse to helping. Well, humans are social, that much I know for sure. They're very new to the galactic frontier but still get along with pretty much everyone without bias as far as I've seen. Izuku though seems to get especially nervous in large groups, or when he's the center of attention. Offering him direct help might make him uncomfortable, so maybe a different approach would work better. Takyami pondered this before bobbing his head in appreciation. I'll take that into consideration, thank you. They parted ways afterwards and Takyami was able to piece together a tentative plan. Na's species was also very social, and Takyami remembered her saying something about how Izuku seemed like he might have been touch-starved while in captivity. He had other options now, but it probably couldn't hurt to offer either. Oko, let's preen in the common room tonight. Oh, any reason why? I've noticed that Izuku has been spending a large amount of time there recently. I feel that maybe we could offer companionship. That's a great idea. Please, let's try to keep things calm. We wouldn't want to overwhelm him. Okoo pouted but confirmed that she would be good. Just like he thought, Izuku was sitting at one of the couches, watching whatever was on the communal communication pad. The common room was fairly empty at the moment. Apparently everyone had taken Izuku's request for space earlier to heart and went to bed early, but there was that lonely look on Izuku's face that hinted to Takyami that this wasn't really what the boy desired. Takyami had Okuro sit at a nearby seat before he began preening her. Izuku looked up interested, but all Takyami really wanted to do was offer silent support in Izuku's time of, "Izuku, come join us." Okuro waved over eagerly, causing Takyami to lean back to avoid her SWNG arms. What was she doing? She promised that she would. To Takyami's surprise, Izuku stood from his seat and walked over. He stood awkwardly for a moment before Okuro stood and guided him to sit where she had previously been. Takyami's great at preening, but I'd like to feel your technique too if that's okay. I heard that you preened Aries' feathers when she was still here. We can make this a preening party. Tako can preen your hair and I'll sit on the floor so you can preen me. Does that sound like fun? Takyami would have admonished her for bringing up another sore wound so casually, but Izuku surprised him by smiling lightly. Sure, that sounds okay. How should we start? And thus, the three of them got into comfortable positions and began preening. There wasn't really much for Takyami to do with Izuku's hair, so he mostly tried to detangle any knots he found in the boy's curls and massaged his scalp when there wasn't anything else to do. It must have worked at least somewhat though, because with every passing tick Izuku grew less tense. Okuro offered mindless banter, speaking about everything and nothing at the same time, but it was nice. She was the one to say when she grew tired, which was probably for the best because Tako and Izuku were both too awkward to say anything, and the three said their goodbyes amicably before heading to their quarters. He would have to thank Okuro later. Her brazen personality seemed to have actually helped. Takyami vowed to become even more observant so that he could make the right calls for these situations in the future. If there was one thing that rang true in Class 1A, it was that everyone with similar personality types hung around one another, regardless of species. This was how True came to find out that Izuku was probably lonely and touch-starved. Oko relayed how he brightened up, even if only a little, when they'd hung out before bed the previous evening, and True wanted to do something like that for the boy too. She hadn't interacted with the humans very much since they'd arrived, but it just never felt like the right time to really just insert herself. Everyone always clamored for the humans' attention, and True was content to just be her energetic self whenever those like her were also causing a ruckus. Na was great to join in with because the Yeep was always bouncing around everywhere and never seemed wary of the humans, even when they did strange things. She wanted to be the catalyst this time though, so before her usual hangout time with Sue, she brought up an idea with her fellow Faggot. Can Izuku join us tonight? I wouldn't mind, but is there a reason why? Okoo says he's lonely. We can ask him first of course, but I think he might like our comfort routine. Sue croaked as she thought about it, but eventually gave her assent. I'll get things set up in my dorm in case we have someone new joining us. I'll leave you in charge of asking him since this is your idea. True gave a mockery of a galactic salute in return. You can leave it to me. True left quickly, but she was still close enough to hear Sue call after her as she rounded the corner. Don't overwhelm him. True wouldn't, she would be careful. Enough time had passed since the early CYCL meal that everyone was lounging about the dorms. Their extended weekend would be coming to a close soon, but everyone was still decompressing after the stress of the last few solar rotations. Izuku was at his usual spot in the common room. His routine so far was to sit quietly until the mid-CYCL meal, and if he was going to just sit anyways then he could join her and Sue. Izuku. The boy looked up at True's cheerful greeting. There was confusion in his eyes, but True didn't give him a chance to ask what was up before leaning over the back of his seat and smiling as best as she could at him. She hoped she wasn't transparent at the moment. Sue and I were going to hang out in her room. Do you want to join us? We'd love the company. Too strong, too strong. She really needed to learn how to tone herself down at times, but she was just so excited. Thankfully, Izuku didn't shrink away. He instead offered a tentative smile back at True and nodded. Sure, so that sounds nice. True cheered internally. Okay, maybe a little externally too, but she knew that he and Sue had at least some kind of bond after their midterm together. True was still a little jealous that Sue had been the one to go with Izuku, but she understood Azawa's reasoning. True might be excited, but she also was happy that the two would be able to interact again. Sue was a nice calming presence, especially in more private settings. True walked Izuku over to Sue's dorm and the girl greeted them fondly when they entered. She remembered Izuku's awe at seeing their rooms for the first time. Didn't skimp on creating comfortable habitats. Their floors were covered in the soft moss of their home planet and the lights were dimmed to provide what looked like beams of sunlight streaming through holes in a cave ceiling. In the corner, there was a little pond where they could hydrate. This was the standard cave Faggot dorm space at UA, so True's room was near identical, complete with a flat raised rock with a built-in heating function for warmth and sleeping. Any further decorations were brought in by the girls themselves. Izuku hid his wonder well since he'd already visited them before during the room tours, but it was still there. Hello, Izuku. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. We have mineral water and I just got a shipment of masking mud from back home for relaxation. Ooh, masking mud, that was a good idea. Izuku sat at the heated rock and just breathed in, seeming to relax a bit. The humidity reminds me of home a little. Thanks for inviting me. It was True's idea. Would you like some masking mud? It's full of ingredients that offer hydration to skin. Seeing Sue applying some to herself, Izuku seemed to understand. We have something similar at home actually. I think they're called mud masks. I'm not sure, but I don't mind trying. Here, let me help. True had been waiting for his approval and quickly jumped to apply the goopy mush to Izuku's face. She did manage to tamper down her brashness when Izuku flinched at her sudden outburst, but the boy dutifully let her smear a layer on his face. Human skin was surprisingly smooth and soft. She would have thought that they had more protection from the things that might harm them back home. His cheeks were squishier than she ever dreamed. Her own features were anchored to the bone and cartilage of her skull, and Faggots didn't have a lot of fat to their names. He was also warm. True was a little jealous of warm-blooded species, But there wasn't really a better feeling than warming up on a heating rock after a day of being cooler than average, so she'd let them have this. When True finished applying the mask, Izuku laid back on True's heating rock. To both of their surprise, it wasn't long before the boy fell asleep. He must be exhausted. True tried to whisper, but it still came out loud somehow. Momo did mention something about him not sleeping well lately. We should let him rest for now. True nodded. They would wake him up for the mid-CYCL meal. She was just glad that he felt safe enough around them to let his guard down so fully. It felt nice to know that he trusted them to keep him safe while he slept. Zero wasn't one to seek out trouble. He was someone who tried to go with the flow more often than not, and he was content to let the rest of Class 1A try to cheer up their resident Death Worlder after the latest crisis, but that was before he accidentally crossed paths with the boy outside of the dorms. All Zero wanted was some fresh air outside the confines of their shared space, a little privacy, but soft hiccuping noises caught his attention. Ah geez. On the way to the nearest gym was a split-off hallway with public restrooms and janitorial storage rooms for the cleaning bots and supplies. The doors were surprisingly thin though. This was said to be because they wanted to be able to open the doors manually in case anyone got trapped inside, but everyone knew that it was really because they didn't want students messing with anything in the closets themselves, but Zero knew that voice and the humans probably weren't aware that sound traveled well through the doors. Izuku was crying again, albeit quietly, but Zero could understand the feeling. Not all species cried, but Senki like him did have the ability, so he knew what it was like. He'd been the one to point out the action to the others way back when they were captured with Azawa, but while the others could learn about crying and know that it usually meant that someone was feeling a deep sadness, it wasn't the same as actually experiencing it. Sighing, Zero resigned himself to his fate and knocked on the door. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, he just wasn't the best at dealing with feelings, but he couldn't just leave Izuku here. It was lucky that the extended weekend applied to everyone at UA and that the hallways were empty, but that didn't mean that someone couldn't still waltz down the hall. The soft sounds of sobbing vanished, and Zero imagined that the noises he heard were Izuku trying to wipe his face off with his sleeve. This was compounded by the fact that his face looked haggard and his eyes were red and puffy once the door opened. The day had started out so well too. The early CYCL meal was quiet, but not awkwardly so anymore, and Izuku had been invited by True and Tsu to hang out before the mid-CYCL meal. Right before the mid-CYCL meal though, Toyo came to the dorms and requested to speak with Izuku. True and Tsu dutifully woke him from his nap and the two left the dorms. Izuku never returned, and now Zero knew where Izuku had somehow ended up. Despite looking a little frazzled, there was still concern laced with the boy's confusion. Zero. Did you need something from the closet? Hey man, you don't have to hide it, I know you were crying in there. Izuku's shoulders slumped. Oh. It's nothing to be ashamed of, but you should know that these hallway closets have pretty thin walls, so it's easy for anyone to hear. I was headed to the gyms anyways. Do you want me to show you how to reserve a private study room? Some species have gifts that give them loud voices, and the rooms there can be soundproofed if needed. Izuku sniffled and wiped his nose with his sleeve, offering a small smile, probably more to be polite than to actually reflect how he was feeling. Sure, I'd appreciate that. Zero didn't need more prompting than that, and Izuku dutifully followed as he walked down the familiar hallways. The walk was pretty quiet. All Zero wanted was to fill the silence with some idle chatter, but his brain-to-mouth filter must have malfunctioned because the first thing he blurted out made him want to run back to the dorms and seal himself in his web hammock for the rest of the CYCL. So, what made you so upset? Smooth. Real smooth. Thankfully, the line was delivered neutrally, and Zero was proud to say that he didn't trip over his own feet in panic at having really just asked that. Izuku's shoulders slumped, but he thankfully didn't look offended. Toyo gave me an update from the team sent to process my things after they were contaminated. It was fine for most of my stuff. My clothes were power washed, and anything with a strong surface just needed to be wiped down with some cleaning solution. They were even able to scan all of my papers, posters, and notebooks to copy them using the replicators, but I still had a few things that weren't as lucky. A few of our classmates gave me presents over the last several lunar rotations, and those were harder to fix. Bakugo's tooth was fine after a quick soak in cleaning solution, but they said that Oko's feather and Na's rock weren't salvageable. The minerals on Na's planet are too porous and it had already soaked up too much liquid to be fixed, and whatever protective coating Oko has on her feathers doesn't react well at all with the cleaning solution they use, so they had to be tossed. Eri left me something too, one of her feathers. I think that while we were away at our midterms she saw the little bowl I kept everything in and wanted to give me something too. She never announced it, but it was there when we got back, right on top of Oko's feather. I would never have asked her for one, but I was really grateful, and it was the last thing I had to remember her by after she left, but they said that the best they could do was preserve it. Apparently Deathfly sprite feathers are galactically protected, so it's illegal to have one unless a Deathfly sprite gives one to you personally, but they're also rare and treasured. They did their best to clean it, but the cleaning solutions stripped away some of the protective coating and unless they press and seal it in some resin it'll just fall apart. Toyo came to let me know and apologize, and I let him know that it was okay before he let me come back to the dorms, but I just couldn't hold it together. It won't be the same, And wow, that was a lot. Siro wasn't quite qualified for this. Izuku really needed to see Ryo soon. Siro could at least try to bluff his way through the conversation he'd started. Yeah, I get you. It won't be the same, but you have all of us back at the dorms to help you out. I've already had my appointment with Ryo and he's really nice. If you think you need to move it up, I'm sure he has some openings available. I think I'll be okay, my appointment is tomorrow. Oh, thank the stars. Cool. Right this way are the private training rooms. Siro dutifully showed Izuku how to work the controls so he could use the space however he wanted to and left him to it. When he knew for sure that Izuku was ready to be left alone, he went straight back to the dorms. Everyone had to be warned of the situation before Izuku got back. Someone would have an idea on how better to help. When Siro came back to the dorms and explained what happened, Na was distraught. Poor Izuku. They couldn't fix things, but they could do their best to help lighten the mood. I have more rocks. I'll go find the absolute best rock I have to give him when he gets back. Okuo also jumped up, matching Na's energy. Yeah, and I have plenty more feathers I can offer. And then one by one the boisterous students stepped forward, thinking of things to give until it was decided that everyone would find at least one thing to gift Izuku whenever he got back from the gyms. It was a mad scramble for some, but eventually there was a pile of assorted goods that looked half decent. Kiri was gone the longest and surprisingly returned with a large assortment of spare bedding materials from the hallway closet. Hey, I have an idea. Would you guys help me build a pillow fort? Na was confused by the term. Pillow fort? Kiri turned to her, a sharp grin on his face. Yup, it's something we humans make from time to time. We like feeling secure, so a fun pastime is using as many soft nesting materials as possible to make a den of sorts to hang out in. Siro said that Izuku was using a training room to decompress, right? Well, those aren't very comfortable, so instead of letting him hide away in the closet again, why don't we bring the closet to him? He did taper off a little at the end, unsure if anyone would help, but Na stood and offered to take some of the load off of his hands. Where do we start? And that was that. Class 1A was nothing if not energetic. They finally had a goal in mind, something to put their nervous energy into. And Na didn't know much about human pillow forts, but she did know that whatever it is they created around the common room was super cozy. As soon as Kiri mentioned that the UH standard blankets were a bit too gray, many others raided their own rooms for bedding materials to add, and now the room was covered in a strange blend of colors, patterns, and textures. By the time Izuku returned, they were ready for him. Kiri prepared several snacks and comfort foods for everyone. Some Earth movies were playing quietly on the communal communication pad, and everyone had gotten into their own comfortable positions, trying to be casual about things. Kiri waved over first, a beaming smile on his face. Yo, Izu. Come join us, we made a mega pillow fort. Come on, at least come check out the inside. Kiri had predicted that Izuku might deflect and try to escape. It was fascinating to learn that humans often actually required support when they were feeling down but tended to self-isolate more often instead. It left some members of the class looking a little off, but Na didn't think too hard on it. Come to think of it though, most of them were ones who joined him on their midterm trip. It had to be a coincidence. Kiri though wasted no time, standing from his strategic spot near the main entrance and guiding Izuku towards the mass of sheets and fluff. Izuku put up little resistance, too busy looking at the variety of materials around him. It made sense, each planet had their own ways of creating fabrics and textiles, so aside from the room tours this was probably his first time seeing anything quite like them up close. It wasn't strong to convince him from there. He was handed a simple dish by someone, Na didn't know who, but she thanked them for it. The fact that Kiri was right that humans tended to grab onto things handed to them without much conscious thought was also fascinating to watch in action. It would help their plan later as well. Slowly but surely, everyone's high spirits seemed to break down whatever walls Izuku built around himself, and he genuinely relaxed. It helped that they tried not to make him the center of attention, speaking to one another as much as they tried to include him. Alright, gather round for I am about to show you one of Earth's greatest talents. You see, our hands are great at many things, but one of the best is for, drumroll please, shadow puppets. There were a few strange looks sent his way, but Kiri didn't keep them waiting for too long, leaving the confines of the fort to stand outside the created nest. For my first trick, behold. Na could hardly believe it. There, silhouetted on one of the thinner sheets, was a shape that very much imitated that Archie counselor. The mouth even opened and closed, even if it didn't have the finer details like teeth. That was when she heard it. It was quiet, but Izuku chuckled. Na hadn't been the only one to exclaim in awe at Kiri's antics, but Izuku held up his own hands. That's one of the easiest puppets to make. He did it like this, see the ear and nose. Let me show you some real shadow puppets. My dad taught me how when I was little. Izuku left the fort and everyone heard Kiri complain lightheartedly when he was pushed aside. This one is a step above a dog. Just by using the other hand we can add antlers to make something that looks like an animal called a deer back home. And this, if we twine our thumbs together and curl our fingers inward, we can make something that looks like a flying bird. Na was entranced, how dexterous were their digits. This one is a little more advanced, but if we fold our fingers just right, we can even make a human face. Izuku was really good and went on for a while. Even Kirishima looked impressed after joining everyone else back under the sheets. When Izuku finally ran out of shadows he could make, others tried their best at it. None were as impressive as Izuku until Okuo forced Tako to go out and try. Of course, the Purdy was a Emsar manipulator of his feathers and made any and every shape suggested by the audience within. He pretended to be indifferent, but Na could see the pride at having entertained everyone so thoroughly when he rejoined them. It was getting close to the late CYCL mealtime though, so they had to start wrapping things up. Here, Izuku, another present from me. Okuro started off the gift exchange by handing the boy a long pink feather. No fair, I wanted to be the first one. Na was only teasing, but nonetheless produced an even larger stone than the one she'd initially gifted the boy so many galactic weeks ago. This rock is even better than the last, I promise. Izuku looked a little startled at having been handed two random items in quick succession, but the others didn't give him time to adjust, turning over their own gifts. You guys. Kiri threw his arm around Izuku's shoulder, another wide grin cutting across his face. Don't mention it, Izuku. You do the same for any of us, right? Izuku looked around to every face in the crowd, and many of them, Na included, were startled when tears started to roll down Izuku's cheeks, but after some blubbering he assured everyone that they were good tears and he was thankful for the effort they all went through. There was no need for thanks though, what else were classmates for? On the morning of his first scheduled therapy session, Toyo personally came to SERT Izuku to the counseling offices. Not much was said, but Izuku preferred that. It wasn't until they reached Ryo's door that Toyo rifled through his pockets, holding out something for Izuku to take. Then there it was. It looked so small sitting in the palm of his hands. Aries feather, encased in a round polished cast of clear resin. It felt heavy in his grasp, but he knew this was probably just his mind playing tricks on him. Toyo let him just process the item for a bit before offering a dainty chain. Kiri had a spare crystal cage necklace holder, back from when he used to wear his collection around the station. He said that you could use it if you wanted, but he has others so he won't be needing that one back. Izuku just stared at both items for a moment, and Toyo once again went quiet. Eventually, Izuku shakily fit the smooth oval treasure snugly inside the adjustable chain net and slipped the necklace over his head. It felt cool on his collarbone. Thanks. Don't mention it, kid. The two then stared at the door labeled Rio in contemplative silence before Toyo gently broke the spell of quiet. Do you want me to come in with you or wait out here to take you back? I think I can get myself back to the dorms. Izuku clutched his new necklace firmly, staring straight at the door rather than at Toyo. He'd already been nervous for this visit before, but he thought that he'd at least gathered enough courage to face things head on like most of his classmates already had. Toyo's gift threw his rhythm off though. He was definitely grateful to have Aries' feather back, don't get him wrong, but now he felt emotionally raw again, and he didn't want the first words spoken to Rio to bring him to tears so early in their session. He didn't want to be so vulnerable in front of a stranger. The bell chimed, signifying that Rio was ready for Izuku to enter. If you're sure then. If you want me to come back, just use the communication pad on the wall over there. I'll be in the teacher's lounge right down the hall. Izuku didn't say anything as Toyo walked away. And he finally gathered enough courage to enter Ryo's office once Toyo's footsteps faded from around the corner. Hello. Izuku knocked lightly before opening the door and taking a look around. It was modestly sized and filled with accommodations of all kinds. Several perches, an aquarium setting in the corner, several assorted seating options both with and without covers. Rio himself was sitting on what looked like an oversized dog bed against the back wall, and the sight was so comical that Izuku forgot his worries for just a few moments. Ah, Izuku, welcome. Feel free to have a seat anywhere you'd like, or continue standing if you prefer. The man's voice was gravelly, having an undertone from a native language that primarily used growls and barks to convey meaning, but he still spoke softly. Izuku figured that his seating was also strategic. Rio was an archeat, a canine species descended from predators who were seen by many other species as intimidating. Being seated near the floor made the man seem smaller than he actually was, but even while standing he was a kind and calming presence. Izuku took a seat at the smaller dog bed-styled cushion in front of Ryo's, and the man's eyes crinkled in the same way dogs did back home when they smiled. I'm happy to see that you feel comfortable enough to sit so close to me. It gives me hope for our future sessions together. Please do let me know if I make you feel uncomfortable in any way. You are one of the first of your species that I've had the pleasure to work with, so forgive me if I cross any cultural boundaries. So, what should we talk about? Izuku had never let go of his new gift, squeezing it unconsciously whenever he felt his stress peak. Well, why don't we just introduce ourselves first? If you want to discuss any events that may have happened very recently, then I'm here to listen. If you want to just talk about your day, that's okay too. If you feel like you have nothing to say, you can sit quietly and I can give you some puzzles or other mentally STMLTNG activities to occupy your time. Yes, these sessions are mandatory, but they are still in your control. You can decide what you do and don't want to share. These sessions aren't something that should be rushed, and that won't be something that will ever change, no matter how many sessions we have together. Surprisingly, Izuku felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He'd never been to therapy before. He knew that he probably had anxiety or other similar conditions that held him back, but he'd been so scared of not qualifying for the early access space programs that he faked his way through the mental examinations as best as he could to not stand out. He thought that Rio would force him to pick a topic to dissect and judge his every reaction afterwards, but this was actually kind of okay. Izuku relaxed in his seat, and without noticing, his hand let go of the necklace and fell into his lap instead. He might not open up this session, or even the next, but getting to know Rio was probably a good first step. Thoroughly distracted, dozens of questions about his home planet came to mind. His problems were still a little too big to tackle right now, but they would get there. Izuku idly wondered if this would be what Rio expected from their visit today. Do all archeats look like you, or are there variations in coat pattern? The first day back in class was less awkward than Izuku thought it would be. He should probably have expected this since everyone already lived together in the dorms, but it almost felt strange to be in their classroom again. Nothing had changed, and yet, everything was different now. Well, one thing had changed. Izuku and Kiri no longer had to share a desk. The double desk had been removed and 2 seats designed for humans were now in the room due to the newly freed space. They'd been separated too. Before, Kiri was there to help Izuku since his common wasn't the best, but Izuku had improved by leaps and bounds and was now ready to study on his own. It was probably for the best. Kiri could be pretty distracting at times. Class hadn't started yet, but despite it being early, everyone was chatting. Who was going to be their sub? Aizawa was still recovering as far as everyone was aware. No one had seen him since he was taken away for medical care after USJ. Of course, Toyo and the other teachers assured them that he was doing just fine, but those who'd been nearby had seen just how badly the hero had been hurt. Izuku had enough experience now to know that most other species were more fragile than humans. He and Kiri hadn't been allowed to spar with anyone else until several weeks into their time at UA, and even now they were still paired with their more durable classmates during combative hero training. Whatever that thing at USJ was, it was designed to be as destructive as possible, and Aizawa had been caught in the crossfire. When their teacher walked in, covered head to toe in medical wraps, everyone was surprised. Aizawa ignored the sudden outburst from most of the class, taking his place at the desk towards the front of the room and placing his lesson plans down before glaring in a way that everyone knew meant to settle down. As soon as everyone was quiet, he spoke. "My well-being isn't important. You all have another battle lined up." Everyone grew tense, a few students murmuring before their teacher continued. "The UEH Sports Festival is fast approaching." Many members of the class cried out, berating their teacher for scaring them like that, but the underlying excitement after hearing the announcement was undeniable. Izuku was a bit confused though, and he had to wait until lunch before asking Kiri due to their newfound separation in class. "Hey Kiri, what's a sports festival?" Kiri nearly choked on his food as several of his classmates made exclamations of surprise. Kiri coughed to clear his airways before raspily responding. "You can't do that to me, Izuku. Geez, I always forget that you're still pretty out of the loop in regards to space culture. It's like the Olympics, but for galactic hero students. Other prominent schools host their own sports festivals, but UH by far exceeds them in views every year. It makes sense because of the budget UH has, but think of it like a giant sporting event that's actually fun to watch. It'll take place at a stadium on Mstafu, and all Hero Corps students, as well as many other UH students, will be participating. It's separated by year, so we'll be up against all the other Class 1 students. The goal is to promote yourself, to display your skills and catch the eye of another hero. For students not in the hero course, it's a chance to prove that they should be able to replace one of our spots. It's a double-edged sword in that way. On one hand, we can show the universe our strengths and possibly get a mentor out of it. On the other, we might lose our placement in the hero course to another more promising student. It's why all hero students are required to participate and why the rest of the student body have the option to decline. Other departments also get a chance to shine. The business course uses the sports festival as a chance to work the stands. Marketing snacks and trinkets for sale to the live stadium audience shows that they know how to put what they've learned over the course of the year into practice. Meanwhile, they also scout the hero students. How marketable are we? What kind of merchandise can they sell, and how would we as individuals be portrayed by the media? It's all connected and brought together in a fun package for everyone to enjoy. On that note though, I have no idea what our roles will be. Lunch ended a little before Kiri finished his explanation, and they were currently walking back to class. Izuku had been hanging off of every word, but now he was confused. Our roles? Our probation hasn't been lifted yet. As Hero Corps students we're required to participate, but we're also not supposed to reveal ourselves without HPSC approval. I can answer that. Both boys looked up to see their teacher. Aizawa was setting up his desk for their next subject while everyone was returning from lunch but had undoubtedly heard the tail end of their conversation. UA and the HPSC held a meeting after the incident at USJ. The villains had hijacked a major news signal and live-streamed the attack. Everyone who watched the feed saw U2 helping All Might, but there are questions being asked left and right. The media is chomping at the bit to get the story and find out more about the new mystery species, so the HPSC has agreed to expedite the probation for humans. Congratulations, your participation at the sports festival will be your planet's grand debut. Now take your seats, I expect nothing but the best from all of you. Izuku took his seat eagerly. He had a lot to think about now. Would his mom be watching? Earth didn't typically get intergalactic media channels, but maybe he could have someone stream it for her. But who? Everyone would be participating. Oh, he was getting distracted, class first planning later. Maybe they would have recordings of the previous year's festivals. He would have to research as much as he could when he got back to the dorms. Tetsu followed the crowd towards the classroom that held the now infamous Class 1 hero students. Administration had barred everyone in the entire school from making contact with those affected by the most recent villain attack, but that didn't mean that everyone wasn't still curious. The mandatory relief PRD was now over though, and the sports festival was fast approaching. Everyone had seen the footage by this point. Those who weren't around their communication pads while it was happening live could easily find clipped recordings of the attack, despite efforts to erase footage from the galactic web. There were videos dissecting the actions of both the villains and heroes that fell into view of the drone's lens. The media was having a field day with every shred of film, and forums were overflowing with commentary regarding the great breach in the UH security systems, despite the attack taking place on Mstafu and not the actual UH space station. To say that tensions were high were an understatement, which was why he initially felt bad when the students everyone had seen fighting for their lives online froze in surprise at finding a large crowd waiting right outside their classroom door as they tried to leave for lunch. He says initially because of course one of the dragons had to run their mouth. Oi, step aside cannon fodder, stop crowding the door. It was obvious that some other members of his class were shushing him and telling him not to be so rude to the mob right outside their door, but everyone was offended nonetheless. Murmurings of the personalities of Class 1A rippled through the crowd, and Tetsu would later come to regret his sudden outburst. Who are you calling cannon fodder? We didn't do anything to you, how arrogant can you be? A hand on Tetsu's shoulder stopped his rant before it could get any worse. Well said, my friend. The hallway froze as everyone stared. Noma stepped forward, addressing the also frozen members of their rival hero class. I must say that if this is what Class 1A has to offer, I'm sorely disappointed. Do you know how many students in this crowd want to be in the hero course? It's as if you want to declare war on those with the potential to replace you. Rather than addressing Noma's statements, the red-haired Deathworlder approached him curiously. Another human. It was an easy mistake to make. Noma for all intents and purposes looked just like a Deathworlder. He seemed to be just a bit older than the two from Class 1A with pale blue eyes and short straight yellow hair, but undeniably of the same species despite their differences. Noma's grin grew sharp as his form melted away to reveal the illusion for what it was, startling the Deathworlder who had wandered just a bit too close. Even now, other species found aliens like Noma to be terrifying. The pale shade of yellow of his hair never changed, even as it morphed into short fur that covered his long, slender body. His small exposed paws were adorned with tiny claws, but his mouth was all that most could look at. It was a gaping maw that rested in an open position with spaced-out rows of sharp teeth, resting beneath two small antenna-like whiskers. The large red rings of his iris were off-putting to those with the receptors to see them, and from the looks of things, the other Deathworlders probably could discern the color. Huh, if you fell for a trick that simple there's no way you'll make it at the sports festival. But what else would one expect from a Deathworlder brute? The same Draget that had spoken up earlier snapped his jaws around a small explosion, snarling as he stepped in front of his classmates. Don't you dare invade our space and disrespect us like that. The crowd was growing antsy, more voices adding fuel to the chaos, but the other Deathworlder also stepped forward, seeming hesitant. What do you mean by replacing us? Oh, that dense are you? Allow me to spell it out. If you do poorly in the sports festival, and someone from the general classes does well, you'll trade places and lose your opportunity to become a hero. Simple thing. Before anyone else could say anything, the yellow lump in the corner of the room stood up, revealing the heavily bandaged teacher who everyone knew fought tooth and nail at US. How had they not realized that the teacher would still be there? That's enough. You, head to the principal's office. If anyone else is still in this hall in the next click, you'll be served with detention for causing a fire hazard. Yeesh, Tetsu knew that Elwek snapped a lot, but for a teacher to nap during class time. Khan would never rest while teaching. Everyone dispersed, but Noma was pouting now. Why was I the only one who got in trouble? Tetsu put on a smile as he bumped shoulders with his classmate. Okay, yeah, maybe we went a bit too far. I started it though, so I'll head over to Nisa's office with you, yeah. It's only fair after you saved me from saying something I'd probably regret while I was so riled up. At least the dragons in our class aren't so hostile. Noma snorted but stood taller. Come on Tetsu, before Ndu finds out what we did. Tetsu was glad that he could cheer up his classmate, but he truly did wonder just what they would see from Class 1A at the sports festival. Only time would tell. Oko's feathers were all ruffled after that confrontation. How dare that Lamenden call her friends Deathworlders like it was some kind of slur. Yes, it technically was what they were, and she even mentally referred to them as such on the occasion, but the way he spat the word with such malice, it was uncalled for. Alright, the crowd is gone and you all have hero training this afternoon. For your Mitsuicl meals. If anyone else gives you trouble, report them to a teacher immediately. We do not tolerate behavior like this at UAIN, and I personally will be heading an investigation regarding any biases exhibited during this interaction, but you can't stay in the classroom during your mealtime. Azawa was blunt as usual, but it left Okuro feeling positive that UA would be sure to follow up with the way the crowd totally ganged up on them. Conversations were muted as they walked down the hall, but thankfully neither Kiri nor Izuku seemed too put out at being made the center of attention. Kiri was back to his usual self, joking with his usual group of friends. Okuro was proud that she, as well as Ida and sometimes Tsu, made up the group that Izuku had somewhat pack-bonded with. Similar to how he'd been during their midterms though, Izuku seemed contemplative, something clearly on his mind. If you guys don't mind my asking, why do you want to be heroes? That wasn't what Okuro thought would be pondering, but Ida was happy to divulge. A most wonderful question. You see, my older brother is a hero, and our parents before us, and so on. Your brother wouldn't happen to be Ingenium, would he? You know of him? He was one of the heroes that came to rescue us, back before I arrived at UA with Azawa and the others. Oh, of course, that makes sense then. Our family runs the hero agency Ida-10 back on our home planet. We're known for being the fastest, even amongst other NTS. Our ships boast the best technology for travel in the vacuum of space, trademarked of course. Izuku was hanging off every word, amazed by the way Ida described his home life. By comparison, what about you, Oko? Oko's feathers deflated a bit. Oh well, it's nothing so grand really. I'm mostly going into the field for the paycheck. And there it was, those looks of disappointment, but it was true. My parents own a construction business back home. Our immediate flock is small, but we naturally have the strength to carry massive weight with our feathers. The only problem is with the recent guidelines restricting most use of natural universal gifts, we've been struggling. I'm not old enough to legally help, and with the limit on how many feathers each worker is allowed to use on heavy loads during work, things have slowed down and clients have been dropping the contracts with the family business in favor of larger companies with more workers who can keep up with the demand. If I can just get a hero's license, then I'll be able to use my gift to help as much as I want, and then I can act as a sponsor for the business. Hero-sponsored businesses get more revenue after all, and with connections, I'd be able to help pay for the fees attached to permits for natural gift usage. Okuro hadn't realized she'd been rambling until Izuku bumped her shoulder with his own. Hey, that's a noble cause you have there. You're not just doing it for the paycheck, it sounds like you're trying to help your family out. Oko's feathers raised at the praise. She liked the way he phrased that. Indeed, it makes my own reasoning sound callous. What about you, Izuku? I'm still trying to figure that out myself actually, it's why I asked you too in the first place. When I was a kid, my dream was to explore space. My dad was one of the few human researchers allowed out of our home system to help study planets and find out how humans react to the atmospheres, flora, and fauna foreign to us, and his stories were always some of my favorite to listen to. Once I actually got to space though, things changed. I found out that I could make a difference, and I liked being able to help others. I still want to explore the stars, but being able to help people along the way doesn't sound like a bad thing either. Short, simple, and to the point. Izuku seemed to have doubts for his reasons, but Okuro found that she really liked that take on things. The universe was a vast place with countless wonders to explore. She sometimes forgot that with how early everyone is taught the basics in school. For someone new to the galactic community though, it was even more exciting to think about. The longing to help others wasn't a universal concept either. Humans were just one of those special species that liked helping those around them, and that was reason enough. Before she could voice any of this though, a voice coughed from behind them. "Ah, Izuku Kiri, it's nice to see you too. Yagi, what brings you here?" The teacher's lounge is in the opposite direction. "Ah, well, you see, I actually wanted to speak with the two of you if possible. No worries if you can't come, I just figured that now might be a good time since your break is starting." "Hey, no problem teach. You and Izu." "Sure, I don't mind. Sorry for cutting our conversation short you guys." Ida chopped two of his arms in the boy's direction. "It is no problem at all, good luck with whatever your conversation entails, we will be in the cafeteria waiting for your return." Okuro also gave her affirmation. She could always remind Izuku of how inherently heroic he was later. She did wonder though what Yagi had to talk about with the two of them.